Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Sydney Dragway for round 6 of the Speed Adict Clothing Track Championship Series. It's great to have you here. My name's Pat Elliott. I'm joined in the box today by Benji and hopefully soon Bushy, I reckon. Benj, what do you think? You're going to be in? He's having a bit of a sleep in, hopefully. I think he's had a nap this morning, but that's all right. We won't hold it against him. He'll be here at some point. Folks, we're going to get started. It is a beautiful day at Sydney Dragway and right across Sydney. From wherever you're tuning in, hopefully you're on board with the live stream. Maybe even if you're going to make it down and sit in the stands and enjoy some drag racing today. We're going to get things started off by the Go Logistics Super Street category. Got a couple of tough Holdens pulling up, ready to kick things off. Make some smoke, make some noise, and get some drag racing. Joseph Zurab in the Aeroflow lane, Chris Zammit in the Rocket lane, the VT Commodore. HZ Ute is sporting a little blue bottle in the boot there. I'm sure everyone's familiar with these two. A little bit of a shudder there for Chris Zammit, and doing exactly the right thing like a seasoned racer will and pulling off the racing line. Nice and clean pass for Joseph there. Out to an 11.76 at 114.5. Not exactly the perfect start for Chris there, which is a shame, but I'm sure the boys will get onto that and get him sorted sooner rather than later. Just quickly, we'll mention that as I did touch on, it is going to be a very warm day today, folks. So if you're tuning in from the track, or if you're crew and fans out there, please make sure you stay hydrated. It's going to be up in the 30s, which is a little bit different to what we've had recently. It's been frosty, it's been cool, but there's nothing cool about today. Looking forward, the sun's out there. There are water refill stations around the track, so please try and stay hydrated. We want you to enjoy the track championships to the maximum. So stay on top of that. Look after your mates. Tell them to drink some water, even if they're like, nah, I'm all right. Just tell them, hey, have a drink, mate. Have a drink. Stay hydrated. Enjoy. Need you to be focused. And that probably goes for drivers as well. Make sure those drivers that have got no time for anything else apart from staying focused, that they find some time, stay hydrated, stay healthy, stay happy in the car, ready to rock and roll. That's what we want to see. Right, looks like we've got the ATV down there to get Chris's Commodore down to the exit, just past the line. You're right, Ben. It's not exactly the way you want to start your day off, but with any luck, I reckon that might have just been a half shaft. You know, that IRS system in the VT to VZs is a little bit susceptible to some axle tramp and busting a CV. So let's keep our fingers crossed that it's an easy fix. A couple of 8mm Allen bolts. I know I've been there just to get those shafts out, and we'll swap it over. So I'm sure they'll be back on top of it. All right, so while we're still just waiting for the guys to get everything organised to move that track off, I think we might just touch on another event that's coming up soon. That's a new addition to Sydney Dragway, which is off-street roll drags coming up on the 21st of September. It's going to be a bit of a new concept. There was a bit of an attempt at this a few years ago, but realistically, I think the timing gear wasn't quite right for the track, and it was really difficult to get the rolling start happening. But thanks to some upgrades, we've got a new tree. We've got a bit of an upgrade on the CompuLink. The guys here at Sydney Dragway, the crew, they've fixed all that up. They've got it organised, and now we've we've had a couple of test days for roll drags. We've had a couple of really, really nice cars, twin turbo Lambos, some GDRs, some muscle, bit of everything out here giving it a test. And that's going to kick off on the 21st. So tickets are available now. So make sure you jump onto that. Give it a go. A really great entry point as well. $60-something to get entered. It's going to be unreal.
Yes, very much so, Pat. You touched on that on Wednesday night, obviously, and where do you go racing your car for $60 these days? There's really only here on a Wednesday night for the Aeroflot race for real, or the roll drags, of course. And what a fantastic way to test your car's performance to its ability without having to worry about the red and blue lights and all the other bits and pieces that go with that.
Exactly right. It takes a little bit of the anxiety off when you drop the hammer.
Yeah, so very much so. And of course, it's in a controlled environment. If something was to go wrong, all the safety equipment is right here.
Exactly right.
And that is certainly one of the really good things about Sydney Dragway is our safety crew they're all trained. Some of them work in the emergency services as their profession and choose to spend their spare time here. So and we're very, very grateful to have that assistance. And the other thing is it's only meters away, where other facilities, if you're doing circuit racing or whatever, the ambulance station or whatever might be a little bit further away, and obviously the time to get to you if there is a mishap potentially a little bit longer. But so we're very much been looking forward to that. As you said, we've been testing the timing systems and bits and pieces for the last a couple of months. So hopefully the next event is next Thursday, I think it is.
Yeah, 21st, I believe, Thursday.
I think that's Thursday. Sorry? Yes, so that's next Thursday. So it'll be very interesting to see how we go with that and what sort of response we get, because obviously other formats are very popular, and some of the cars that go there, oh wow,
yeah.
That's certainly they are very, very tough street cars, and many of them have run here at Sydney Dragway and lay down incredible times from a standing start and big speeds as well. And I mean, I've been over the road a couple of times in recent times, and you just hear something. You're sitting in the grandstand, you hear something coming, and the next thing it's past you.
Absolutely.
And of course, one of my favourite cars from the last event was a short wheelbase Pajero. Don't know what it had in it, but oh my god, just I mean, it beat up on a Lancer. Sequential gearbox Lancer and all that sort of stuff. So,
and that's the surprising thing, right? It's the world of engine swaps these days, and you're turbocharging things. Obviously, that's nothing new, turbocharging your car necessarily, but what you can get away with now, modern technology, fuel types and experience with tuning. It's you can see absolutely anything pull up to the line and be nervous about it.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I mean, there was even a guy, I assume it was a guy over there with a Proton Jumbuck, I think they call them.
Yeah, the Jumbuck, yes.
Utility sort of thing.
Yep.
Obviously not the stock motor in it for how fast it was going, but again, another really good sleeper almost, And I think we see the sleepers here at Sydney Dragway a little bit, and they're always something a little bit interesting. We touched on that on Wednesday night. Sometimes it's cool to have something a little bit out of the norm, and I think that's the beauty of this motorsport, is that you can build a car however you want.
Yep.
And 99% of the time, there's a class, or nearly 99% of the time, there's a class that you can run that car in without having to change it.
Yep, absolutely, I agree. Push. I think the great thing about drag racing is that it's for lack of a better term, it's the everyman sport.
Yes.
You can turn up with literally whatever it is that you have that's got four wheels or two.
Yes.
And you can bring it down the track. So whether it's on a Wednesday night for a bit of fun, or if you want to join, the track championship series, it's a really low price of entry. If you've 100%. Already got your car,
that's exactly right. You can go as quick as you want. I mean, racing and qualifying in front of us now is Super Street. So we've had Street Fighter out this morning. That's the. No disrespect to those guys. That's the entry level for the Atura. The Speed Adict. Speed Adict Clothing is bad, old habits. Speed Adict Clothing Co. Championship Series. So if you race on a Wednesday night and you go, well, I really want to try the full the full experience of competition drag racing, and you want to try dial-ins and test the consistency of your car and your reaction time, you know, this is the opportunity to come out and do it. And we run these events at those classes at the national events too. So you know, you can run in front of you know, cameras and the full crowd too, if you like.
Yeah, and it can be a completely standard vehicle.
Yes.
I mean, you know, in Street Fighter, there's literally no. And I'm not saying this is a bad point, but there's literally no additional safety gear that you need, or safety equipment that you need to put into the vehicle.
No.
You know, you don't need a roll cage for that sort of thing. You don't need to chop your car up if it's a nice car that you're driving to work. You can turn up with that daily car, and if you're running, I believe it's under 1999.
I'm not sure if there's an ET cut-off, because we have a couple of cars that run over 20 seconds.
So, yeah,
there's
even almost no cut-off. So you can just turn up and you can run. But if you're running, even if you run a 21-second pass, if you run a 21.000 every time you're out there, there's a good chance you might win a championship.
Exactly right. One of the competitors that jumps to mind races Toyota RAV4.
Yep.
And you know, they've got a little bit more serious the last couple of events. They've taken the spare wheel off, obviously to reduce a bit of weight and stuff like that. But yeah, they're out here having fun, and that's what it's all about. And again, the entry point in terms of entry fee is not particularly expensive.
No, not at all.
I don't know what that is off the top of my head, but I don't believe it to be ridiculously expensive. So, you know, it's a good day out and a good fun. We meet a lot of good people, have a bit of friendly competition, and if you go a few rounds, then happy days. And
absolutely. You're spot on, mate. And yeah, in regards to the cost, I mean, it's going to cost you less than just going for dinner.
Yes.
You know, I mean, we live in Sydney. It's not exactly a cheap prospect these days.
No, especially not, especially if you've got a family. So, you know, and then obviously, you know, if you like that and you want to start getting quicker, you can then get into a category such as Super Street, then Super Sedan, then I guess Top Sportsman, and then
the sky and your wallet is the limit.
Usually the wallet. Usually the wallet is the dream is the dream, but the wallet just brings it back to reality. Unfortunately,
but that's and that goes to what you were saying. There's so many different categories that you can find, that you can fit into, and some of the categories have got a really wide range as well. You know, so when we're talking drag racing, you know, 2 seconds might not seem a lot in general, but 2 seconds in drag racing is an age. So that means that the ability for you to dial in somewhere between, you know, $13.99 and $10.99, for example, is huge. The level of performance your car can have is such a wide spread.
Yes, well, I mean, very much so. We've seen in the past, you know, cars that can run into the 6 seconds zone in, say, Super Sedan or something like that. Now, they can fit into that category and run that. Obviously, that car is set up to run an index class of some form. That class might not be running at that event, so they can slip in, still compete, still you know, put some times on the board, do some testing if that's what they're here for, whatever. Obviously, that sort of car in Super Sedan, when you've run 6 rounds of racing and you're into the, you know, if you're lucky enough to make it to the semis, you've earned your spot there, because the between round maintenance obviously starts to creep up as you get quicker and quicker.
Definitely. But that's no different to any other any other sport out there, 100%. Any other motorsport. You know, 100%. The faster you want to go, it does cost a little bit more. But the great thing is, as an entry point, it's really accessible.
Yes.
To come and start drag racing.
And I think too, one of the things that certainly encouraged Dad and I into it back when I was a lot younger was, because a lot of the categories are handicapped, you don't have to be the fastest to be competitive. It's not like other forms where if you don't have the latest and greatest of, you know, brand new tyres every race meeting, or, you know, a freshened up engine every race meeting, you can still be very competitive. You know, and it comes back to budgeting too.
Yeah.
So, you know, and I think the other thing is that there's so much variety in the terms of cars. I mean, look what we've got here in front of us: a Chev Bel Air and a Holden Torana. One's got a big block in it, and the Torana's only got a little 312 Holden motor. You know,
that's right. And they're both going to be competitive.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen. I think Mark Hopkins was runner-up, I think, from memory last meeting. Got somewhere close to the finals, I'm pretty sure, from memory. Bruce Ritchie, we've seen, he's done pretty well in the past. Had a little bit of an incident with the concrete a few race meetings ago, and has been good enough to get the car back onto the racing surface. So, of course, we're in the middle of qualifying at the moment for Super Street here today. Good side-by-side race.
Great race.
10.86 with a 6 for the Torana in the Rocket Lane to a 10.94 with a 5 at 124 for the Big Bel Air.
And we should mention that Mark in the Torana is actually the points leader at the moment in Super Street.
There we go.
So, you know, the size of your engine is not all that matters. Don't let anyone tell you that size necessarily matters.
Well, it helps.
It helps, definitely. Absolutely.
I'll leave that right there.
Absolutely. We'll keep moving. Move on to Craig Warren in the Aeroflot Lane versus Brett Stutchbury in the Rocket.
Yeah, both very experienced racers in Super Street. Here, Craig Warren away very nicely in the white Torana, 029 on the tree, leading the Commodore well and truly at 10.10 at 133 out of the Torana to an 11.06 in the Commodore for Stutchbury.
Absolutely. A little bit of classic muscle coming up here. Looks like a 67 Camaro, if I'm not mistaken. I think I saw quarter windows on those doors versus the. Not sure that's showing as a Mustang. I don't believe that is a Mustang.
No, it is not.
I think that's more of a Falcon.
Yeah, Pete's got a number of different cars, and this is the latest one. So he's gone the bare metal.
He's gone the bare metal look.
Bare metal on clear, just lifting the left front off the start line there for Pete in the Falcon. The big block Camaro leading the charge though, 11.008, 123 through the finish line.
Did leave a cherry on the tree though, so we might have to just dial that in a little bit.
Of course, obviously the red lights don't affect anything at the moment in qualifying. Will be a little bit of a different story in a couple of hours' time.
Absolutely.
Keep your eyes on the front end of the Monaro in the Rocket Lane, Pat. I don't know if you've seen this one before. I'm not coming back as a clutch plate in this car.
Yeah.
Very aggressive. Only 350 small block on board, but watch it torque up and then chirp every gear. There we go.
Yep, I can see.
There we go.
That is, there's not a great deal of mechanical sympathy going on in the Rocket Lane right now, but it makes for a great shot down the track.
It does. A good side-by-side race, though. The Torana of Jim Raptis just getting the win there, 10.79 with a 5 at 124, to an 11.14 with a 5 at 124 for the Monaro.
Good to see that the Monaro's also got a sub-sponsor there from Dogbox Gears.
Yes.
I've got a feeling he might be quite friendly with those fellas.
All right, another Chevy Camaro on the start line.
Beautiful. There's a couple of 67s out here today. I was wandering around it, and for years and years I could never pick the difference between a 7, 8, and 9 in a Camaro. I sort of just went, it's one of those.
Yeah, it's just a Camaro. Yeah, it's a Camaro.
And then there was a really handy chart that I saw, and I think the 67's got the quarter window in the doors.
Yes.
So the little flip around quarter window. Then from memory, the 68 has no quarter window but no gill in the rear quarter, and then a 69 has no window but it has the gills in the rear quarter. So just one of those things that you can show up your mates and you can say, no mate, that's a 69, not a 67.
We were talking about that at Cars and Coffee a couple of weeks ago, and a young lady was there talking. She's like, oh, it's got, as you said, it's got the quarter windows. I think there was a reflector on the rear quarter, and I think the tail light was slightly different. I don't remember the conversation word for word, but that was a couple of things, and we were quite surprised that.
Absolutely.
Because she was only like 20 or something, and I thought, well, okay, not a car that would be up on someone of that age group, but all good.
No, that's right. Yeah, I don't think there's too many 20-year-olds that would know what a Chevy Camaro is. Let alone how to pick the years apart. Yeah.
Yes. So no, it's good to see though. All right, looks like we're getting ready for our first round of Junior Dragster. Pat, we just put some safety apparatus at the finish line. We might just throw to our big screen for a couple of quick words from some of our sponsors, and Pat and I will be back with you very shortly.
Bang Shift shifters from Aeroflot Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bank shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back with the first round of qualifying for Junior Dragster.
Looks like Johnny Lucci out there in the rocket lane with George DeCarlos in the Aeroflow. These guys are really got the bit in the teeth, and trying to forge out a career in drag racing, which is it's really got to start down here. And unfortunately, a lot of people sort of go, oh, yeah, junior dragsters, but that's where you start. That's what everyone has to start somewhere, and there's nothing better when you've got such a level playing field when it comes to equipment to get your reaction time dialed in, to get racing. It's all good and well just sitting there and thinking about it, or maybe if you've got a practice tree or something like that. But when you've got another vehicle in the other lane, you've got another person in the other lane, there's a little bit of anxiety that might come up, a bit of nervousness, so you've got to control that. And this is really where it starts, to get used to that for later on when there's bigger engines, bigger records or trophies on the line.
Yeah, I think obviously with the junior category, it's all about learning your racecraft and learning what goes into running a car, and the time frames and general maintenance schedules, and getting a procedure down pat. I mean, we talk about starting a racing career. As you know, there's a few of us that are now commentators. There's myself, Rusty, and Mark Allen, all started with Junior Dragster many years ago, and has ignited a passion for the sport, and we're still around. Of course, Mark's still racing in Modified up in Queensland, but it's certainly a fantastic way to get involved in the sport. You meet a lot of friends. Some come and go, but there's a lot of friends that I've had for 30-odd years now.
Absolutely, I think that's motorsport to a T.
Yep.
I mean, there's people that you would never meet if you weren't if you didn't have the same passion.
Yes.
And that can be just a basic car club. It can be circuit racing. It can be drag racing. But we're all here for one reason, and that's because we love drag racing.
Yes.
It's a great sport. There's nothing like the excitement of just having the pedal to the metal, and you've got to nurture these future stars.
Yes.
Because that's exactly what they are. I mean, they all start here. Definitely, some of the businesses that are in the sport put a lot of time and effort into making sure that these guys get their time, get a little bit of familiarity. I know with the previous national championship we had the Aeroflow Future Stars, which I really do genuinely hope that NDRC and Aeroflow and Rocket can get back on top of that, because I believe they're working on that going forward to have some support, so that these guys have got some mentors in the sport as well. We had obviously Morris McMillan and Brandon Gosbell doing some mentoring with the previous season, getting those guys a bit of an insight into what happens at the top of the tree.
Yes.
When it comes to drag racing, so that they can take that that mental attitude, that like you said, learning racecraft going forward from the start and all the way through, just to make them better racers, and even to the point of appealing to sponsors.
100%. I mean, in today's world, the sponsorship dollar is very well.
It's hard to come by.
Required, and is a very hard thing to find in a genuine sponsor that's going to back you and say, well, okay, but for our dollar we want X, Y, Z.
Yep.
And having a sponsor does add that little bit more, I guess, pressure on a driver to perform, to try and keep the sponsor happy.
Yep.
But to find a sponsor that may not be so critical on the result is a very good thing. I mean, I never had big sponsors when I was racing. They were, they'd help out with a product or something like that, and,
Sure.
and that was greatly accepted and
appreciated.
and appreciated. That's the word I'm looking for. But there's obviously, you're talking some sports to travel to an event. You're talking, if it's a long distance, you could spend 5-10 grand getting there, and coming home, let alone actually racing the car and damaging something. So, to have a good sponsor, or a series of sponsors that want to back you, is a very critical thing, and something I'm learning as I'm trying to help a friend with a bit of sponsorship is that, you can open a door, but actually getting acceptance, getting past that, the initial, hey, my name's Stephen, this is what I'm looking for,
Yep.
To actually ignite an interest in someone that may not have any particular interest in what you're doing, is a very tricky thing.
Yeah, that's right. And it's the total package, It's like, okay, if someone sticks a microphone in front of your face,
Yes.
are you capable of saying, I just want to thank the sponsors that are
Yes.
out there? Do you have a bit of an understanding? So, and it's not to say that everyone should be an expert at media and,
Yes.
and whatnot after the race. You need to be a racer first.
Yes.
That's definitely the priority. But when it comes to looking for backing or looking for a sponsor, you can say, this is what I can offer.
Yes.
And it's a total package.
100%.
So to help the young guys, get that. Some people are born with it. Some people definitely are not.
Yeah, I think the latest, you and I are a similar age, right?
Sure.
We didn't have the internet. We didn't have smartphones. We didn't have Instagram. We didn't have was it on Facebook?
Yep.
Any of those sorts of things as tools. Where nowadays it's almost a requirement, I guess, from a sponsor's point of view. Just because you can physically reach so many people
Yes.
from posting, somewhat regular posts about what you're doing. What you're at, you're at Sydney Dragway here today, looking forward to a good race. A good race meeting, lunchtime you might post, qualified 10th,
Yep.
feeling really happy about this afternoon. Let's see how we go, and then give your sponsors that coverage that they want, and let them know that you're actually doing what you can to get their name out
You're
there.
fighting for it,
and Yep.
that's really what your goal is, and because there's so many other things these days. You
Yes.
wind the clock back 30 years.
Yep.
And there just wasn't as many options of entertainment,
Yes.
different things that you can go and do. It's automotive's been around for so long, and motorsport's been around for so long that it was like, okay, you're a footy guy, or you're a drag racer, or something else. Now there's so many different things. So
Yes.
if you want to appeal to that market and find someone that's going to help you get along and really sort of stand out in a crowd, then it's really important. And I think that's where that mentorship program really comes in.
Yes.
The guys that are already at the top of the tree can just share a bit of say, look, this is serious business,
Yeah.
but you've got to remain positive, and overall you want to have fun.
Because I heard a story not long ago, and I won't repeat all of it on air, but basically a fellow in the US he was granted back in the 90s, I was told, a $5 million a year sponsorship just for being, obviously he was very good,
Sure.
but the way that he interacted with his fans was noted by somebody that ran a very successful business.
Yep.
They saw him, they spoke to him, the guy was wrapped with how the racer corresponded, how he was signing shirts and talking to his fans. That week he arranged a meeting. He didn't say who he was. That week he arranged a meeting with the racer and his crew. They went into his business, and it's an international business that's still in operation today. And just to think, like $5 million a year back in the 90s was
incredible.
Monstrous money,
Yeah.
like ridiculously big. And they didn't win a championship with him. They went to another racer. They didn't win a championship with him. I think they got the third year, I think Rusty said they ended up winning something. So
Yep.
I dare say that the sponsorship deals were
similar.
Pretty similar. That's an expensive championship trophy, but that was the goal
commitment.
that they wanted, and
Well.
they managed to achieve it. But the point of that story to stand out to me is that's just the racer being who they are as a person.
Yep.
Interacting. He could have just brushed this guy.
Yes.
And that would have been it.
Yep.
Like
I always equate it to, when you want to buy something, say you're going to make a considerable investment, you know,
Yes.
if you're going to buy something for your house or you're going to buy a car or something like that, if you go and speak to the person that's selling that thing and you don't like them, it's pretty rare you're going to buy it. Unless you don't have a choice and they're the only ones that do it, right?
Yes.
But so if a sponsor is going to come forward and it's going to say, hey, I'm going to give you something, which is effectively buying something, you know, from you as a racer, you got to have that right personality. You know, I mean, you need to be a racer. You need to know what to do in the car. No one's going to be happy if you're, you know, breaking things and you know, just red lighting everywhere. You've still got to know your racecraft, but you've also got to be able to turn it around and be a personality on the other side, which, you know, as you come through.
It takes. It's not something that just happens to some people. You know, some people, as you say, are naturally that way. They have that attitude that they draw people to them just from their personality. They're not saying that other people can't work on areas of themselves.
No, it's definitely something you can work on.
You know, as you get older, as you change, you know, you gain experience. Something that was very difficult becomes very easy once you do it enough times. You know what I mean?
That's right.
And I've been lucky enough to present a lot of the junior racers with trophies over the years. And when they do their first speech to thank their mum and dad and their sponsors, they're nervous as get out. Like we see some kids, sadly, in tears just because they're nervous. You know, and then they win a couple of events, and then they've got the mic, and it's just having a conversation. You know, like
exactly right.
It almost over time it just progresses. You know, and I mean, at the end of the day, we're all friends. We're not here to be negative towards anybody or not be supportive. Like I was very appreciative of the support that I got when I was racing. You know, the cheers that I got as a kid getting a trophy, you know, was unreal. You know, and you know, those memories will last with me for as long as I can remember them. You know, and I think that certainly is a big motivation and a big thing for older generations, you know, as we're watching Junior Dragster right now. You know, it's something for the older racers to just keep in mind that, you know, that's the future of our sport, and to give a cheer and a big clap at the trophy presentation or whatever is a massive thing for these kids. You know,
you're exactly right. I think the NDRC, their little tagline now is one way forward for drag racing, which I think is what everyone needs to remember. You know, in this day and age, you know, motorsports and, you know, everyone wanting to do the right thing by the planet and whatnot. We're lucky to still be able to do this, you know, so we've really got to make sure that, you know, we're all together to promote our sport, to better our sport. You know, we don't want all this infight. We don't want anything like that. We just want everyone to come out, have fun at the drag strip, you know, race, support your friends, support your peers, and support these young guys and girls that are doing it just as well as anyone else.
Oh, 100%. You got to remember that these kids don't have delay boxes. They don't have trans brakes. They don't have any driver aid other than their eye and their foot.
There's no boost scramble button down the track.
No. You know, and it's all done with their eye, their brain, and their foot.
Yep.
You know, and you know, they have the advantage of youth, I will say.
Yes.
That they're able to get, you know, pretty good reaction times, pretty consistently. A lot of them. They're effectively driven with a rubber belt, which can be a little bit tricky at times to launch consistently. But it comes down to practice. It's like any form of sport. It's seat time in this case, or training or practice. The more you do it, the easier it becomes, and the more second nature it becomes.
Yeah, and you know, and that goal is the top of the tree, right? It's to be a nitro funny car driver for a big team. You know, I mean, you may not own your team, but you have the ability to be the driver. Everyone's after that hero card and that signature on the little hero card with your face behind your car, and that's the way you get there. Is to get out here, be the right personality, be on point. You know, get everything squared away so that you're a well-known racer for being a racer. And that's going to drive your career further in drag racing. And, you know, we all want to nurture that. So it's great to see such a good field of junior dragsters out here
pretty well
this weekend.
Subscribed field here today. We've got 24 entries, I believe, there, Pat, looking at the schedule.
And that is a good field.
Yeah, it's a good field. So we'll have a number of rounds of racing a little bit later on this afternoon. And on track now, we've got George Nader and Zach Grafalo. Nader in the A Junior Dragster for Matooks Racing, of course, synonymous name with fast GDRs.
Yeah, I think we've seen them a few times here before, right? Yeah.
It's
Nader himself, George's father, is obviously a pilot of a couple of fast cars and the owner of the King GTR from memory.
Yeah, certainly good to see George out on track, and Zach also here as well. We saw his brother run a little bit earlier, and should be a good side-by-side race. Rafalo running for Sydney Borderscapes.
So as we continue with the junior draggers here, just a reminder, folks, that the merchandise stand is open today at Sydney Dragway at the top of the stairs as you're coming up to the grandstand section. So plenty of sunscreen, earmuffs, earplugs, and of course your favourite racer's shirt.
Yeah, exactly. There's all the merch up there. Anything you could probably ever want is pretty much available up at the track stand. So yeah, just at the top of the stairs on the northwest end, just before you drop down into the pits. Of course, if you haven't been to Sydney Dragway before, don't forget your general admission ticket allows you to walk through the pits. Not like other venues where you have to purchase that separately.
Exactly.
If you see a car run down the track and say, I really want to go have a look at that, have a wander down into the pits, the stairs at the northern end of the grandstand, and have a wander through.
Check it out. Check out the cars that you like the look of, you know. And look, there's a good chance. Obviously, we've got to remember that these guys are trying to turn cars around. But
Yes.
a lot of the time, if you can see that people are sort of, you know, they've got themselves ready and they're just chilling out and,
Yep.
and having a chat between themselves, and you want to ask a question, I'd say 99.9% of the racers in this field are happy to answer a question about their car.
100%.
Right?
If you're walking past the car and the inlet manifold's off it, and the heads are off it,
Yeah,
and
maybe
they're-
not
and
so
they're-
much.
and they're thrashing away.
Yeah, yep.
Don't expect a full conversation. You
Yeah.
might be lucky.
Yes.
But
Yep.
just pick your time, but
Yeah.
don't be scared. You know,
No, that's right.
drivers are always pretty keen to talk about their cars. You know.
At the very least, a compliment on the
Yes.
car, even when it's in bits,
Yep.
goes a very long way to the guys that are out there, you know, thrashing away. If yourself, or you know, maybe if you've got a young kid with you and they're excited by it, if they walk past and they say, "Hey, I really like your car," I
Yes.
guarantee those guys are going to thrash harder.
Yes.
And they're going to get that car back on track so that the new young fan is going to see it again. So. It's really about supporting everyone from all angles, and that's the great thing, as you said,
Yes.
Bushy. You can just come in, you can check out the grandstand, you can watch the action on track, but you can also wander down and see what really makes drag racing tick, which is the crews thrashing to turn the cars around and come back out here.
A new racer on the racetrack at the moment, Jaden Balsanif. I think I've got that right.
Bonus if?
I'm sorry if I haven't. But yeah, good to see Jaden here. I don't recall seeing the car on the racetrack.
No.
See, Junior Dragster tells us he's a younger competitor. So
Backing from North Rocks Auto Centre, by the looks of things. I think I did see a trailer down in the pits earlier. They might have. I may be incorrect, but I've got a feeling they had the big picture of there's a twin turbo small block RX3 red
okay.
car that
Yes.
I've got a feeling Joe from Highcomp
yes.
engine may have driven recently. It looked familiar. If I'm wrong, I'm sure someone will correct me. But I did see that North Rocks Auto Centre plastered on the side of that car trailer down in the pits. So potentially a good bit of pedigree for young Jaden there.
Definitely, and of course this is the thing with Junior Dragster. There's second and third generation races all throughout the fields. I mean, even not only just in juniors. Obviously, the juniors help because of the young age that you can start.
Absolutely.
But you know, many third generation racers out there doing their thing in front of the crowd, and for those of us on the live stream.
And if you haven't watched Junior Dragster before, we should also mention it's fairly obvious, but you'll see if you're looking on the live stream, you'll see the official standing down next to that Aeroflow flag, just dropping that down at the 8th mile mark or the half track point. The juniors just run to half track because obviously they're fairly limited in the amount of horsepower and the speed that they can reach. But for safety's sake, we don't want those guys running all the way out the back door with such a tiny little wheelbase and a narrow track.
Well, back in the day...
Back in the day. Here's a story.
Back in the day, I used to run quarter across the road.
You ran quarter across the road?
Because I didn't have 8th mile timers.
Well, yeah, that's right. There you go.
The choice. It wasn't ideal. The little single cylinder was, I think, singing for its supper for probably...
a little tired at the end.
Yeah, the last 100 metres was probably not much happening,
yep.
And probably just adding a lot more wear and tear. But still, we got a... I think back then, my best, I think, was a 20-0,
yep.
which wasn't too bad. I mean, these cars nowadays would probably, I think, if you could keep the acceleration of like an 8-second 8th, is probably going to be somewhere around the, well, actually, we've got Street Fighter in front of us. Let's just
have a look. Let's just
have a sticky beak at what these cars do.
Yep.
To the 8th mile, and then what they do at the quarter.
Yeah. I think a 20.0, you'd definitely be keeping a Navara or a Hilux or two pretty honest there.
Oh, yeah, definitely. but I mean, obviously, today, like back then, a 10-second car was, if you ran low 10s, you were bee's knees, right?
Yes.
So now these cars are I'll say, restricted, because we know that they can run a lot quicker than 8 seconds to the 8th, but that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, it's come a long way. Even Junior Dragster's come a very long way, hasn't it? Right?
Yes.
You know, carbon body panels, billet engines.
Yep.
You know, it's
gone are the days of the old cast block. They don't do that anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
So the Commodore wagon time has just disappeared in front of me. I think it was a 9.4 to the 8th.
9.4 to the 8th. There you go.
So Sean Darnell in the little Hyundai i30, one of our hardworking officials. He's lucky enough to get the day off. He's not working very hard for us today, but he's having fun.
Hard working or hardly working? Is that the
comments from Ben?
Which is they're not my words.
We're just giving him a voice.
Yeah. And Dave Muscat in the Rocket Lane, back out in the Mini. He was here Wednesday night trying to get the eye in.
Yeah, it's done pretty good for him. 0-2-1 on the tree, runs on through for 15.77, 90 mile an hour for the Mini. And Sean Darnell a 16.67. So his 8th mile time there was a 10.78.
10.78, yep. So Junior Dragster's not as slow as some people might assume.
No, certainly not. So on track now, Danny Stadelmeyer and Scott Goodison. Goodison in the Mitsubishi wagon. Danny in one of those AU Falcons.
Isn't that a great name for a car? A Legnum?
Yes.
Mitsubishi Legnum. I'm a fan. I like it. Just because everyone will go, a what?
A what?
And you'll say, a Legnum.
Gives you an opportunity to further explain. Nice light there from Scott. 0.47 on the tree, because of course some of these categories are actually qualified based on their action time.
Oh, there you
They're
go.
not all done on not all done on ET.
Yep. Well, it's such a spread, right? As we were saying before in Street Fighter, the spread of times is so wide that it's, you've got to bring it back to something that can level the playing field when you're talking about qualifying.
Yeah, and that's the whole reason behind it. The group of racers get together and they say we'd like to qualify on reaction times, and the good thing is that allows the slower competitors to sometimes get a buy run if the way that the numbers work in racing and the seeding, where previously that's always gone to the faster car.
And it comes back to not needing 1 million horsepower to be #1 qualifier.
Correct.
As we said, you can come out here in your everyday car. You can see right now, that's a RAV4 and a BA Falcon sedan pulling up to the line.
Yeah, Grant Law in the RAV4, 3-litre Toyota on board.
It's the big block.
Yeah.
It's the big block RAV4.
Yep. So, Jack Matasevic away with an 0.28 light. See his father and his uncle, I believe, racing in Super Street here this weekend. They've already done their first run for the day. Jack through the finish line with a 14.26, 99 miles an hour.
what a great family adventure.
Yes.
On Saturday down to Sydney Dragway Track Championships, all in the running for a trophy.
That's right, and they're all in Fords too.
All in Fords.
I know you're a Holden guy, but don't hold that against
No,
me.
I've had both. I've had both, and I have both again. It's not, you're not talking with Mark Allen up here.
Okay.
That's the one-eyed Holden man. Shout out to Mark if he is tuned in somewhere on the live stream.
001 red for Don Samet in the wagon. That's, as Rusty would say, a pink light.
That's a pink light. I think it'd be a behind if it was AFL, right? I don't know if
Yes.
you're wrong with that. It's not a goal, but we saw what you're trying to do. We'll just give you 1 point instead.
Yeah, 12.93 with a 0. 111 for Don Samet in the rocket lane there. And next up we've got Con Esther in the Falcon. 5.4 litre V8 on board for him. Very well presented Falcon.
It's interesting, isn't it, Street Fighter? If you see them in the pits or in the paddock anywhere, you sort of question: is that the car that came with the trailer, or
Yes,
is that the racing
yeah.
car? And you know, if you're a Street Fighter driver, you can say, no, that is my race car.
Usually, if it's got a number on it, it's the race car.
That's a giveaway, thanks, Bushy.
That's me being captain, obvious.
Yeah.
All right, so we're moving into Super Sedan now, Pat, and of course this is a dial your own category, and we see all sorts of cars in Super Street. And on track now we've got Graham Blackman in the Ford Cortina running for Queanbeyan Engine Services. He's in the airflow lane taking on Larry Edsel in a 87 Nissan 300ZX. Pretty rare car. This one's got a Mopar 408Q V8 in it. So again, not your typical power plant.
Not your typical power plant, but interestingly, quite an aerodynamic shape.
Very much so.
When it comes to making the most of what you got, goes a long way to drive that wedge down the track as opposed to a big slab-sided
Cortina. Yes.
Yeah, Cortina. That's right. Not saying anything against the Cortina.
No,
but
we're pointing about
it takes all sorts. That's
yes.
what we're that's what we say. Here's another 67 Chev Camaro. It seems like there was a special on 67s lately for entrance at Sydney Dragway, up against the HX Holden Ute.
Both very nice cars on the racetrack. The Ute with a little bit of nitrous assistance, running through the Chevy small block. And Andrew Little from Forbes. Love the red of this Camaro. It's just a really, really pretty red.
It's a great looking race car, isn't it? The tonner is not a bad looking thing either, though. Good bit of tyre under the back of a Holden tonner is desirable.
Some issues there for Palumbo off the start line in the airflow lane. Little away nicely, 022 on the tree. He'll run through for a 9.56, 139 mile an hour run for him.
That is a nice pass.
No messing about there for the Camaro. And Palumbo, he'll have to try and sort his issues and come back for the second qualifying session a little bit later on this morning.
Being a nitrous-powered small block, I'm sure he's very familiar with spark plugs. So I think maybe he'll grab a set of those out, have a quick look, read some straps, throw it back together, clear everything out, and come back out and give it his all.
On track now, Niall Mitchell in the Wicked Customs and Restos, Holden Gemini 383 Chevy on board, and wheels up launch for Michael Little in the Torana 017 on the tree for him. It's been a little while since we've seen Michael here at Sydney Dragway. Good to see him back. 9.24 with a 3, 1.44 through the finish line.
As if he never left.
Oh, he's done a few races. I'm pretty sure he'd have to be missing for a long time to forget.
Just to lose the edge, you think?
Yeah.
Not much ring rust they're knocking off there for Michael.
And a pair of VLs on the start line here. We've got Nathan Watt in the black model. Both of the 383 power plants on board. Grant's Performance backing Nathan Watt in the airflow lane. Zamet Borg Racing backing the rocket lane.
Both 383s, as you mentioned, Bushy, but one's a Chev and one is a Holden. That's going to... it looks like Watt managed to get the cleaner launch.
Yeah, 000 on the tree. That's the first one for
Brilliant.
the day. leading. He left exactly at the same time that green light came on. Runs on through first for a 9.13 with an 8.147 through the finish line, and a 10.06 with a 7 at 132 for Joe Salmon in the rocket lane.
Performance aside, I think if you've got a Chev versus a Holden, that's going to be quite an argument as to which one sounds better.
I think that just comes down to preference, doesn't it?
I think, well, you know, I mean, they're a little different. You know, 383 of each. The firing order's slightly different. The Holden, you know, there's definitely some fans out there just based on the noise of an engine. I know that's not very important when it comes to the performance and the times that you're going to light up the board with. But geez, it's important from a motorsport fan and a car guy's point of view, isn't it?
And it doesn't matter if it's a V8. It doesn't matter if it's a 4-cylinder. It doesn't matter if it's a 6-cylinder.
Yep.
There are very distinct engine note differences between makes, models, and engine size, of course.
And it goes a very long way to part of why we enjoy this.
Yes.
You know, the sound of those engines screaming at the top end of the track, that's somewhat towards why we do this.
Sean Maher away with an 0-2-0 light in the blue Torana. Nice launch from him, as we'd expect. Very well sorted car, that one, Pat. Runs on through for a 9.16 with a 7.146 mile an hour. In beside Jordan Puckeridge in the Holden Commodore with a 10.09 at 137. All right, Victor Satliagiannis on the start line in the Pro Trans automatic backed LH Torana. Got the big block up front, taking on Trent Pemi in the VH Commodore, running for Kev's Automotive. 308 on board in the yellow Commodore.
Just a red light for Trent there, but an 091 for Victor. Nice clean run in the aeroflow lane for a 931 at 143 to a 987 at 138. That's a strong showing for the 308.
I was just going to say the same thing. 987 with a 138 mile an hour. Not too far behind the big block that was in the other lane.
No, that is maybe some assistance there.
Well, it wasn't. It should be double S, double A if he was nitrous or turboed or blown. And it didn't sound like it was blown. I didn't hear a spool. So
no, that's a spicy 308. Well done.
And an engine that we don't see much of anymore. You know,
well,
obviously with the invent of LS's.
That's right. LS the World has been a thing, but it's not so much that, you know, it's not to say that anything's better than the other. It's just the availability. I mean, how hard is it to find a 308 block that's in good nick that hasn't already been, you know, re-honed, re-bored, and you know, you're just about to meet the water jacket on a lot of them that are getting out there at the moment. So I think there's plenty of Holden blocks that are shoved under people's benches in their garages, you know, just tucking them away for themselves, you know, not for sale on marketplace as much as they used to be.
Yeah, exactly right. All right, on track now, we've got Ross Bilby in the Ford Cortina, of course, a very regular racer here at City Dragway, taking on Dave Gruber in the Rocket Lane, also a very regular racer in the Torana, running for LIT Consulting and Specialised Towing. Vivian Towing also backing him.
Ross was out on Wednesday.
He was, yeah. He's done quite a few laps here in City Dragway, the Cortina, leaving quite straight this time for the Cortina. He did move around a little bit on Wednesday night, side by side with the Torana. And Gruber will take it 9.24 with a 9 at 144 through the finish line. And Bilby there.
Definitely a little bit of a red light, but I think he definitely sorted something out with that testing and tuning he was doing on Wednesday night.
I think the track prep is a little bit stickier today than it would be on a Wednesday night, and maybe the car reacting to that. Of course, it's already a little bit warm out there, so that's
right. Track temperature will be up today, which is a consideration for everyone.
Yep.
I should just mention briefly Pete Hamilton from Profection Automotive in that in that beautiful wagon. I don't know if anyone's seen that wagon up close. It might just seem like a bit of a Kermit Green from the stands or on the live stream, but that's got a beautiful metallic pearl in it, that car. Yes. And yeah, it's such a nicely presented vehicle that I believe can back it up a little bit as well.
Yeah, well, he's been racing it for a little while now. Of course, Perfection Automotive backing a number of pretty quick cars here. There is a utility that runs, I think, Chris Screech behind the wheel usually, and yep.
And we can't take anything away from that great little Capri from Jack Moreau in the Rocket Lane. Another good looking car.
Another very pretty little car. Small block Chev on board for Jack.
And a great race there as well. 0.30 to an 0.31 reaction time, so both drivers on the light. Pete edging out with a little bit of assistance there. 8.68 at 1.53 versus the 9.22, 1.19. So Jack obviously off it early.
Yeah, the chute, it looked like the chute deployed, or the pilot chute came out quite early on that one. That's what it looked like from here, but it didn't actually blossom the parachute.
I'm sure Jack would have known about it if that was the case while he was still foot to the floor with even the pilot chute coming out. It's going to put the brakes on a little bit.
All right, on track now, we've got Jimmy Denaro. Looks like he's going to be a solo run to complete the first round of Super Sedan here today. And Jimmy, a very, very tough racer in this little Cortina. 364 cubes of Windsor power plant up front for him. 007 on the tree.
007 on the tree is nice. A little bit of a bobble coming out through the 60 foot, so probably a little bit to get the head around there for the crew as the day progresses and the track develops.
Yeah, he'll run on through for a 9.39 with a 146 miles an hour.
Some familiar faces down here. Now in the lane, I can see Gaskell, Kelsey Walford-Lee is out there in the altered. Stephanie Huysmans in the Aeroflow lane.
Two very, very nicely presented cars on the racetrack at the moment. I've said it before, I love the paint scheme on the Walford-Lee altered. The gold,
a great looking thing.
It just pops, doesn't it? The black and the gold.
So well presented. It's got that classic sort of almost like a Gasser feel.
Oh, 100%.
You know,
yes.
that vintage, obviously being an altered, slightly different. But Kelsey's been doing a great job, supported by husband Josh, who's no stranger to the drag strip, piloting some Outlaw Nitro funny cars.
Occasionally a front engine dragster. And
Occasionally a front engine dragster.
A couple other
too.
things. I will just add to that. I don't believe we've ever seen a lay in an average looking car.
I think it is a hallmark of the name.
I think I could safely say that. That their presentation is always on point. 074 on the tree for Heisman's in the Aeroflow lane, but Kelsey away with an 026. She'll get there first, 789 with a 161 miles an hour in the Rocket lane to take the win there, to an 833 with a 153 miles an hour for Heisman's in the Aeroflow lane there.
The 160 from Kelsey there's I think that's heading towards one of the better times that car has run.
Well, I think she broke into the sevens, I want to say 6 to 12 months ago.
Yep.
And now comfortably into the sevens. Seems to be running a 7 in nearly all weather conditions. Yeah, like some people break into a time zone, but they only do it when the air's perfect.
Yeah, just putting a toe over the line, so to speak,
yes.
rather than taking a running lead.
I tell you what, on track now, we've got Jess Turner in this little 410 Chevy-powered rear engine dragster for ETS Race Fuels. Usually nitrous assisted, and we usually see it into the 6-second zone.
Definitely another one to watch. But then Jenny Petrie pulling up to the line in the Rocket lane as well with the Topolino. What a classic body style for the category.
Very much so. Of course, very, very popular back in the 60s and 70s. And of course, back then they didn't stretch the wheelbase either, which I think...
no, that took some wrestling. I think they still do now, but...
Yeah, 019 red on the tree for Jenny. Looks like Turner will run through for an 871, 132, so probably not with the nitrous on board today, I'm guessing. Or it might not have been turned on. They're left with an 026 light, but as I said, that car usually a lot quicker than that. Definitely. And Jenny Petrie at 841 with a 7 at 155.
Good mile per hour for the Topolino there.
Yeah.
So another couple of familiar names here. Lee Outlaw, of course, from Silverdale. BK Race Engines powered Ford Roadster with the 440 Windsor on board against CJ Davies in the FE front-engined Dragster with a 385 small block Chev.
Yeah, both very tough races. I'm just looking for the point score. I think
I believe the two of them are tied at the moment. I think 350 apiece.
Have you been doing research?
Maybe. I might have done a little bit.
Oh, that's
That's the
what
top
I'm
10.
looking for.
Yeah, see, I just went to the cheat sheet of the top 10, mate. So.
Here I am rustling through all
I did that
all
earlier.
the whole point score.
I got here before you, which is
Yes,
why
I
I
know,
already made that mistake
because I
earlier.
was fashionably late as always. 009 on the tree for Davies in the front engine Dragster, but it looks like Outlaw out in front. 801 with a 3:165 through the finish line, and an 824 at 162 for Davies in the rocket lane there.
Still holds on to that margin by 0.205.
All right, on track now, another pair of front-engine Dragsters, certainly a popular car of late in a modified. And we've got Alison Stewart running for the Welsh Family Racing. And the 400 Chev on board in this particular model. In beside, George Bukareshvili in the rocket lane, running for Race Max Direct. Advanced Product Design and Brian Tui Racing. This a very quick little LS-powered front-engine Dragster.
He's definitely he's definitely staying true to his being an LS the World man. I know obviously he works very closely with Race Max Direct and BK, sharing the same building, and we know Billy always gives him a hard time for using that little LS. But
it works so well in this car though.
Yeah,
Only 365 cubes, and
Yep.
it runs into the sevens. Like,
Yep. Absolutely.
and it's consistent. Like he's in the top pointy end of the field.
Absolutely.
9.5
022
times
reaction. You can't go wrong there. 782 at 172 mile per hour.
Yeah.
That's some mile per hour for the Billy Little LS.
That's right. I wonder if that's not quite so little, but who knows?
Well, not sure, but it's definitely got the top end in it to put some RPM on board. And I was mistaken, obviously, it was Alison Stewart who just ran through at a 13.0 at 62, so something not quite right on the pass there. So, but she is at the top of the leaderboard, along with Lee Outlaw at 350 points, and then we've got George and Craig, or CJ, tied at 340 points.
Yeah, 100%. As we can see there, us commentators up here will bang on about being consistent. So, Alison, if you're looking at the point score, she took home a win in round 4, but all the other ones is 80 points round 1, 90 round 2, 20 in round 3 is their worst results so far in the championship, and then 60 in round 6. So, it just shows that putting points on the board consistently is what's going to get you there.
That's right, and being in it to win it.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got to all be there. So I think it was round 3. Was there an issue with round 3? Did that not go ahead? I think I see that there's a few that got 20 points in that round. I've got a feeling something didn't quite pull off there.
You're testing my memory, yes. Yeah. So everybody's got 20 there.
So there must have been an issue, maybe a rain out possibly.
I can't think.
We don't have to talk about that word. I made the faux pas being a commentator. Yeah, it's my first go. Let me alone. But
it's like saying we're doing really well. We're on time.
Yeah, tempting fate. But look, the sun is shining, and we've got Danielle McCaskill out there in the rocket lane in the MSW Dragster.
Good to see Danielle back. This car, a pretty quick little Dragster, 555 cube, big block on board.
Yep. Sorry, a little bit off the line, but still 1060. Down for a 728 at 183 mile per hour to round out the modified.
And that is a supercharged injected Chevy Nova, 400 cube small block.
Just in case you didn't know, Top Sportsman.
Correct, yes. We moved into Top Sportsman of Dave Whitmore. For Grant's performance, one of my favourite cars, this little Chevy Nova.
That is a quality bit of gear out there that's got enough under the hood to back it up, and then a little extra sticking out of the hood too.
Correct.
Because why not?
Yes, exactly. So a different approach for Joe Gattalari in the airflow lane. He's running the bigger cubed 555 cube Chevy. But you can't beat the sound of the supercharged V8. Especially when it's running cleanly.
Oh yeah. That blower singing. It is the sound of our people.
I think a universal language for anybody into horsepower, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You know, us turbo guys are like, no, turbos are great. Everyone loves turbos, but then a supercharged guy will come past and we got to go, oh yeah, okay, right. Yeah. We've got to give it up.
Wheels up launch for Whitmore off the start line. 119 to the 60. Up on the tyres now, runs on through with a 798 with a 174 mile an hour charge. And an 855 at 159 for Gattalari in the airflow lane there.
All right, so Mark Phillip backing up the VP Commodore with the big block 632, getting back into line with his crew guiding him there. Tony Heisman's in the Rocket Lane. Auto 1 Orange sponsored Chevy Camaro with the 632. So we've got big block on big block crime about to take place on Sydney Dragway. It's edging forward into stage. Let's see, Mark just edging in. Big hit from both cars. 118 to the 60 for Tony. They crossed over an 8.0 172 versus an 856 at 157. Nice pass there.
All right, battle of the utilities about to take place on the start line here. Brett Sheard in the Rocket Lane, this absolutely gorgeous S10 Chevy, small block.
It's not your average ute. It's not turning up to the job site Monday morning,
no.
I think, with a with an iced coffee and a pie in hand. This guy, he's probably more of an espresso sort of fella, and
a little bit. It's not your typical tradesman's ute, is what you're saying.
No, that's right. Yeah.
Hasn't got the 10 lengths of PVC 90mm on the.
No, the only bit of high vis hanging off the back of that will be perhaps the chute safety flag.
Yes, correct.
I think in this case. So what a brilliantly presented vehicle. So let's see if we can put a number down. Definitely got the cubes on board. That is a big small block. Just as you can see, the marshal just pointing out to that crew member to just take a few steps back. You can't quite stand at the line when you're supporting your racer out there, guys.
Yeah, so a little bit of a muffled start there for both races, I think, but a 787 with a 173 mile an hour for Sheard, and a 1009 with a 6104 for Mr. Gabora in the airflow lane.
Lisa Sargent in the Chevy Nova, the Chevy 2 Brutus, as I believe it's known. I noticed when I was doing a bit of a pit walk on there. Josh Boshkovich in the XA Coupe in the aeroflow lane. That is a wild burnout from Bosco.
Yeah, he's not afraid to have a bit of a skid as Josh. Of course, this car powered by a Fontana 410 cube power plant. Of course, the other interesting thing about this car's driveline is it runs a Linko transmission. The old school multi-lever Linko.
Multi-lever, so he is a busy boy in there.
Yes, yeah, and we can see every gear change.
Yeah.
Because the car jumps and launches every time. Loves the old dry hop at the just before moving up to the start line, which we'll see in a few moments' time, just to put a bit more strain on the drive line.
Yeah, why not? While you're there, I guarantee it would be a lot of fun. I mean, obviously I'm using a ratchet shifter in my car, which you would grab a couple of gears. There's only two that you get to grab in my car, but I can't imagine how fun it would be. Well, there's that little dry hop, as you mentioned, Bushy. It comes into stage. I can't imagine how fun it would be to grab 5 levers on the way down the track, if it is a 5-speed, of course.
I'm not sure how many gears it's got. We'll count them, eh?
Yeah, let's watch. I'm sure it'll tell us on the way down.
Of course, the purge of the nitrous there as well. Lisa Sargent doing very well. Just under 600 cubes in the Nova. 1, 2, I think. I reckon he's got 4.
Reckon 4, I think so. Well, that looks like a lot of fun on its way to an 830 with a 7 at 159 for Josh Bosco. This is an 860 at 153 for Lisa in the Rocket Lane with that tidy little Nova.
Yeah, so only a fairly small field of top sportsmen here this weekend, but a quality field nonetheless. And I dare say we're going to get into Boosted Outlaws.
I think we're going to see Boosted Outlaws. I can see Gareth Rogers in the lanes down there.
Just readying himself for another shot in this car. Of course, he came along leaps and bounds last meeting here, and it's just, we mentioned before, it's all about seat time, and of course you need as much seat time as possible when you're driving a supercharged altered.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
because no 2 runs are ever the same.
No, no, that's right. Couple of diff issues, I think, previously with the car. They had some problems there, so the guys obviously getting around it. Gareth himself being car chief for the Aeroflow Nitro Funny cars, and he's got a lot of support from our racing family there. So they're going to get on top of it. It's going to take a little while, but we've got Morris McMillan down there with him today. So quite a bit of supercharged altered experience down there.
Well, certainly driving fast cars as well. So across the board, Morris has been around these things for quite some time now.
Yep. I can see Brooke, Gareth's wife down there. Who I think it's pretty safe to say that's the crew chief.
Yes.
I think in this situation, Brooke will be the crew chief there, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise because she'll correct you. Right, that is the sound of a blown 521 Hemi. And Gareth Rogers pulling up to the burnout box. Brooke's going to give him the go. That is a nice burnout from Gareth there. It's not an easy thing to balance a small amount of throttle to just get the tyres spinning in such an aggressive combination. But the more laps that Gareth manages to put on the little Outlaw car, the better that will get as we go along.
What a picturesque day here at Sydney Dragway, looking out our window, looking south.
Couldn't ask for much better, could you, Bushy?
No. Now eyes move down to the racetrack and there's a blown Hemi altered sitting there.
It's the pinnacle, really, isn't it? You know, everyone can have their favourite engines, but, I mean, it's pretty tough to argue with a blown Hemi.
Well, again, we were talking engine notes. Like, they're a very distinct engine note. There's no other motor that sounds like that.
Yep.
Even with the same boost, the same blower, the same manifolds, the same exhaust, they sound nothing alike.
Yep. Yep, spot on. Just going to bring the car into full stage.
122 to the 60. The car moves around a little bit around half track and it runs on through for a 7.48 with a 6, 190 mile an hour. Seemed quite easily done.
Yeah, definitely staying into the back end there. Not too bad. I think the boys were mentioning that they were actually looking for a larger blower for that car.
Okay.
If 190 mile per hour is just not enough, really. But
Well,
so why not? More, always better.
Well, I guess you could always run a bigger blower, but a bigger pulley too if you're worried about boost.
I believe the guys are actually basically out of blower. From what I understand, I think it's only got a small blower on it.
Yes.
So they're looking to get that up there and fill the lungs a little bit more of that Hemi.
Because we all know the more air you can pump through it, the more fuel you can pump through it, the more horsepower you make.
Exactly right. And creating the amount of boost is one thing, but actually being able to move the amount of air in the supercharger, the physical size of the supercharger, you're going to have more air to be compressed, which is going to give you more power, obviously, when you match it up with the right amount of fuel. So. It's definitely a balancing act out there. You can swap pulleys, you can change it around. If you really want to party, you can take the top and put it on the bottom, and put the top on the bottom, and off we go. But there's only a certain amount that you're going to reach that efficiency window with the blower, and I think the guys are right there at the moment, which is leading them to look for a bigger blower.
Well, I think being pretty big cubed as well, you've got to start. There is, as you say, I'd imagine there would be a minimum size that would be effective.
Absolutely, and that's basically where they're at. So they need to feed the beast, as it were, and that Hemi's got quite the appetite.
Yeah, so it looks like we're about to get underway with our next round of qualifying for Junior Dragster here for the Western Weekender. Just adding a couple of our safety features to the top end of the racetrack. We might just throw to our big screen very quickly, Pat, and have a word from one of our sponsors, and we'll be back with you very soon here at Sydney Dragway.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I've chosen to use VP Racing Fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing Fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing Fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates, and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
Alrighty, George Tokalis and Johnny Lucci doing battle. I think these two raced each other last time. So Wetherell Park for George and Menangle for Lucci. Johnny took home the W trophy, I think, last time out here at Sydney Dragway. Just double check that. Of course, our C Junior Dragster competitors on the racetrack. This category broken into A, B and C. Of course, the denominations refer to the driver's age and therefore experience. That doesn't mean that they're any less capable of taking home the winner's trophy though, because it's all about consistency in this category, cutting a good light and getting the car to run the same each time. 214 on the tree for Johnny this time round. Gets to the 60 foot in 2.5 seconds. And runs on through for a 12.09. 12.001 on the tree for George in the aeroflow lane. If you're looking for a 12 flat.
That's pretty well dialed in, Bushy.
It's pretty well dialed in.
Can't argue for that.
Because at least the air would be quite warm out there at the moment, I dare say, but it will be dry.
It will be nice and dry, yeah. So warm air on these naturally aspirated little single-cylinder engines. Not ideal, but as long as there's not a great deal of humidity, not a high water grain count.
Oh, thank you.
It's probably not
Weatherman.
bad. There you go.
All right. So it's 24.2 degrees here. It's 38% humidity at the moment.
Yep.
I thought it might have been a little bit lower than that.
Okay.
What else we got there, Ben?
Bit of wind speed.
It's pretty
10 kph, not really much, so
No,
not probably
the
going to
flags.
affect them
flags
greatly.
just fluttering at the finish line. 066 on the tree for Danielle Axiak. And Daniel Carabella away with a 201. Danielle gets there with a 797, 82 mile an hour charge. And Daniel in the rocket lane there, 897 with a 370.
Great run from Daniela there. 066 on the reaction is pretty impressive for the junior. As you mentioned before, Bushy, with that drive belt, you've got to be right on it.
There's a couple of different theories to that, Pat. And I know back when I used to race, thank you, Ben, when I used to race, when we first started off, you'd be on the brake and then up on the converter, sitting there, you know, the clutch, the sheave, basically wearing a hole in the side of the belt. And then eventually we sat there and we thought, why are we doing this? You know, like it gained probably a tiny fraction in performance for me anyway.
Sure.
So we changed our tact a little bit, up the idle a little bit, just basically rolled into stage and then just took off the idle setting, you know. So it took all of that extra stress and that extra concentration of trying to peg your foot on the brake and hold the car there up on the converter rather than just let it idle in. And I think a lot of races, if you listen to the engine note, like both these cars here, they're both sitting pretty much on idle, and the idle's not even very high.
No.
Like when I say we lifted the idle, we were talking like $4.5 grand or thereabouts. So it's certainly up there.
It's up there, yeah.
But it was under where the stall was on the converter. 004 for Liam O'Neill in the aeroflow lane. Awesome reaction time for him. Runs on through for a 12.03 with a 6. So very nice package there for Liam. He went 12.00 with a 6 earlier.
Wow.
So he'll be up there in the qualifying list, especially with that reaction time.
Absolutely. And yeah, as you were saying, Bushy, you know, with just thinking about things a little bit differently, and you know, taking that additional load off the engine package or the drivetrain package, you know, you're looking at keeping the vehicle more consistent through an entire race weekend.
Yes.
You know, you've got to go rounds, you've got to turn the thing around. The last thing you want to be doing is changing things out. You know, if you've got a certain particular amount of wear, if you think about it like a clutch, your clutch is bedded in, it's going to work to a certain point, but as you race more and more and more, it's going to get wear, so you've got to adapt yourself to that amount of wear. And if you've been running like that, and then all of a sudden, you know, you have a breakage or something, you've got to put something new in, then you've got to reset that.
Yeah, and you
know,
reset yourself too, because
reset
it
yourself.
might react a
Yep.
little bit better or a little bit worse for the
Exactly.
first couple of runs. So
Exactly.
yeah, I mean that was something that worked well for us and in what we were trying to achieve, and the clutch that we had was an older clutch even back then. I don't believe anyone runs them anymore, but you know, it certainly worked well for us. Of course, the game a little bit different nowadays with everything sort of billet, and they're running a lot quicker, a lot more compression, a lot bigger in the capacities as well. Certainly seems to help with performance as always. 005 on the tree for Tegan Smith. We've seen some very good lights so far this round in qualifying.
Excellent light.
809 with a 5 as well, 79 miles an hour through the finish line. Jacob Longo in the rocket lane, 948 with a 6, 69 mile an hour for him.
Still both quite consistent, you know, within hundredths of the previous time.
And as we've said, the weather would be a little bit warmer now than their first round of qualifying. Of course, being methanol powered, the
methanol itself goes a long way to keeping the intake temperatures
very
cool,
much so.
you know,
I mean, yeah, even with the little single cylinder, we used to get the condensation on the manifold.
Yep. So certainly a lot less impactful than say you know, a next round that's coming through Street Fighter, which are you know, for the most part fuel injected cars running a regular unleaded fuel, but being mixed at a different point as well. I think that's something that you know, a lot of people miss. You know, when you've got something that's like a carburetor where the fuel and the air is going. This is going to be a little bit tricky to explain. When it's going in at the same time, the fuel is being mixed in with the air and it's cooling the air, so the complete combustion package is cooler. Whereas something like a modern injected vehicle, the fuel injectors are right down in the port of the engine, so there's less exposure to the fuel for the air to get that cooling effect.
Yes.
So with these little packages, definitely the air temperature is not quite as impactful on the engine performance. Definitely impacts the rest of the package. Impacts the driver.
Yes.
It's it gets a little warm down there in a suit.
As any of us would know when we're in a suit, like it doesn't take long in the sun. And, you know, and if you are a crew member and you've got the ability to have an umbrella or even a rug or a sheet over the windscreen, you know, do your best to keep your driver cool. Don't forget they've got a helmet on, they've got a race suit, or even wearing long sleeves in a hot car is you know, does zap a little bit of energy away from you. And I know we're only fully focusing for a number of seconds here, but it all helps to aid driver comfort. Oh, 001 red for Zane Condello.
Oh, Zane's right on it. But,
another one of those pink lights.
Yeah, we'll give him the pink light. We'll give him the behind. We know he's working hard.
813 with a 4 for Zane. 78 miles an hour there in the airflow lane to a 875 with a 7 for Boskovic in the rocket lane.
Wow. And Archie ran an 875 with an 8 the last run as well. So that is that's right there.
Nice. Dialed in for Mr. Boskovic.
And you touched on it briefly, Bushy, you know, looking after your drivers, keeping hydrated, keeping cool. Again, we really want to impress on people it is going to be 30+ degrees out there today, so make sure you keep up with the fluids. Stay in the shade when you can. You know, we mentioned that the merch tent is open upstairs, so you can get some sunscreen if you need it. If you don't have a hat, please get one. It's really important that everyone's out here at their best all day. So keep those things in mind for your drivers and your crew. 026 for Savannah Condello in the rocket lane there to a 183 for Alex Ruffalo. Got a 794 at 85 for Savannah and an 814 at 80 for Alex Ruffalo. Seems like everyone's been on their game in the junior dragster field today.
Yeah, you don't get that many free shots in junior. Chloe Rako from Albion Park, tough racer here, taking on Brianna Boskovic. Yeah, Brianna, another member of the Boskovic family.
That's a family that's all in when it comes to drag racing, right?
Yeah,
it's great to see.
Pretty much.
It's great to see. I'm not sure that the kids would have had a choice.
No.
Really, you know what I mean?
I wonder if they can do the whole circle thing, like 1, 2, 3, Muscovite.
Yeah,
that sort of
that would be pretty cool. We should try and get Jeremy and the other boys to and girls to get together that one day. I wonder if any of them were actually interested in soccer or something and just happened to find that their soccer ball had a flat, it was punctured, strangely enough.
Continuously.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, mate, the ball's no good. You got to. But look, your junior dragster's polished up and ready to go.
I put the valve in, but it just blows out this other hole here.
What a shame. Let's go to the track. Unfortunately, a minus 029 for Chloe Reiko on that one to a 122 reaction time for Brianna. 8:37 at 82.07 mile per hour to an 8:01 with an 8:81.20.
All right, Jeffrey McNiff taking on Harry Reiko now. Reiko in the rocket lane. In this very nice red junior dragster. This one's pretty cool. It's got little headlights on the front. It's got the neons underneath.
I like it.
Yeah, looks really cool at night.
Really gone on for the presentation side of view.
And in beside Jeffrey McNiff running for St Mary's Engines. The big block in this one, 500 cc's on board.
Yeah, another synonymous sponsor name and supporter of drag racing here at Sydney Dragway, St Mary's Engines. You'll see that name pop up quite a few times through the categories today.
Yeah, Brett supporting a number of different categories. And I'm actually picking an engine up off him tomorrow from the Cortina.
There you go.
So hopefully we'll get that back on the road pretty soon and go from there.
I'm sure there won't be any major dramas there.
No, pretty confident of that. So McNiff in the aeroflow lane, Reiko in the rocket lane. Nice light for McNiff, 006 on the tree pack.
Well done, Jeffrey.
And he'll run on through for an 8:33. Harry in the rocket lane, 8.10 with a 0, 80.9 miles an hour. 032 red. Jaden from the North Rocks Auto Centre in the rocket lane. Out for another pass. It's not sounding...
Got a couple of little dramas. That had a bit of a high idle happening. Maybe something a bit hung up. That's okay. That's what some of these sessions are about. Is finding your way through, learning the ropes, getting familiar with the vehicle. If it's a new combination or a new package, then there's always some little foibles and tricks to getting it to do exactly what you want. So.
Oh, I mean, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's a new driver. It could be a very experienced driver and a new engine combo or new something combo in their car, and there's always that.
Absolutely.
You have the best sorted machine ever, and you go and change a couple of things, and it turns into a little bit of a bit. So
and there's always that pitfall. It's like, I'm going to put better parts on my car, and the first time you go to the track with the better parts in quotation marks, you go backwards because it's just not what you're used to. I did it myself. In my car, I've got these great new shocks. I've got these double adjustable shocks. It's going to make a huge difference to the 60 foot. Went 3/10 slower first hit.
Well, I think working where you work would be very difficult to not be tempted to change stuff all the time.
Oh yeah,
because obviously you would be at the forefront of. And you'd know before most people that a particular part's about to hit the marketplace. That would really help me.
Yeah, well, it's not even about the new stuff. It's just about getting to the point where, I haven't bought that yet, so I guess I better. Yeah. And then the wife sort of turns around and said, "Really? Really? You need to buy something else for the race car?"
Yeah, you said on Wednesday night. Then you go, "Well, I'm already doing this. Now can I do that?"
Yeah, it's all about justification. While it's out, look, I mean, these standard shocks, you can't go racing with standard shock absorbers in your car, darling. Really? You've got to have specifically designed double adjustable shock absorbers. So
he's testing your sales techniques.
Oh yeah, I think I need to be a better salesman at home than I do at my job. To be honest, that's That's probably a given. The wife's probably nodding and sending me messages in the background there.
Giving away all your secrets on the live stream.
Absolutely.
If she chooses to watch.
No, but it's one of those things. You've got to get used to a combination, and like you said, the junior dragsters they're finding their feet in the sport, so they've got to find their rhythm. They've got to get used to things. Just changing, obviously changing an engine, even a chassis in something like this. There's no suspension on these, so it's all in the frame itself.
Well, I mean, and we do see some of these cars flex quite a substantial amount.
Yep.
But I mean, for me, the biggest thing would even be a driving position. Like,
yes,
the car that I had was one of the first cars in Australia. It was actually built locally. It wasn't an imported car.
Yep.
Where you look at some of the seating positions in some of these cars on the burnout pad, the driver's all but laying down. And that would be, for me personally, that would be a completely different, to go from an older car where you sit upright to laying right down, how you react, how you move your foot, how
your vision, the way that you see where you are in the track, coming up to the line, positioning the car, that's all different. And I'm going through it right now, again with my car. I've gone from, the car is basically a street car. It's a sedan. It's going from, a factory seat to, a Kirky seat. It's got a layback seat in there, so I'm about 2 inches lower in the seat now.
Yes.
There's a bit of a different position there.
Well, that changes how you reach the wheel, how you reach the shifter, all that stuff.
All of those things. And when you've campaigned for so long, if you are an experienced racer and you've campaigned with a certain setup and a certain combination for quite a while, there's a muscle memory to how you go about it. Okay, I move my hand this much to get to the shifter, or I have to put this much input in. I can see when I line up this part of my car, next to where the line is, or where the staging beams are. That's all going to change. So, that's why it's important to get out, test and tunes, full throttle Fridays. Wednesday nights, if you're not a licensed driver, you've got Wednesday nights, Aeroflow Race for Real, and then you've also got once or so a month is the Sunday sessions.
Yes,
for
and they're a fantastic way to come out. If you can't get here on a Wednesday night, we appreciate that. Some people got to get up to work.
What a great opportunity, right?
Yeah, 10 till 4.
Yep. Sunday, everyone's relaxed.
Yep.
It's out here. You'll have a beautiful day like this where the air's still good. You can come out and test it out, and you can try all those things. You can get used to that new setup, tweak it up a little bit, and then you're ready to come back for the track championships.
Correct.
You can take part of this great event that we've got going on today.
Nice reaction time in the last run for Sean Darnell. 003 on the tree for him. All right, on track now we have Charlie Boscovich in the Hamster. 103 on the tree for him in the Rocket Lane. Ryan Pettiford stepped out of juniors now in the
wagon.
In the wagon. 1468 with a 400 mile an hour for the Rocket Lane of Ryan Pettiford, and a 1475, 90 mile an hour for Charlie Boscovich in the Aeroflow lane there.
So back again with Street Fighter, as you may not be able to see there. So these are again what we would call entry level for the adults.
Yes,
I guess.
Yeah.
If you've been driving a car for quite a while, you're of age and you want to get into drag racing. Obviously, junior dragsters is a little bit.
Yeah, if you're older than 17, this is for you.
This is for you. That's right. God knows at 6'3" and 130 kilos, I'm not fitting in a junior dragster, even if I was 17. But
we have joked about putting the pocket rocket in one.
Yeah, I think
dyeing his grey hair and.
Stu would definitely get away with that. We'll put some cinder blocks or something under his feet. We'll get him in there.
Get some platforms.
Yep.
Get him some platforms.
Absolutely. I reckon if he's suited up and he's got a helmet on and the visor down the whole time, no one would know.
He could be like the Stig.
No, we don't. We can just tack. Call him Stuart Boscovich. No one will ask a question. It's just another one of the Boscos. Yeah, great time. We've got Don Zammit in the VT Commodore. That is a VE Commodore versus Wayne Smith in the HSV Club Sport. 001 reaction time for Wayne. That is on the money, especially with that factory auto in there to get it away so well is quite impressive. So Don goes down for a 13.01 with a 9 at 107, and Wayne with a 13.434 at 105.
Okay, 868 was the Commodore's 8th mile run there.
868. Okay, there you go. So we're.
So if your junior was able to maintain the acceleration, that's
Yep.
the if, you'd be looking at a high 12.
Yeah, high 12, definitely. And that is, you know, wind the clock back a little bit compared to what we're used to with all these ridiculously high-powered cars that we've got nowadays on the street. The 12-second car is a fast street car. So definitely need to give the juniors the credit where it is due.
Look at the little Gemini there, 13.23 with a 4.101 in the rocket lane for Nicholas Bennett, little 202 powered Gemini. You could hear it screaming away on the track bikes.
It was absolutely making its presence felt.
And Ben Roberts from Quakers Hill in the XR8, just down the road.
Nice and local.
Regular racer here in the Falcon when he gets a chance.
And why not? I mean, Quakers Hill, just up the road, 20 minutes, you're at the track. Haven't had to do anything really. You just brought your regular car down, put your helmet on, and you're having fun racing.
Yeah, 14.80, 97 miles an hour through the finish line.
Okay, here we are into Super Street. Pete Giddens, that beautiful TD Cortina. Really well turned out. Joseph Zerb in the old campaigner, the HZ Ute Bogan, as the plates would suggest on the rear bumper there. There's definitely a good sense of humour when it comes to the sportsman races, I think, isn't there?
I think, yeah, obviously if they've got that on their car, they're not too shy about it. But certainly 071 on the tree for Pete Giddens. And Joe with a 041 red. Good side-by-side race they've had.
That was a great race there. And Pete come out of the hole really well. Had that left-hand front just cocked up in the air and a little bit of a drift to the right. I'm sure they'll try and work on that. But a 166 is on the money for that car, I think, in the 60.
It's pretty much the Cortina twist, isn't it?
Yeah,
they
right. Yeah.
all seem to do it.
In the US, you've got the F-body shuffle.
Yes.
For those classic Chevys, and
yeah.
here it's the Cortina's twist.
All right, Guy Greenland in the supercharged wagon. You can hear the supercharger whine on the track mics as he makes his way down the racetrack, taking on Adam Bowers in the VT Commodore. Greenland will get their first 1074 with a 129 miles an hour. Thank you.
Yeah, the little LSA. I believe it's an LSA package in that wagon is working quite well for Guy. We're going to jump across to Sam Sabato in the HQ with obviously support from Hume Performance, so we know that everything's tuned up quite well. I dare say the carburetor is on point with Hume.
It's been a name around for a long, long time, isn't it?
There she goes.
I see you grinning as he launched, and then
it's not
silent.
happy. It's not happy on the big end, but he left 3 calling cards at the start of the track there, from first, second, and third gear.
Yep, the first one just past the 60 foot, and the second one not much further down the line than that. And something saying I'm not playing this game anymore.
Not happy there. Sam's going to limp it through to the early exit, just past the finish line. Oh, unfortunately, doesn't quite look like it's got its own power to get it there. So hopefully the recovery crew from Sydney Dragway will be out there in a few seconds to get him moving.
That's a lot of car to be pushing.
That is a lot of car to be pushing, and no doubt it's probably got a locker in it as well,
which makes it so much easier.
So much easier, yeah. With a bit of steering lock on, geez, they're just a breeze to push around.
And we get that car removed from the finish line pretty quickly. Just a reminder to all the racers out there: if you do feel something has gone amiss in your car, when it's safe to do so, pull over to the side of the track, please. If you're not dropping anything, the official will come across and motion you down the racetrack. The last thing we want to do is clean stuff up from one end to the other.
That's exactly right. And you know, you don't always know
No.
what it is that's happening under your car, but if you have noticed that something's wrong or you notice some smoke behind the car, we know everyone's focused looking forward, but if you've still got mirrors in the car because it's a a street-based car, then you may notice that there's some smoke behind you, or you can feel that something's not quite right with the performance or a certain noise. If you just pull across to the side, generally towards the outer side of the track,
Yes.
is preferred. It makes it a lot easier for the cleanup crew to get everyone racing again, but it also makes it safer for yourself. It's really easy to have, something as silly as an overflow, catch can or an overflow spew out. If a lot of the street-based cars, Super Street, Super Sedans and Street Fighters have a catch can in the engine bay, and that can just be a little bit full. Maybe you forgot to drain it. Maybe the engine's just breathing a little heavy. You can get something out underneath the rear tyres is never ideal. So just easing off, letting the car coast across to the side of the track is definitely the way to do it.
Yeah, and of course, the quicker we get the track cleaned up, the quicker we get back from racing.
Exactly
back to
right.
racing. All right, Pat, while we remove Sam's car from the finish line, we might just throw to a couple of quick words from some of our sponsors, and Pat and I will be back with you very, very shortly here from Sydney Dragway.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Here we are at Sydney Dragway with Super Street running through. Benji, thanks for pointing out that I was a complete amateur and left my mic off for that those last two passes. I thought I actually did really well there, just blow myself up. But luckily, no one got to hear it. So yeah. The old button for the mic. Well, second time doing commentary. I reckon I'll get away with that this time, but never again. So everyone hold me accountable. Martin Stevenson out with a minus 125 on the light for a 10.27. Mark Elborn 12.45 at 107. All right, Chris Zammett up in the VT. Showing there's a 350 Chev in that car. It's definitely bucking the trend of the Holden, or I can see some white white indicators there, so probably would have been an LS if it was a factory SS. But repping the small block Chev, it's Alan Stevenson in the HQ, sponsored by Power Plus Fuels New South Wales. An 054 reaction for Alan there, onto an 1146 at 113.96 miles per hour versus 1194, 114.5 for Chris in the Aeroflow lane. Great to see some modern vehicles down here in Super Street. We've got Charlene Sagona in the WRX, backed by Sagona Brothers Operations. Great to see something that's a little bit out of the ordinary there, and really reinforcing what Bush and I were saying about you can bring whatever car it is that you want down here. It doesn't have to be anything new. And then Dale Brown out to a nice 60-foot in the 300 SRT, backed by St Mary's Engines. That was an 095 reaction time, which is great for Charlene there in the WRX. Being a manual vehicle, it's always a little bit tricky to get your timing perfect with the reaction time. So she's done a great job there to go on to a 1297. Christian Norbergen versus Bruce Ritchie. We've got the Kingswood versus the Bel Air. The big 572 on board with the Chevy. It's out there lumping away into stage. And that beautiful HQ. Great purple colour on it. Unfortunately, just an 012 red on the line for Christian. Both cars around the 100 mile per hour mark at the 8th. For a 1071 with a 4 at 125. This is a 1086 with an 8 at 125. Really closely matched, those two cars actually. 60's really close. That could provide some great match racing later in the day. Tim Ritzrow in the VXSS Commodore is down there, 5.7 LS1, up against David Matasevic, DCM Consulting in the Ford Cortina with the little Windsor 347. There's some people, Benji, that might say that the GM engineers had a real close look at the Windsor when they put an LS together. I'm sure that's going to upset a few people. But the architecture is strangely familiar. So either way, it's working for everyone. Tim Ritzrow, unfortunately, red lit, 1173, 116.93. It's all right. He's going to dial that in, get it ready. Another bit of new school versus old school out here. Mark Roberts in the FG XR6 Turbo. A little bit of sticker horsepower on the rear window there. I'd say it's probably Elite Motorsports on the back. Robert Matisic in the Chevy Camaro, 454 big block on board. Let's see if the Barra can show it up. The big block's definitely got the hit. 021 reaction time from Robert there, which is killer on 1660 foot. At the top end of the track, that's an 11.03 with a 9 at 124 for Robert, and versus an 11.42 with a 5 at 121 for Mark. All right, got some red lights flashing down there. Just checking out the track. Track walker just checking the timing markers down there, making sure the track's all nice and clean. If ever you're at the track or even on the live stream, can everyone just show a bit of appreciation for the Sydney Dragway crew? They do a great job. They're giving up their time to come out here and support the sport that we all love. They do a great job. They're on top of it. So if you give them a shout out on the live stream, or if you're here at the track and you walk past, just say, good on you, mate. Thanks a lot. The guys and girls in the crew are they're really selfless when it comes to donating their time to being out here on the track and letting us, you know, obviously I'm up here in the commentary box. I've got the easy job compared to those guys. They're down there pushing the cars around. They're making sure that everyone's safe, making sure that everyone's running well. Okay. Richard Matasevic in the XY Ute with the 434 Clevo versus Dennis Matisic. Another Camaro. It's the Camaro brothers by the looks of things. 383 small block Chevy on board in that beautiful Camaro. It's coming into stage here. 061 to an 091. Great reaction times for both drivers there. Both in the 1.4 and the 60. Another great race side by side. 10.58 to a 10.20. 133 for Dennis in the Camaro. 383 just out horsepowering the Clevo there, which is a bit of a turn up for the ages. Peter out in that beautiful, I'm going to go out and I'll limit, so it's an XP Falcon, the bare metal look with it's a new combination that he's testing out. Brett Stutchbury there in the VY Commodore 5.7 LS. Great reaction from Brett, 046 on the Trio, 1.7 to 1.6, 60 foot, Peter. Some more good racing. Looks like the top end, Falcon fell off a little bit. 11.25 with a 4 at 123 to 11.81 with a 1 at 120 in the Rocket Lane. Nice smoky burnout from Jim Raptis in the Torana down there. Mark Hopkins in the LX Coupe. Bring it into stage. Ooh, 895 for Jim, but a red 022 for Mark. It's all right. We'll keep working on it. Both in the 155, 60 range. That's a great pair that should be good for some racing further on down the track. 1094 versus 1085 on that pass there. Andrew Little back out in this beautifully presented 67 Camaro with the 350 on board. And Ross Bilby in the Cortina with the 434 Windsor. Let's see if he can't get a cleaner launch from last time. There was a little bit of a hiccup when it was coming off the line. Definitely temperatures coming up there, so everyone's going to be on their game. Ooh, 005 for Andrew Little in the Camaro. It's an 089 reaction for Ross. Camaro goes for a 960 at 139, a 962 with 4 for 139 for the Cortina. Some great pairings out here at the moment. Makes for excellent racing. It just shows you how close these brackets can be when it gets to the business end. Jim Denaro for Cortina with a 364 Windsor, the little baby Windsor that's out there. This is Nathan Watt in the VL Commodore with a 383 Chevy. It's both races well supported, as I'm sure they're very professional in the way that they bring themselves to the line every time. .029 for Jim and a minus .027 for Nathan Watt, just pipping that red light. At 937 at 145 for Denaro, and a 914 with a 4 at 147 for Nathan Watt. There, great pass by both cars. It's a shame for the cherry on the tree. David Gruber in the LJ Torana. Stout burnout there by David in the Torana. Definitely means business. We've got Jordan Puckridge in the Rocket Lane, supported by JM Auto Repairs, APM, in that LS 383 stroker powered VP Commodore. David's straight into pre-stage. He's ready to get going. 080 on the reaction time for Gruber in the Aeroflow lane. Looks like a clean run out the back door for a 9.19 with a 9 at 144.95. That is strong mile per hour for that Torana. 10.28 with a 7 at 134.95 for Jordan in the Rocket Lane. Michael Little in the LJ XU1 styled Torana. 434 Chevy on board. That is a serious little bit of kit. With Sean Maher in the Rocket Lane. St Mary's engine supported Holden HB Torana with a 414 cubic inch Chev. This should be an interesting one. Bit of a staging battle, perhaps. Wow, great reaction time from both drivers there. A 008 versus a 009 on the tree. What a race. Straight out the back door, right next to each other. Wow, Sean just grabs it with a 917 with a 5 at 148 to a 925 at 144 for Michael Little. What a great race. I would watch that all day long. And I hope you guys will too. On the live stream at home or in the stands even here at Sydney Dragway for the Speed Adict Clothing Round 6 Track Championships. Can't go past Nathan Cowie here in the Suzuki Mighty Boy with a 400 cubic inch small block Chevy. I don't think that's what Daihatsu had in mind for that car when they first designed it. But, oh, Suzuki, sorry. Suzuki. Picking the wrong Japanese manufacturer there. Couple of amateur mistakes today from my point on the commentary. We're going to have to tighten things up, Pat. Come on. Both go down for a 9.0 with a 72 for Cowie there, which is definitely moving around. We've got Joe Zammit back in the VL Commodore with the Holden 383 motor up against Trent Peam with the VH and Holden 308. This 308 made some good mile per hour last time down, so definitely keen to see if he can back that up. Super Sedan races here really showing up. Just a red on the light for Joe. 042, which is a good reaction time for Trent Peam there. Both cars running out the back door. A 980 at 139 mile per hour for Peam. Again, great mile per hour. That is a 308. 10.06 with an O at 133 for Joe Zammit in the Aeroflow lane. Okay, Rex Webster in the Austin A40 Ute with a 540 big block on board, and Victor Sattler. I apologise, Victor. I didn't get it right in one. Victor Sattler-Gihannis in the Rocket Lane, backed by ProTrans Automatic Transmissions in his LH Torana with a 454 Chevy big block on board. Ooh, just a red, but an 028 reaction for Victor in the Rocket Lane. Just a little red for Rex. It's a 969 with a 2 at 121, a 933 with an 8 at 144 for Victor. Passes. Jack Moreau back out in that purple Ford Capri with the Chevy on board. We've got Graham Blackman in the Queanbeyan Engine Services Ford Cortina with the Windsor motor. Jack getting a little bit of assistance, just getting into the beams there. Red light, 045 reaction for Jack. It's good reaction time there. An 885 at 149.9 for the Capri, and a 1073 at 123 for the Cortina. They're in the Rocket Lane by Graham Blackman. So important to note for those at home, we've had some new track rules when it comes to on the starting line. We've got to make sure that we have a burnout spotter if you have a crew member. You can see those green. We may be able to see those green sections on the track just back from the cones after the burnout box there. We're just trying to make sure that everyone is safe and in a correct location, so that the driver can see when they can do a burnout, when they can progress forward to take the line. Wheels up from Pete Hamilton in the Perfection Automotive Commodore Commodore wagon. That LS is sorry, I believe it's an LS in that wagon, but it is on its way at 870 at 154.97. Bit of assistance there, judging by that mile per hour. I think she's got a bit of nitrous on board, so well done to Pete. I think it was a 138 on the back wheels in the 60. All right, we are modified. We've got George, Racemax Direct, in the Aeroflow lane. His front engine dragster, the little LS on board that is making some good power. APD carb, Brian Tooley, valve train, MSCN, hoses and fittings. Then we've got Jess Turner in the ETS race fuel sponsored dragster in the Rocket Lane. Camaro Auto Parts, Dominator Converters and Denso Spark Plugs, providing support for their racing program. Both two seasoned campaigners here that are definitely in the hunt for the championship, with being right at the pointy end of the point score. So everyone's going to be right on their game here. You've got two people at the top of their game, so you better make sure you're on it. Red light for Jess, 007. George, 003 reaction time. That is a great reaction time for George out there. 784 with a 7 at 172 versus a 696 with a 6 at 191. That's a bit more on the money for the ETS dragster out there for Jess Turner. So well done, guys. Just getting your head around that. Okay, Stephanie Hoismans and Alison Stewart. Good strong burnouts from the ladies out there. Stephanie running a 406 Chevy in the Bantam Altered, and Alison with the 400 Cube Chevy in the front engine dragster.
I'm back.
You're back, Bushy. Welcome back.
Thank you.
It's probably a good thing that you weren't here, mate. You missed me make a couple of amateur mistakes. Brought us back without my mic on. That was really good.
That's okay.
For the only person that knew I was doing a good job was Benji.
It's all right. We've all done that. I think I've been up here by myself, like before we had all the big screen and everything. I was commentating for like 3 hours. And so you know what you're saying is not actually going outside. I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh, look, I mean,
I thought I did some really good work too, but anyway.
We're not. We're here as commentators not because we're geniuses, people. You know, I don't want to speak for everyone, but we're not winning Nobel Peace Prizes. You know, we're here commentating. So
we're doing our best to bring the information to the people.
Absolutely.
But the mics need to be turned on to do that.
Stephanie Heisman's with an 833 with a 9 at 161, and 845 with a 6 at 152 for Alison Stewart in the Rocket Lane. It's definitely a bit of chalk on board. The wheelie bar doing its job in the Rocket Lane there for Alison. So I'd say the guy's trying something a little bit different to get that car down the track at this point in the day.
Because it's a pretty new combination for Alison, a new car for her, and you know, the crew's still learning setup and bits and pieces on that car. It has done plenty of runs, but not under guidance of that team, I guess you could say. So, you know, definitely a bit of a learning experience, but there's plenty of experience there, and hopefully we can see some pretty good results for Alison in the near future.
Well, definitely, it comes back to that new setup, adjusting to new things, but the crew will have their head around it in no time for sure.
Yeah, we were talking about different driving positions. I don't think you can get much difference between a front engine dragster and a rear engine one.
That is fairly different, yeah. Just something in the way, strangely enough, when you get into a front engine dragster.
Straddling over.
Yeah. Jenny Petrie coming to the line in Aeroflow Lane in the Fiat Topolino, with Daniel McCaskill in MSW Dragster, powered by the 555 cubic inch Chev motor.
Petrie away with a 029 red light. But the Dragster marching away with the win here. 7.30 with a 183 mile an hour on the big end to an 8.42 with a 2 at 155 for Petrie in the Fiat.
Okay, so back up with Lee Outlaw, BK Race Engine supported Ford Roadster, and Kelsey Wafford-Lay in the Rocket Lane. Gascal back at it again. Got Josh guiding at the rear, the husband, and Bianca as party. Part of that extended racing family. Supporting their friends, which is what's it about. If you're not racing this weekend and your friends are, then you should be at the track.
Yep, because chances are you might need to call on them at some point.
That's exactly right.
Does that extend between working on a modified, altered to a nitro funny car when you're crawling underneath a steaming hot engine, pulling rods and bearings out? Or
Yeah, no excuses. Mate.
Oh, right. Okay.
No
I know where I stand if you start racing
right.
nitro funny car.
Yeah,
I won't be seen at all.
Yeah. No excuses, mate. But, you know, look, I'll work on the Escort for you. I'll, you know, change the spark plug every now and again for you on the,
Okay.
on the Escort.
I might
That's
just
okay.
hold you up to that.
Yeah, no problem at all. There's only 4.
Yeah, that's right. But you can pull all the coils out there, remember, don't forget. 801 with a 4, 165 for Heart of Law in the Roadster to a 793 at 161 for Walford-Lay in the T bucket.
Great consistency out there, and it looks like that's a CJ Davies in Airflow Lane.
Yeah, CJ did a pretty good light from memory. It was sort of like a
I think it was
03 or 04
yep.
or something. Certainly an O light. A very good racer is CJ Davies. Running for Summer Arch Race Cars, ICE Ignitions, Victory Transmissions, Revolution Race Gear out of Brisbane. Our last car in a modified eliminator qualifying session, round number 2.
There's another nice reaction time from CJ, 033 on the light to 119.60.
That car dead straight too. Didn't even deviate. I don't even think he had to even put any steering input into that. 823 with a 0. 162. Left very nicely. Just touching the limiter as the light came down, and off he went.
A stout John Force-esque burnout from, from the Ute there. John Beckingham.
Taking on Tony Heisman's. Beckingham with the 399 cube Ford power plant on board in the XY utility.
Just getting him lined up there.
Drowned out by the Chevy Nova.
Yep. It's a bit of blower surge coming through there. Love to hear it. Staging battle here between Tony and John. .002 on the light for John. Great reaction time. Unfortunately, a minus 012 for Tony Heisman. Not the end of the world. 80.47, 171 for Tony, and 8.54 at 156 for John Becky in the Aeroplane Lane.
Yeah, nice strong burnout from both competitors.
Absolutely.
I guess in the late morning here at Sydney Dragway, the air's not holding the smoke to the ground like it was on Wednesday night.
No,
but,
no, that's right.
Still good, strong burnouts from both competitors.
We've got a nice little breeze, which means that we still get our great view.
Yes.
When they do lean into burnout a little bit harder.
Yeah, there was a couple of runs on Wednesday night. We couldn't see anything for a couple of runs.
Yep.
But,
definitely. But I love how Lisa's not letting that blown Nova intimidate Brutus one bit. Yeah, I'd feel pretty confident with 598 cubic inches, even if it didn't have a blower on it, next to a blown 400.
Definitely. It's Lisa's doing a very good job in this car. Of course, her husband runs a nitrous-assisted Camaro in the category. Sometimes I don't think he's entered here today, but it too a very nice car and very, very quick as well. 052 on the tree for Whitmore in the airflow lane.
And an 012 for Lisa in the rocket lane. Great reaction time.
Pair of good passes here. 799 with an 8. 171 for Whitmore in the rocket lane.
847, 155 for Lisa in the rocket lane. That is not bad, but 012 reaction is right on it.
Yeah, see that? Just looking at the times, at least Lisa's not too far behind on nearly all the increments, considering she hasn't got that supercharger on board.
Yeah. Down obviously in mile per hour, which is your horsepower gauge. But still, definitely on the front foot for sure.
All right, Brett Sheard back in the S10. 441 cubes of small block Chevy taking on Joe Gadolari's V or Commodore with the 555 big block in it. Dare say the Utes probably pushing a little bit more air than the VL.
Yeah. A bit more of a square front on it for sure, but it's probably going to make up for it with, I would say, a lighter overall corner weight or curb weight. Gets out of the hole relatively well there. 033 reaction time for Brett Sheard in the airflow lane. Onto a 784 with a 9 at 173 to an 854 at 163 for Joe Gadolari in the rocket lane.
Is Joe Sorbello in his 200 SX.
He's got a bit of a soft spot for Nissans, hasn't he, old Joe?
Yeah, I think you could say that. Unless he's driving his VT Commodore.
Well,
no, it's not a VT.
VS, I think, wasn't it? A VR VS or something like that? The white one,
white Commodore.
Yeah, it's a VR VS.
That's what I'm saying. It's easier for me to just say it's a Commodore than and I wouldn't look like a fool. That's true, Ben. His Skyline that he's done a gazillion passes in is actually a Datsun.
It is a Datsun Sky. Yep.
So taking on Team Boscovich in the rocket lane.
Can you imagine the banter in the staging lanes and the paddock between these two?
Boscovich over towards the wall. The car moved directly over that way on the head of the throttle. Runs on through for an 829 with a 9, 161 to an 861 at 159 there for Sorbello. So Sorbello definitely with a higher mile an hour given the ET that he ran.
Yep, absolutely. And on the light as well with an 067 reaction time.
Mark Phillip in the VP Commodore completing his burnout procedure. I think Mark got a win or a runner-up at the last round, the Speed Adict Clothing Co. Championship Series. Just bear with me as I rustle through some paperwork. I know he did, because I remember giving him the trophy.
Well, that's probably a good indicator.
I just can't remember which one it was.
Keep that up. Mark is bringing the VP Commodore into stage with that 632 lumping away down there. Nice solo pass for this last round of Top Sportsman.
By the time I find him, he'll be through the finish line.
Stage, all right, you've got about 8 seconds, I'd say. Pushing.
There he is. It was a win. It was a win. I got there. It was only
nice
half
one.
track.
Nice one. You beat him to the line, mate. So.
Preparation a plus right there. 053 on the tree. Runs on through for an 844 with a 2, 158 mile an hour.
And I do believe there is a blown Hemi down in the tunnel waiting to come out.
A 2. One's in a...
Two down there. It's great to see. I was a bit disappointed that we weren't going to have a matched pair today, but looks like Brittany managed to get that, and crew obviously managed to get that dragster all sorted and up to the line.
It's good to see Brittany Olive back here at Sydney Dragway.
Definitely walking in her dad's footsteps. Shane's no stranger to some dragster action. Obviously been driving top fuel recently.
Well, certainly he's a very accomplished steerer in anything fast, pretty much.
Definitely.
Whether it be a nitro altered,
an altered, a funny car, a dragster.
Yep.
Yeah, if it's got nitro, he'll drive it. I think is pretty safe to say.
I won't say it's a prerequisite or a definite requirement, but it certainly helps.
Always helps, yeah.
Just waiting for the cars to be given the fire up signal. Of course, it will be the universal twirl of the finger, I dare say.
Yeah. But there's more than one way to twirl the finger. You know, some people have got it, some people don't.
It's like a flag waver, isn't it?
Yeah,
you can wave the flag,
absolutely.
or you can wave the flag.
Or you can wave it, yep.
All right, that's Olive's car. We can hear fired up into life. Not sure if this will be it's down as a paired pass. So, yeah, there's the fuel getting squirted into the Rogers Altered in the rocket lane.
Well, then we've got a 470 cube Hemi in the dragster for Brittany Olive. This is the 521 in Rogers Altered. A couple of different ways of going about things, obviously. Long wheelbase versus a short wheelbase. A few more cubes, a little more blower. I was trying to say a few more cubes, a little less blower versus a few less cubes and a little more blower. A little more attitude on Gareth's car in that burnout, but still well under control.
It almost seems to almost labour through the burnout, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think he's being nice to it.
Yeah. Well, of course, it's not a huge point to beating it up really badly here today. Of course, it's about getting track time and.
It's about getting track time, and it's about keeping your hand out of your wallet as much as possible, which is not an easy task when you when you're running blown out.
Yeah, because it's usually permanently open.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, saving a few RPM on the burnout's probably not a bad idea.
We can safely say that both these races wouldn't have any moths.
No, definitely they've all been cleaned out of the wallet. That's for sure.
Let's see what Brittany can do. We've already seen one pass for Gareth Rogers in the rocket lane here this morning. Was a 7:48 with a 6 at 190 mile an hour.
Reaction time 0.52 from Gareth.
Brittany's out in front, but she's dancing over close to the centre line at the finish line. 7:29 with a 6, 158 miles an hour will take the win on that pass. And Rogers in the rocket lane there, 7:47 with a 7, 191 miles an hour through the finish line. So that's his better pass of the day so far, but a 7:29 with a 6 at 158 there for Brittany Olive.
Great training for both drivers. Down through the traps nice and cleanly and around the return road.
Guessing there's always a sigh of relief when you get round the bottom end and you just...
Is everything okay? Look around, touch things, feel things. It's still running? Yeah, okay. No, shut off. No clunks. No clunks, no bumps. All right. You get that minute or so to decompress after the run and before your before your crew turns up. You got to put the game
Yep.
face on just to make sure if you were a little bit scared during the run, you
Yep.
can't let them see it. No, everything's fine.
I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm
no problem at all.
fine. Yeah. All right, looks like we're going to get underway with the third round of qualifying for the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. I can see them pushing forward. We might just throw to our big screen for one or two quick words from some of our sponsors, and Pat and I will be back with you very shortly here from Sydney Dragway.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines, and hot rodders.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines, and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions, and even turbocharger systems, you can
All right, Western Weekender Junior Dragster qualifying session number 3 underway with Zach Ruffalo and Georgia Leifting. Ruffalo in the Aeroflow lane, running for Sydney Waterscapes. He's qualified 11th so far with an 8:02. In beside Georgia Leifting, she's in 18th with an 8:79. 103 on the tree for Zach, and he will take the win here. 8:01 with a 1. So getting a little bit quicker.
Bit of an improvement there from Zach. All done.
And an 8:80. So Leifting very consistent, only 8,000ths between the last run and 6,000 before the one before that. You could hear the cogs turning there, couldn't you?
Yeah. I'm just here to help, Bushy, that's all. Piper Bennett in the Aeroflow lane. Currently number 3. and that's in the B.
Yeah, so they all mix together, so they're running off their own, we'll use the term index. So the ABC index is a split that way, so at least that way anybody can top qualify.
Yep.
I think you'll find that one of the C juniors went 12.001, so only 1,000th away from their minimum, let's say. So let's see if I'm correct. If I'm not, it's not going to be the first time today. So,
well, we definitely won't point it out at all, will we, Benjamin?
Oh, I freely will point it out.
Never, no. 007 reaction time for Archie Boscovich in the Rocket Lane. Great reaction there. 175 from Piper. 854 with a 3, which is an improvement for Piper, and 873 with an 8 for Archie, which again is improving. All of the races getting better as the day goes on, which is good to see.
All right, the second half of the Rafalo team going through his pre-race checks. We've got Alex Rafalo in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Charlotte Leafting in the Speedflow Products Junior Dragster. Also running for Imprint Industries and Ice Slushy. I wonder if they've got a slushy.
I hope that's part of the sponsorship. They just get a machine out here. We really need one of those today.
Doing pretty well today.
Yeah, I think they'd go all right. It's a good suggestion, Benji. I think we've already got it pretty good being up in the commentary box. I don't know if we could rub it in with a slushy machine as well.
Well, we could. The problem is I can't hear what he says because I can't do you and have one ear uncovered. And with the track mics on, I hear him say something. I don't mean to be rude, but I hear him say something that I often don't.
You're trying to say you're not paying attention.
I always turn around. Okay, what's that noise from behind me? All right, Daniel Caraballat in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Zane Condello. Now, Zane did either 001 red or 001 green light last time, I think, so be looking to make amends. Caraballat running for the Oz Motoring Group, Reconditioning Services, VEK Tools, very good sponsor to have on board, and Dr. Meth Race Fuels, also running for Light Stream Electrical.
Zane Condello very generously crediting his mum as the main supporter for his racing program, and so he should. You gotta love your mum, everyone.
Well, there's one race in juniors that runs for Bank of Mum.
Bank of Mum. I think there's plenty of races out there that are running off Bank of Mum. Just a red 006 for Darren Caraballat.
017 on the tree for Condello in the Rocket Lane. He'll run on through for an 816 with a 979 miles an hour through the finish line. And an 896 with a 5 there for Caraballat in the Aeroflow lane. Next up we have Jake McNamara running for Nan and Pop, Arnox Enterprises and Fine Line Motorsports.
Brown Boscovich in the Rocket Lane. Bosco Racing, as we all know. We've got Jake McNamara in his category. He's number 1 qualified by the looks of things. The 791.
That's what the computer's saying, but it's all unofficial at the moment.
Absolutely.
There's our clause.
That's right. That's our get out of jail free card. It's all unofficial.
McNamara away with an 024 light, 166 to the 60. And he'll run on through for a 796 with a 0, 81.9. And Boscovich in the Rocket Lane there, an 839 with a 0, 82 miles an hour through the finish line. Nice pass from both races.
Taylor Smith coming up to the line in the Aeroflow lane, supported by Northwest Parts and Performance. with Savannah Condello in the rocket lane.
Smith running for Northwest Parts and Performance.
0.22 reaction for Savannah Condello in the rocket lane. Well done.
Yeah, those two Condello kids have been on fire with the reaction times here today so far.
And that's a great PB there as well. 7.88 with a 9. 86 from a 7.94 previous run.
Interesting, they're doing it in a pretty warm part of the day.
Well, they're running 86 mile per hour as well. That must be a pretty healthy engine, I'd say. In that one, could be a fresh one, and the temperature might just be giving the tyres on that junior dragster a little bit of extra bite in the track right now, just before we reach the hottest part of the day, which generally will see the track fall off.
Yes, it gets a little bit slippery. We often see the juniors when they're on a national championship track. Sometimes they struggle to get into stage. The drivers sit in the car doing this to try and rock it, so to break the adhesion on the racing surface. But 0.68 on the tree for Axiak. And she'll run through for a 7.95 with a 5.83 miles an hour. And a 12.003 for George in the aeroflow lane. Backing up his 12.001.
Yeah, with a 00, previously with 001 reaction, wasn't it?
No, that's the under
Sorry,
over.
that's the under
yeah,
over.
Under over. Yeah, so
amateur hour over.
No, that's all right. That car dialed in, you could say. Chloe Reiko and Tegan Smith doing battle now. Reiko in the airflow lane, also running for mum and dad. Smith in the rocket lane, running for JM Auto Repairs, APM, Power Cruise Promotion, and Lucas Oil. She's qualified 8th so far.
Really well presented little junior dragster team down there as well. Smith combination.
.025 on the tree for Smith. 169 to the 60. Identical 60-foot times. I was going to say they're very close, but they're actually the same.
to the 1,000th, yeah.
7.99 with a 5 for Reiko in the airflow lane, to an 8.05 with a 7 for Smith in the rocket lane.
Improvements for both races there, but Chloe Reiko dipping into the 7s. Very well done.
I guess at this point in the afternoon, you want to improve, but you don't want to improve too much, because then you're like, oh,
you don't want to give it all away.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it makes it tricky to pick a dial in.
Well, that's true, yeah.
All right, next up, Jeffrey McNiff and Jacob Longo. Longo from 5 Dock, McNiff from Warrington Downs. McNiff with the big block, 500 cc's of single cylinder side valve in this machine.
Powerhouse.
0.71 on the tree. Out in front of Longo at the moment, and an 8.37 with an 8.78 miles an hour there. And Longo in the rocket lane. He's run on through for a 9.06 with a 9.72 mile an hour.
George Nader coming through with the Matux Racing backed junior dragster with Jaden Bonisif with help from North Rocks Auto Centre. Hopefully they've got their little glitches figured out, and you can see a good heads-up race here between the two.
Nader away cleanly. 1.29 reaction time. 1.67 to the 60. And runs on through for a 797 with a 4. 81 miles an hour.
Another good improvement there, dipping into the 7s from previous 8.0.
Yeah, Jaden also improving, running into the 11s. 11.97 with an 8. 55 miles an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, big well done to Jaden in that C category junior dragster. Finding his feet out there. I'm sure the whole team's finding their feet in this category.
Because they're a little bit trickier to tune than you think.
Yeah, it's a small margin for error, right? It's, you know, small change, big impact. Really easy to go just a little bit too far one way.
I think too, like any car, there's so many different theories out there to what works and what doesn't, and it's just a matter of finding the right theory for that for your combo.
Yep, and that's true with every category.
Yes,
as well. You know, I mean, I know some things. You know, I do a little bit of playing around with the tuning on my car, and you know that's a turbo LS package, and some things that you think are going to make a big difference really don't, and other things that you think it's not going to affect it that much. You know, it's it can surprise you. So, again, testing, tuning,
yes,
consistency, getting used to a combination. You know, getting it all dialed in. That's what it's about. So you know when you've got to make the change.
Another good light there from Liam O'Neill. 046 on the tree in the Aerofo lane, running for Princey Motorsports and Skips Fire Services. Taking on Johnny Lucci in the Rocket lane this time around. Side-by-side race. 11.96 with a 7. 53 mile an hour there for Liam to take the win. To a 12.001 at 53 mile an hour for Johnny.
Nice timing there from Johnny Lucci. Although I know it is a bit of a timing error, but fastest 60 of the day,
yeah.
0.000.
So fast, we didn't even see it.
Yeah, didn't even see it happen. Amazing.
Wonder what the G's would be.
Yeah.
probably a little bit more than what the chain could take, I reckon.
Yeah. I was going to say, that'd be a wheels up junior dragster if that was the case.
Yeah, I think the driveline might not be so happy.
No. Hey, Rocco, up in the junior dragster. Solo pass here for Harry. Nice light, 071, 168 in the 60. Across for an 803 with a 6 at 80 mile per hour, which is an improvement from his previous 8.1 with 2 zeros.
Well, Pat, I think that concludes qualifying for Junior Dragster here in today's action. The next time we see those races, they'll be
in competition.
In competition, right? So they don't take the W. That's the end of their afternoon.
That's right. It's when the pressure comes on. So everyone's going to have a fun, great time, I'm sure. But it does get a little bit more serious. You know, the eyes narrow a little bit.
Yep.
The red mist starts to descend.
Starts to develop and then descend. Yeah.
You know, and everyone's going to be gunning for it, because who doesn't like a bit of braking rights at the end of the day, right, Bushy?
1000%.
You want to go home and say, "Yep, I won, I won." But everyone being here at Sydney Dragway for Speed Adict Clothing Track Championships Round 6 is already winning, because it's a beautiful day outside. The sun is shining. Exactly. We're doing what we love, and everything is running really well. So we're about to get back into Street Fighter.
Yeah, we can see them running under the tunnel now. We've got the fresh water in the burnout box. We've got Ryan Pettiford and Charlie Boscovich. What's he going on about? I can hear him.
Benji's upset that I said that today's been really good.
Oh, right.
He thinks I'm putting the mockers on it, but I'm just forever the optimist, Bushy.
Well, we can only try. Although Ben and I have been here enough to know that it's just not worth taking the risk on it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'll just hang up my microphone now.
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's certainly not what I'm saying. I'm backpedaling right now. If you didn't.
That's pretty good. We're just doing some track prep, just fixing up those safety requirements down the other end of the track from the junior dragsters, getting it ready for full quarter-mile passes again.
Well, both these races sitting in the water box have come out of junior dragster. I dare say we were talking about driving position and car setup, I think, for Charlie Poskovich. Other than the fact of it being a side valve, there would be no comparison.
No, yeah, I think it's definitely very straight and upright in the hamster there. And what a contrast from left to right as well.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure he doesn't, but Ryan could perhaps reach over and just tap the AC button in that Commodore right now. Just have a really nice, relaxed
At least turn
cool
the fan on up
yeah,
high.
Yep,
You know,
yep.
Get a bit of airflow
Turn
going.
the fan on 4, yep.
Yeah, where Charlie's got the wind in the visor.
Praying for breeze. That's that's right. The Sydney Dragway official taking some pity on Charlie, I think, just pushing him back into the shade of the tunnel while the guys just get everything organised down on the start line there.
Well, I think we're just waiting for those last couple of juniors to leave the burnout pad, and then we can fire up the next pair of cars.
Mm-hmm.
And we shouldn't be too far away.
No, I think the track crew are just tidying up down near that 60-foot marker, which might have been some
yes, because we saw
some muck down there because we had that 00060 time. So
correct.
It's going to clean up there. Might have had a mouse in the house, perhaps messing with the beams.
Or a
spider. Even the bugs want to be at Sydney Dragway.
That's right.
It's just a great place to be.
It's amazing what a bit of thinners in a rag will do. Fixes everything.
There you go. Wasps on camera 7. Welcome to Australia.
Yeah, Ben, that was the first time in a long time we haven't had any hold-ups for
no
kangaroos.
Yep, getting closer to the action. I'm sure you guys have seen it multiple times. There's that great clip from last time the funny cars were out, making passes with Skippy down on the down near the start line there, just making sure that the chutes were pluming
just overseeing it.
Yep, sure everything's good. That went viral. Plenty of the US drag racing fans catching on to that. They let kangaroos spectate at the drag strip. Pretty rare to see a kangaroo at a drag strip in America, I reckon.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of other things would potentially be around though.
Yeah.
All right, just while we wait for the start line crew to rectify the 60-foot, we might just throw to our big screen for a couple of quick words from some of our sponsors. Pat and I will be back with you for the last round of qualifying for Street Fighter very, very soon.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories, and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
All right, the Great Sydney Dragway crew has got everything sorted out down at the 60-foot marker, and we are back underway with Street Fighter.
So you would, I stole that from Matt Kavanagh, but so you're of an age that you would know that.
Yep. Street Fighter, classic arcade
I can
game.
guarantee you that these two racers out here wouldn't have a clue.
Probably not. They might be like, oh, I saw that in a movie once, or something. What's a Hadouken? It's pop culture, and you should respect it. That's what it is.
Oh, I think they were trying to outdo each other there.
I think so. Charlie gets away.
Yeah, 077 red for Pettiford, but I think Charlie's had a missed gear or had potentially broken something.
Aye. It looks like it's still got some of its own power. Yep, getting down the track there, so should be able to limp it down to the early exit.
He got to the 60-foot okay. 208.
Yeah, considering some people might go 2.0's not that impressive for a 60, but if you've seen the tyres on that hamster, there's not a lot of surface area.
Their definition, cheese cutter.
Yes.
But I'm sure they're within the rules of hamster.
Yeah.
And they're probably...
That's right. It's got a side valve from that's older than all of us here.
Yeah, combined.
Yeah. All right, we've got Wayne Smith in the HSV Club Sport in Aeroflow Lane, running 6-litre LS motor. Nicholas Bennett in the Holden Gemini, supported by Mudgee Carpet Court with the 202 Screamer. Coming to the line.
You don't see many of this model Gemini around anymore.
No, particularly being used in a motorsport event as well.
No.
There's they've got a huge following. Gemini is a cult classic.
Yes.
So if you've got a desirable model, it's usually snuck away somewhere, or it might be a remnant of a show car scene or something like that.
Yes. 1327 with a 5 though. Not too bad. 101.
That's not too bad. 202. All right, Con Esther in the Falcon XR8 in the Aeroflow lane. Danny Stadelmeyer in the Greyhound Rescue Ford Falcon 6-cylinder. Great reaction time from Danny on that one, 087.
Manually shifted. He's showing the 5.4 litre the way at the moment and runs on through for 1369, 102 in the Rocket Lane to a 1403 at 102 for Esther in the Aeroflow lane.
That's right, the AU Falcon showing the way for the later BA model. Funnily enough, if you take the front and the back off, those two cars are actually the same in the middle. Same chassis
yes.
for the AU, roofline, doors, all that sort of thing. Different IRS. Front end, basically the same. Control arms and whatnot.
So hard to improve on perfection.
Well, that's right. The quality of the AU Australian Classic Gold. That's out there. Don Zammit out for 046 reaction time in the Wagon. Scott Goodison in the Legnum, my favourite vehicle name ever. Around 13.016 at 111 mile per hour versus the 15.788 87 in the Aeroflow lane.
Next pairing up, rolling up to the start line, Sean Darnell and Grant Law. Law in the Toyota RAV4. And Darnell in the i30. Darnell, a 128 reaction time. 100 even on the tree for Law in the Rocket Lane. The i30 will get there first, so runs on through for a 1688 with a 782 mile an hour to a 1930, 69 mile an hour for the RAV4.
Dave Muscat out again, repping the RPM Racing Mini Cooper in the Rocket Lane. Ben Roberts with an 070 red light. An 093 reaction time of Dave Muscat. Quite good. Again, a manual vehicle there, making the challenge of reaction time that a little bit tricky.
Jack Matasevic will complete the round of Street Fighter, qualifying here. 4 litre Barra on board this one. Oh, 1.5 light. He's been cutting that tree down all day.
Might have to get the scrutineers just to check that there isn't an axe in the back seat there, because he's been chopping that tree all day.
He comes out in his flannel check jacket.
Yeah.
And the hat with the
Jack the lumberjack, Metacivic.
Moving into Super Street now. We've got Nick Bennett in the Holden Torana, this one with the LS1 on board from Mudgee. And in beside Pete Giddens in the TD Cortina for Street Neat Paint and Panel. Very nice car. Looks absolutely gorgeous out in that sunlight right now.
Definitely does.
It's going to do the Cortina twist in a minute. It's all talked up already. There we go.
There she goes. Classic fade off to the right in the lane from Pete Giddens at 042 reaction time. Very nice. Heading out to an 11.22 with a 9 at 121 versus an 11.46 with an 8 at 121. So nicely matched combination, actually.
Yeah, not too much in that.
Bit of added downforce there for the Chrysler. The boot lit up.
It's Chrysler's version of the Active Aero.
It's the air brake. Yeah. You got to make sure you keep your burnout under control. There. I think in these classes, you're not really allowed to roll through the starting line while doing a burnout, right?
That's correct.
But Dale Brown making sure he's on it. Guy Greenland just red light, getting the wagon. At 161, 60 foot is going well for that car. It's off to a 1084 at 129 versus a 1282 at 109 for Brown in the aeroflow lane.
It's actually pretty interesting for that car at Greenland. Like the mile an hour, nearly 130. You'd think it'd be probably a little bit quicker than that ET was, and it's not like it's not spinning the wheels or anything off the start line. Like it's leaving pretty hard.
It's a bit of a heavy bus though. The old wagon, that added glass, bit of extra roof.
Yeah. But as you say, the mile an hour, definitely the horsepower indication.
The horsepower indication is there. Also, sometimes, you know, having experience with it myself, the converter and the gearbox that they'll be running in that car, I believe it's still 4-speed, the 4L60. You kind of have to treat with kid gloves, particularly once you start putting a bit of torque through them. So it can be a little bit tricky just to get that, the sort of the second half of the 60 foot, if that makes sense, to really improve on that. You start really giving you a hard time. I'm not 100% sure that the guy's still running the 4L, but yeah, after nursing one through, you know, a good, I think I made 120 passes on mine out of the track in the low 11 to sort of mid 10 second range.
Yeah, so same sort of time.
Same sort of time as him. You're definitely towards the, in a full weight street car, you're definitely towards the sort of the limit of what that thing
You're
can
dancing
handle.
on the knife.
Yeah.
Two very different cars are running down the racetrack right now. Adam Bowers in the Commodore taking on Martin Stevenson in the drag van.
001 reaction time for Bowers there. Really well done. 20.52 for Martin.
The 1028 with an 8, 131 mile an hour run for Stevenson in the rocket lane. Very well sorted machine, that one, to a 12.29 with a 6 for Bowers in the Commodore. Next up, Alan Ostengard taking on Mark Elborn. Elborn in the Power Plus Holden Ute. Ostengard in the Torana. 094 on the tree for the Ute.
Bad, but a good, another good 60 foot and a 155 for Ostengard in the UC Torana. Runs for a 1074 with a 4 at 124. It's a 1244 with a 7 at 108 in the rocket lane. I'd like to know the story behind the easy number plates on Ostengard's Torana, I think.
I think it's... I don't know if it's still the same driver, but back when I used to race, it was Easy Motors.
Easy Motors,
Sponsored by Easy Motors.
okay.
So I think that's the connection.
Just trying to think if he's easygoing guy. Did he think that this was an easy race? Is it? Is he the Big Easy? Maybe that's the nickname for Alan Ostengard. Aggressive launch for Jeff Goodwin in the Monaro there, an 010 reaction time. Getting out really well with that IRS Monaro there for a 1094 at 123 versus a 1267 at 116 for Stevenson in the other Holden there.
Yeah, Stevenson, I think, had some issues on the hit. The car moved forward, but then virtually stopped. So I'm not sure what happened.
Stumble.
There. Yeah. So Dave McLean taking on Norbergen in the rocket lane. Pair of
HQs.
HQs on the start line. McLean with a little bit of nitrous on board, running for Fowler's Family Racing and Morissette Batteries and Tyres. Side-by-side race here, though, Pat.
Great race. Both 1.5, 64. It's a bit of a squirm from Nick McLean. But a 1084 with a 5 at 124 versus a 1076 at 125. Great paired race.
Pair of Commodores about to face the starter. We've got Tim Arithro in the red Commodore. LS1 on board for him. Taking on Chris Samet from Doonside. Pair of pretty local races. 065 on the tree for Arithro.
33 for Samet. Let's have a look. 1184, 114 for Zamet to 1175 with a 5.117.
Margin of victory, 88 thousandths of a second. So they would have been side by side.
Side by side, absolutely. And I think I might have mentioned, I can't remember. Benji, did I have my mic off when I was commenting on how good it is to see Charlene Saguna out there in this late model WRX? And a manual. I've got a feeling the last round around I was mentioning that it's great to see a modern car, manual transmission, here in Super Street, being driven by Charlene, getting off the line. She's had great reaction time previously. I think it was an 04 last time. Bit of a red light this time, but still great to see something that you don't normally see, you know, lining up in Super Street.
Yeah, definitely, and we've sort of touched on that before. Having something different is always good. It's nice to have a bit of variety and a very quick car at a 12-second pass.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can't say I've seen Charlene here at City Dragway before, so I hope she's enjoying her day.
I really do hope she's enjoying it and she's going to be back again. It's great to see.
All right, next up, Mark Hopkins and Bruce Ritchie. Hopkins in the Torana.
Big Bel Air giving a big torque off the line with that 572.
Runs on through for an 11.01, 125 miles an hour through the finish line to a 10.84 with a 4 at 125.
A little down on ET, I think, for Ritchie in the Impala. I'm pretty sure I saw that run at 10.80 earlier today. I think, from memory.
Yeah, there's a lot of steel to be moving there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I must say, like being at the gym, shifting steel. Not that I know what that's like.
I know that when I'm at the gym, I feel really heavy. So if that's some sort of parallel that you can draw, that's probably with the Matasevic boys head-to-head there. 021 reaction time for David. In the Cortina, running in through for a 10.70 with a 4 at 127 versus a 10.62 at 126 for Richard. Taking the margin of victory by 0.033. So just a few more bragging rights there.
Two very well sorted cars, those one. And the little 347 in the Cortina is such a good little power plant to run into the 10s.
It's working for sure.
Mark Roberts in the Murrumbeena Alpacas Falcon. The 247 light and a 001 red for Robert Madsek.
So close, Robert.
In the Camaro. The Camaro will take the win here, though. 11.16 with a 6, 122 through the finish line to an 11.80.
All right, Tony Forland in the Torana. Dennis Matasik in the Camaro. Putting up to the lines. Have we got any details on Tony? Bring it up to the line against Matasik, which is a seasoned campaigner. Very aggressive off the line with the Torana, but maybe a little bit of traction issues there. Camaro skips away to a 1.460 foot, which is quite impressive for a 10.083 at 134 for that car, knocking right on the door of 9-second pass there.
Next up, Peter Villaris in the Ford Falcon taking on Jimmy Raptis in the Torana. These pair Go Logistics. Great to have Go Logistics on board as a track sponsor.
A little loose out of the hole for the Falcon there. A bit of attitude. That's still dialing it in. Definitely a lot of potential there. A 1.760 foot, considering the car took about half a car width step to the left. Well, the back half of the car took a step to the left.
I will admit, I don't think I've seen Peter, any of Peter's cars being driven easily. had a I think it was an XR Falcon, and it was manually shifted from memory, and it was really aggressive, much like the Monaro we were talking about before.
Well, he paid for it, so he's going to use all of it, was he? I think that's that's my defence of the Speedo when the perhaps when the boys in blue pull me over. I paid for the whole thing. I want to use all of it.
That's fair. I'll try that one if it ever happens.
You can try it. It's never worked.
No? Oh, okay. I'll learn from the experience then and say nothing.
That's right. Rossby will be great. A pair of great reaction times there. An 0.24 to an 0.15 for Larry. That's all in the 300 ZX. As with 9.61 with a 5 at 139. Was the 10.067 at 132 in the Rocket Lane.
Next up, we've got Sean Maher and Niall Mitchell. Mitchell in the Wicked Customs and Restos Holden Gemini. And for Wyong transmissions as well. Cowie signs. So Mary's Engines backing Sean Maher's HB Torana.
Double red light.
010 red for Sean Maher. 087 red for Mitchell. Maher will take the win though. Runs on through for a 917. 146 mile an hour through the finish line. And Mitchell in the Rocket Lane at 10.16 with a 2.
Both drivers definitely looking to improve their qualifying time there. I think in this last round of qualifying for the Super Sedan category. Got Michael Little and Andrew Little at the line at the moment. The Bush Rat Camaro. So Michael Little just correcting his position at the line in the aeroflow lane there as he comes through the stage.
Yeah, 434 cubes of Chev on board the little Torana for M&T Little Plumbing. Big wheels up launch. 018 on the tree to an 014. I reckon they were G'ing each other up before the run. The Torana will take it though, 9.26 with a 4, 143 miles an hour through the finish line. Gets there by about 0.3, and a 9.58 with a 7 for the Camaro in the Rocket Lane.
We've got Trent Peamy here with on our board here. It says that it's a 308, but this thing's run 143, I think, mile per hour was the last one. I might be wrong, but it's definitely up there. So we've got a feeling that it might not be a 308 anymore.
I don't know. I don't know the car, so we might.
Wait, let's have a look, and we'll see. We've got Nathan Watt in the Rocket Lane with a 383.
Yes,
I'm going to wager that if the mile per hour is similar, that's either one of the spiciest 308s that I've ever seen.
Well, like we said before, we can't hear a spool on a turbo or any sort of, it's not forced inducted or anything like that, but he's sticking with him. 138 mile an hour. He's only 9 mile an hour down roughly on what Nathan Watt ran, a 914 with a 4, 147, and Pimmy was 138. 138,
yeah. Still stout mile per hour.
Well, thinking the cars would probably weigh similarly. They're both full-bodied car.
Yep, true.
Maybe a little bit lighter with the 308 if it's got the 308 in it, maybe. Marginally,
possibly.
Victor Sattler-Gianna's taking on Joe Zammit now. Nice light for Victor, 036. Out in front at the moment, 935 with a 4, 143 through the finish line to a 10.12 with a 1 for Zammit at 132.
Aaron Blackman pulling to the line in the Ford Cortina, if I can get that out correctly, sponsored by Queanbeyan and Engine Service with the 347 Windsor. On board, Jordan Puckridge pulling to the line with a 383 LS1 in his VP Commodore by JM Auto Repairs, with a little bit of help from Speedy Diffs there. Great light for both, 042 versus an 046. Great pass. 84 thousandths in the reaction times. Good side-by-side run too. I think the Commodore's out in front at the moment. 10:38 with a 9. 1:33 through the finish line. And the Cortina there, 10:70. 1:24. Absolutely. Peter Hamilton back out in the wagon. Previously ran, I think, was a really, really dialed-in reaction time. I think it might have been a 00. In the last round of qualifying. From memory, you've got Jim Gennaro there in the Cortina. In the other lane, it should be a good race. Yeah, so we used to have a button up here that we could push and it would show the qualifying order, but we don't have it anymore. They just rely on our brains? Yeah, that's a scary thing, isn't it? That's yeah. Oh, big wheels up. Big wheel stand for Pete Hamilton in the airflow lane. 029 reaction. You know it's big when we can see the front of the bonnet from up here. Yeah, exactly. He did that in the last. Round as well. But a 137.60 on the back wheels. Yeah, nice. Is getting out of the hole. He didn't back out of it. They 154 through across the line. Yeah, you gotta put a stamp on it. All right, Dave Gruber and Jack Moreau up at the line. A couple of purple people eaters. I was going to say, which is the purple people eater? Or which is the hamburger? Which would it be? Two very nicely presented race cars on the start line. 029 on the tree for Gruber. Side by side, I think the Capri just out in front. 891 with a 6, 149 mile an hour for Moreau in the Rocket Lane, gets there first to a 921 with a 0, 144 for Gruber in the Aeroflow lane. And looks like we've got Rex Webster from Madawi in the Austin A40. There's a big block Chev in there somewhere. Or should I say Rex is in there somewhere. It's all folded up in a neat little package, as it were. Is he in the glove box? Yeah. There's probably part of him in the glove box, I'd say. There's not a lot of room for a human inside that anymore. Considering the gearbox tunnel is probably taking up a fair chunk of the cabin as well. Nice and straight down the Rocket Lane, runs on through for a 947, a 142. Clean pass from the big block powered Austin. Shoots out, coming to a safe stop. And I think that concludes our Super Sedan qualifying. Absolutely, back into modified eliminator. Yes, you can see those races rolling under the tunnel now. There's a good chance that some of the competitors today might have been caught by surprise with the turnaround, since the numbers are unfortunately a little bit down today. Still a good showing, but a little bit down. So with less people to go through each round, there's a shorter and shorter turnaround time for. I think in qualifying probably not too much of an issue, but obviously once we start racing and the fields do get reduced, then that might. It's going to tighten things up. Might tighten things up a little bit at the other end, but you know, a little bit of pressure is good for everyone to you know, to tighten up their procedure, make sure everyone's on the game. Got Lee Hartle Law up in the Ford Roadster, 440 Windsor from BK Race Engines, also supported by Prestige Air Conditioning and Electrical. He's going to take the line on a solo for this one by the looks of things.
007 red for Outlaw on the hit. 114 to the 60.
Well, if you're going to drop a cherry, qualifying is the time to do it.
Correct.
So we'll find out what's there for later on in the day.
And he'll run them through for an 8.02 with an 8.165 miles an hour.
Gaskell, Kelsey Walford Lee in the Aeroflow lane, Jenny Petrie in the Rocket lane.
Petrie running for Penrite Oils, St Mary's Engine Services, Mixed Metal Roofing, Craig's Automatics.
I have seen that Kelsey Walford Lee's recently brought on some sponsorship from Nectar Mortgages, which is obviously a great help for their program. So big appreciation for everyone that steps up to support a racing program. You know that you're going to get some good exposure if you can help them get to the line and be much more consistent and just be at the line more regularly. We're going to give you a shout out every now and again.
Yep.
Which is
we'll certainly do our best.
Which is what it's all about. They say, Bushy, all boats rise with the tide. So if we can help businesses gain a little bit of business, then it's a good chance that they're going to be more favourable when it comes to sponsoring races.
Yeah,
that means more races.
Certainly, if you ring Nectar, if you're in the market for a mortgage and you ring Nectar Mortgages, say you heard it at Sydney Dragway, you know, but give
That's
that
exactly
feedback
right.
back to that sponsor and say where you've heard them from. You know,
Exactly
I always try and back people that I see here or at Motorsport, because I genuinely like motorsport, and I know that if I see someone having a product or service that's of use to me, I'd rather use them, even if their price may not be the cheapest. Obviously, there's a line in the sand of where that tolerance comes in. But if that product or service is a little bit dearer, but I know that person is backing someone that I follow in motorsport, then I will use them. You know,
That's right.
And tell them that I saw their sponsorship on a car.
That's exactly right. You know, and they'll be more willing to do that going forward, and everyone wins. So Daniel McCaskill in the Aeroflow lane, Mark 1 Welding, MSW Dragster with a 555 big block on board versus CJ Davies in front engine Dragster, who would love some sponsorship, judging by his note on the card there.
Yeah, he's got a few listed here. Although I guess the issue with the front engine Dragster, you haven't got a lot of body space to
Not a lot of room left.
put those sponsors.
Yeah.
But some ranch race cars, Ice Ignitions, Victory Transmissions, and Revolution Race Gear have always been backing CJ in his racing efforts. .043 for McCaskill, an 024 red for CJ in the Dragster. McCaskill out in front with this one, 7.75 with an 8.1, 82.8 mile an hour through the finish line, and an 8.23 with a 5 at 163 for CJ in the front engine car.
Big turn of the tyres from McCaskill in the Dragster there as well after the hit. So did well to gather that up and continue on for a very clean pass. George Bukush-Relev. I told him I'd get that wrong when I saw him down in the pits earlier on.
I'll help you with that in a minute. Your mate and mine, Rusty, told me how to say it, and it's so much easier when you break it down like he did. I'll give you the hot tip in a minute.
George is a customer of mine, we know each other through the industry, obviously, and so as far as I'm concerned, it's George from Racemax.
Yep.
But I'll get my head around it. But Stephanie Huysman's coming up in the Rocket lane against George. Again, these are the ones that are sharpening their iron and trying to dial it in for those points finishes in competition rounds later. 0-1-2 reaction for George. A red 0-5-0 for Stephanie. Seeing George run through for a 7.87 with a 1 at 171. And 8.35, 3 at 168 for Huysman's in the Rocket lane.
You could hear on the track mics there those two cars almost sounding harmonic as they went through the finish line.
That was a very nice thing.
All right, right, Jess Turner out in the ETS Race Fuels rear engine dragster. Out for another pass. Now, the run that she did earlier this morning, not the usual ET that we expect.
No, first run was in the 7s. The second run, I think you're away from the mic for a sec, Bushy. They did dip in the 690s for the second qualifier.
Yep.
So it was back where it sort of should be on that one. But as you mentioned earlier, a really experienced crew and driver, so they got around what it was that they had to sort out from that first one. And back out now for the last round of qualifying on a solo pass, which would be great for them.
I wonder if it was as simple as turning something on.
It could have been something. Someone forgot to turn something on.
Wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, well, it's nitrous bottle, microphone, same.
That's right. Yeah, we've all done that this morning, haven't we?
002 on the tree for Jess, and nice pass, 694 with a 192.
192 mile per hour. That was out the back door this time.
Was.
I'm pretty sure that's a stronger mile per hour than the last 690. ET a little down. I'm pretty sure it was a 692 for the previous one, but I don't think the mile per hour was as strong. So.
Nearly sub 1 second to the 60 on that run, Pat.
That's cooking.
All right, next pair out. We've moved into Top Sportsman now. We've got Joe Gadolari and Brett Sheard to face off. Gadolari in the Aeroflow lane in the VL Commodore.
That beautiful Chevy S10, I should say, not a C10. From Brett Sheard.
I've said it before, such a pretty paint job on this car.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely one thing that we do well here in Australia, isn't it? It's presentation of vehicles. There's so many vehicles that you'll see, whether they're a burnout car, whether they're a drag car, or any other sort of motorsport. Not to take anything away from anyone else in different parts of the world, but the people that I've spoken to that are international guests always seem to comment on the way that our racers turn their cars out.
Well, I think there's a sense of pride, in having a nice vehicle, and I think that you gain a lot of attention from that. 789 with a 9, 171 for Sheard. Nice pass for him in the Chevy pickup there to an 857 with a 0, 158 for Gadolari. But certainly you're correct there, Pat. I think having a well-presented vehicle just gives the team and the driver a sense of pride, and I guess keeps you motivated to work on it as well.
Well, that's right. And whether it's just your own self-pride looking at a well-turned-out vehicle, or if it's someone coming past and going, man, that was a good-looking thing going down the track. It's a great little pump-up for yourself. Take some pride in the thing. Make sure that you like the look of it. There's nothing worse than opening the shed or dropping the back of the trailer and looking at something and just not being happy with it. Because it just takes that edge off.
Yes.
You drop something down, you go, yep, that was worth those extra hours last night in the middle of the night while my wife was giving me a hard time to just polish that up or, fix it up nicely. It's not the be-all and end-all by no means.
No.
But
we've seen plenty of sleepers get out here that you think, that's nothing to crash, and then they get to crash right. The next thing they set the world on fire.
Exactly right. Yep. At the line, Hypernova gets away with the wheels in the air.
Yeah, 005 on the tree for the Nova.
Very nice. Goes through for a 797 with a 1 at 173 mile per hour. Felt with a 844 with a 7 at 159.
A flat black machines about to go through their burnout procedure.
Bit of attitude from Brutus there. Lisa hanging on to the Nova through the burnout. Joe Solbello, Mr. Consistency.
Yeah, not his normal steed. We know that he does bring the Datsun to these championship rounds as well, but in the 200 SX, 180 SX this time.
Yeah, I don't think there was any issues. Wednesday night he was here with the red car, and
Yeah.
I don't think there was any issues with him running.
Not that I recall. It seemed to be running fine. Maybe he just wanted to change.
Yep, something different. I mean, he's living the dream, really, isn't he? When you've got a choice of race car.
Well, three that I'm aware of.
Yeah, that's right. When you go, which one will I race today? Ooh.
Well, it could be the nightmare if none of them are running.
Yeah, well, that's the downside of having the choice, right?
Yeah, 888 with a 4, 155 for Joe on that run, and an 849 with a 3 at 154 for Sargent in the airflow lane.
Is that correct? Was that a 000 reaction time for Lisa?
Sorry?
Was that a 000 reaction time for Lisa in the airflow lane there?
If it was, I missed it.
I think I saw it.
Another big burnout from Josh Boscovich in the airflow lane, taking on the Chevy Camaro of Tony Heisman's from Spring Hill.
Like Tony Heisman's just getting his timing right there, being obviously aware that that Josh likes the big full-blown burnout through the start line. So rather than spend a lot of time with tyres getting cooler and an engine getting hotter at the line, he's just giving it a little bit of pause before going through his burnout procedure. So both cars coming forward to the line. Josh with his dry hop.
Is that just to make sure it's in first?
Yeah. Well, so many levers, you've just got to really make sure, don't you?
Of course, this car with the Linko transmission in it. Moving over towards the centre line is Josh, but it looks like he's going to stay there side by side with the Camaro, but the Camaro will take it 805 with a 171 mile an hour through the finish line for Heisman's.
Tony's been super consistent today as well, so definitely an experienced campaigner.
John Beckingham, another one of our racers from the Bathurst region here today, running for Beck's Automotive. The XY Ute.
Definitely a familiar car, this one. Even as someone who's just been here as a spectator for quite a few years and not being sort of behind the scenes, I'm familiar with Beck's Automotive.
Oh,
getting a little wild there.
I wonder if something broke there. It was very uncharacteristic for it to move out of its direction that quickly.
Yeah, definitely. John's done a great job of gathering it up. Still under its own power down the track there.
Yeah, I dare say the eyes got a bit wider there
yeah.
as it was turning to
there was some puckering of certain body parts, I would suggest.
Did a very good job of holding on to it there. All right, I think that concludes our top sportsman. And we've got the boosted Outlaw.
Gareth Rogers, I believe, is in the tunnel. I don't know that I've seen Brittany Olive come through the lanes, though.
I can't see her on the cameras.
Here is Gareth Rogers in the blown Outlaw Altered. Sponsored by Aeroflow Performance. That is a spicy burnout from Gareth.
Yeah, carried a lot further forward on that run.
I think maybe Brooke got in his ear last time after qualifying. He said, mate, you know.
Mate, just listen, mate.
Look, just listen here.
A bit more aggressive, eh?
I'm sure Morris would have been in the background backing Brooke up there as well. So just get in it, will you, mate?
Yeah, of course, Morris, no stranger to pedaling pretty fast, short wheelbase cars.
Yeah, absolutely.
And doing very well at it. mind you.
Absolutely. Relative duct of water when jumping into a fuel altered. I would say, not to pump him up too much, he doesn't need any help there. But you'll notice he's got a cap on, right? It keeps his head in check. So I'm allowed to say that because I work with him.
I was going to say, he did drive my junior, I think, when he was about 15 or thereabouts. But yeah, there's been a little bit of water under the bridge.
Yeah.
You probably know him a lot better than I do.
Yeah, that's all right. He's going to give me a hard time for having a slow street car, so that's all right. But
well, it's not slow. It's just not as fast
it's
as
definitely
a
not a nitro funny car, that's
No,
for sure.
that's right.
But no, it's all good fun down there. Gareth with the eyes on, coming into stage. It's all good to have a bit of fun and a bit of banter, but you definitely need to be focused and eyes on. Oh, no, we're being called to shut the car down.
Yeah, it's all with the mops. They cleaned something up there, and as they've walked away with the mops, the starters given the universal signal to shut it down. So obviously that leak was a little bit more than what they first thought. Now, I've just been told by our meeting director, Pat, that we're going to have a half-an-hour lunch break. So if you're up in the stands or down in the pits, take the opportunity to rehydrate, refresh. If you haven't got sunscreen or a hat with you today, and you want a new bit of merch, the track shop is open at the top of the stairs. They've got sunscreen and they've got hats, caps, and a whole heap of other bits and bobs there that might take your fancy. If you want to grab something to eat, the Pit Stop Cafe is open down in the pit area, and there's also a number of food and beverage suppliers at the top of at the stairs on the Western Mound. So Pat and I will give you a break from our voices for half an hour, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly with the first round of eliminations in around about 30 minutes' time.
Can't wait. Thanks, Bushy. And welcome back from the lunch break. Sydney Dragway, we are here for round 6 of the Speed Adict Clothing Track Championship Series. We're about to get back into some Super Street. We're up for competition.
Yeah, round number 1, Pat.
Oh, yeah, I apologise, I made the mistake. I think, is it Street Fighter?
Yeah, that's Street Fighter.
Street Fighter is coming out.
All right, all of our officials are moving out into their positions. And we shouldn't be too far away from seeing the first pair of burnouts. And of course, now that we're in competition, Pat, all of our cars will have a dial-in.
Yes, that's correct.
So for those of you out in the venue or on the live stream, may not have heard the term dial-in before. What that is basically an equaliser. If Pat and I are racing, and I'm racing a 12-second car, and he's in his 9-second Commodore, because my car's slow and doesn't even run 12s.
Now.
Right? So, say there's a 2-second difference between my car and his. I can nominate that time. I can change it as many times as I want throughout each of the rounds, but I nominate a time that I think my car's going to run. If my car is 2 seconds slower than Pat's, the idea is that I leave the start line 2 seconds before he does, and in theory, we're neck and neck at the finish line. Now, you'll also hear us talk about a breakout. What that means is that one of the Pat or myself has gone under our nominated time. I can go under my nominated time, but I need to go under it by less if I was still to win. So we can do a double breakout where both of us go too fast, effectively. If I go under by the least amount, I win the race. Pat's out for the rest of the afternoon. If it's a clean race, whoever gets to the finish line at the other end is the winner. You also hear us talk about reaction times. Now, obviously, reaction times now are very critical because if I cut a 1 second reaction time and Pat does a perfect light, that means I've given him a second.
Correct, an advantage by a second.
An advantage by a second. And there is no way that I'm going to make that up by Pat having a mechanical malfunction or him breaking out at the other end.
Absolutely, by a long way.
Or the only other way that I could potentially win the race is if he crosses the centre line or touches the wall.
Yep, and that also comes back to with the reaction time, that leads into a whole shot win.
Yes,
which you may hear us speak.
Yes,
you never know. That does come up where the pass, so the dial-ins are on point. The pass that each car has made from the point that it's left the start line to cross the finish line are exactly where they need to be, but you may see that someone reacted a little bit sooner to that green light. That's going to take into consideration the difference between the time.
Yes.
So if I react on a perfect light, Steve reacts on an 020, then I've got 0.02 of a second in my corner. So if we go across the ET at a dead heat, then my 020 is what gets me ahead
Correct.
At the end of the line. So it's a little bit tricky to understand. And for the first timers watching, maybe at the track or on the live stream, you might see these two cars that are racing pull up to the line and one of them leaves and the other one just sits there. The guy that's sitting there hasn't forgotten. He definitely wants to win too, but he's waiting for that dial-in to change. And you may be able to see the lights come down at a different pace. So keep your eye on that and tune in for some great competition racing about to take place here.
That's exactly right, Pat. I hope we've explained that well enough. If not, ask the question on the live stream if you like, and we'll try perhaps a different way of explaining. Seems easy for Pat and I because we're both racers and have been around the sport for a fair while.
It's definitely not easy for me, Steve, but I appreciate you saying that.
But we have a grasp of what we're gibbering on about. So,
absolutely. So and we will do our best to try and explain that. So please don't hesitate to ask a question on the live stream, both on YouTube and Facebook too.
Exactly right. We've got our first pair of competitors on the start line now. We've got Alan Ostengard in the Torana, 007 on the tree in the Aeroflow lane, has a big advantage over Pete Giddens in that Cortina. The dial-ins were at 10.70 and 11.15, but Pete Giddens will get it. I think something went away a little bit with the Torana, slowed at the finish line, and Giddens got there by 0.08 of a second.
Yeah, definitely missing a little bit of mile per hour from the Torana in the Aeroflow lane there. So back half of the track didn't come home as strong as we would have liked, which is a shame for that reaction time. It would have been on the money.
Next pairing up, we've got Chris Zammit in the Commodore. He's dialed in with an 11.90. He will be chased by Martin Stevenson in the drag van, who's dialed in with a 10.27. So the panel van will leave second. by a pretty healthy margin. So the Commodore's probably going to be pretty close to the 60-foot mark, I reckon, by the time the wagon leaves. But unfortunately, the Commodore Pat has left the red light on the tree, handing the win to the drag van. So the drag van can run as fast as he likes. He's gone and run a 10.23 with a 0 and a 10.27. Doesn't matter. First or worst. So the Commodore had left the red light. That's the race done.
And that takes all the pressure off the all the pressure off the van in the other lane. But when you talk about the margin that you see the difference in the dial-in, Bushy, sometimes that margin can just play a bit of a head game.
1000% it does.
You can sit there and you go, oh man, I've got to wait for this guy, I've got to wait for that. That guy's already out, he's already near the 60. I've got to wait. And then, sometimes you can see that that red light come up on the tree.
It's worked for me a couple of times with the nostalgia drags when I come out here in my Mark 1 Cortina and it runs like 22 seconds.
Yeah.
And you might have seen the Angler van, the white Angler van that won the Street Machine of the Year. Grant's father raced me at one of the events, and Dad was talking to him at the Hot Rod Nationals. He's like, that wasn't a white Mark 1, was it? And he's like, yeah. And we're talking like 12 years ago, and he's still cranky about it. Anyway, back to the racing. So that's one example of where it worked, because his car was running like 10s, and I'm running like 21s or something at the time. So there was a fair old handicap there.
Absolutely. Guy Greenlee taking the win there with a 10.94. In the wagon, so it seems like it's got something sorted out there. It was a good reaction time. I think an 04 reaction time, so well done to Guy. We've got David Matasevic and Mark Elborn coming up to the line for Cortina versus HQ Ute. We've got a 1070 dial in to a 1242 in the Rocket Lane. This is a bit of a difference here, so we'll see how that works for both drivers.
Both cars up on the stall, and Elborn's thrown it away with an 080.
Little too keen.
Just a fraction of a second.
Matasevic really showing his experience there, staying focused and still running an 011 reaction time off to a 1071 on a 1070 dial-in. So you know he's done it before.
Yeah, nice package there. 27 thousandths of a second total package for that run for the Black Cortina.
That's pretty close.
Next up, we've got Jeff Goodwin in the Monaro. Just sitting back in the water there for some reason.
They're just waiting for the big end of the track.
I think the dial-in maybe.
Dial-in is on. This is almost a heads-up race. 1091 with a 1090. So there's blink and you'll miss the variation on the light.
Yeah, if you can see that, Pat, your eyes are much better than mine.
Yeah, definitely not.
You've like got X-ray vision or something.
These guys are going to dial in and get focused on that light for sure. So coming to full stage.
This is one example where you just run your own race.
Yep.
And Jim Raptis has thrown it away.
Thrown it away. Jeff Goodwin. Nice reaction time from Jeff, 057. Stays in it for a 1086 with a 5. So a slight breakout, but not a concern considering there was the cherry left on the tree by Jim in the Rocket Lane.
Next up, we've got Robert Matasek taking on Bruce Ritchie. Pair of big blocks on the start line. And the Camaro dialed in with an 1110. The big Bel Air dialed in with a 1095.
And this is where you'll see some of the competitors perhaps just wind their dial-ins back a little bit, perhaps from where their qualifying could have been.
Very much so. There's a couple of different ways of approaching it, but a 003 on the tree for Matasek in the Camaro has a big advantage over Ritchie in the Bel Air, and the Camaro takes it 1129 with a 6109 miles an hour to an 1102 for Ritchie in the Rocket Lane. Yes, Pat, I think that there are a couple of different theories to that in bracket racing. Do you slow your time down a little bit, and then if you're in front, try and back out of the throttle, or do you speed your time up and then say, you know, I'm just going to run it out the back door and not worry about whether you're going to break out or not? There's two very different ways to approach it.
Exactly, and that depends on how close you are to, you know, the peak limit of performance.
Yes.
Say in your car, you know, I mean, I don't mind so far. If I take my experience, my car's run a 936, and that's as fast as the car has gone so far.
Yes.
So if I was entering into a super sedan,
yep,
there's no way that I would be dialing in a 936
Yes.
as my dial-in. I'd definitely come back, and I'd look at my data, and I'd go, well, I know for sure that this car can run 950s.
Yes.
It can run a 950, no problem. Just take a little bit out of it, a little bit off the launch, and off we go. And then that gives me just a little bit of a comfort factor.
Yes.
So, certain applications, mine being a turbocharged engine, I do have the ability of grabbing a button that'll give me a little bit of extra boost. So if I hash the launch and it's got a terrible 60 foot and all of a sudden there's a fella with a similar dial-in out on me, I'm going to grab that button and see if I can't just put the nose in front. But you don't want to go too fast as well, because then all of a sudden so it is...
Got 933.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, which, hey, I might still celebrate, but it's not going to be with a trophy. So, there's something to keep in mind is the strategy that goes into dial-ins and bracket racing.
Yeah, I think, and certainly there's a strategy that goes into drag racing. People think, oh, you just go in a straight line. Well, I think the issue that you have is you've only got 400 meters to either to make any sort of error, correct any error.
Yep.
And I think that's the tough thing about drag racing is that you need to be on your game, and we see so many races decided by thousandths of a second. A little bit of wheel spin or a little bit slow on the shift is enough to change the result of a race effectively.
Yeah, that's right. And, when you've got, majority of the cars that are going down the track right now are naturally aspirated engines. So when you're out there, when you leave the line, you've got your foot welded to the floor. There's nothing else that you can do to make it go faster. So if you sort of, if you're, let's say everyone's got the same dial-in, and you leave, the guy leaves faster than you, and you're behind him, it's going to be real hard for you to get that win back. So it's really about that strategy. Where are you going to set your dial in? How are you going to leave the line? Is it the peak of performance, or is it a number that you know that you can match every time? So definitely multiple different ways to go about bracket racing.
Adam Bowers in the Commodore dialed in with a 1228, 085 on the tree. Dennis Matisek in the Camaro dialed in with a 1010. Oh, a lot of smoke.
She's got a bit of a problem there.
Oh, that's no good. And Bowers will take the win. 1231 with a 6109. Just checking out that rocket lane. Certainly a lot of smoke, and it's still smoking at the top end of the racetrack, unfortunately.
Doesn't look like a significant leak as such. We can't see a little trail down the track, which is always good.
There's certainly no trail, but if it's a wide mist or spray, then we might not see that either.
No, but luckily enough, we've got Sydney Dragway's crew down there, track walking and making sure that the surface is safe to continue.
Just having a little bit of a look-see now. The quad down and checking out the very end of the braking area. Of course, there's...
It's equally as important, isn't it? The braking area.
Very much so.
I mean, it's all good and well to make sure that the racing surface is in good condition, so that we can get the cars down the track, and under power. But obviously, if there's some sort of leak or spillage in the braking area, that's going to make things a little hairy when you're jumping on the brakes and the chutes come out to get you slowed down. So the entire surface of the track is constantly under supervision by Sydney Dragway track crew, to make sure that everyone's getting the times that they want and coming back around to do it again.
And doing it in as safe as possible manner, of course. And it looks like our officials, nothing, if I was to say, nothing.
Doesn't look like a great deal of concern at the big end of the track.
Normally they would throw a rag down and say, this is where it starts.
Yep.
But I haven't quite seen that yet.
With any luck, I mean, it's all speculation. We don't know what's happening with that Camaro, but with any luck, it may just be a bit of an engine breather, a bit of small amount of oil leaking onto some headers or something similar, which a very small amount of oil on a very hot surface makes a lot of smoke. So if we're saying fingers crossed, that may be all it is.
I think it's worked. I think it's worked. We've been very lucky there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben's got the radio. We're all right, our track staff very experienced here at Sydney Dragway. Just awaiting confirmation, but our next pair is sitting in the water. They're ready to go. But, Mick Bennett and Tim Ritzrow. Ritzrow from Glenmore Park, dialed in with an 1170.
The same engine in two very different chassis.
Yes, very different. Very different.
Which I suppose is, we've got to give Tim some props because his dial into 1170 is not far off the 1140 from Mick in arguably a very light car in comparison.
Well, we can see that Mick's car has no interior in it, and I dare say he would be feeling that right now in hot afternoon sun here. In
flat black car.
Yep,
with,
it's a bit of a heat sink.
Yep, definitely. I've got a feeling, I can see Tim's windows are up, and he might be chilling with the AC on.
I can hear engine sounds, Pat, so that tells me that's a good sign. Tim's got his car fired. He's ready to go, rolling into the water now. Mick Bennett also fired. So pretty close to one light's different on the start line here, Pat. The
space in the ambers.
The red car to leave first. 0.4 of a second between the each of the amber flashes. And around about a 10.5 head start going to Tim Ritzrow with a 1:3.9 reaction time. Mick Bennett's got a little bit of work to do and unfortunately does not get there. The Commodore will take the win. 11.85 with a 6 on his 11.70 and 115 to take the win.
And that's a good example of where the reaction time is giving you that extra leeway as well, because if it wasn't for Tim having that better reaction time by 10.5, he may not have won that bout. So David McLean versus Dale Brown. We've got HQ Monaro and the Chrysler 300 SRT. We've got a 1080 versus a 1280 here, so 300C is going to leave away, and then the HQ is going to chase him down.
Ooh, HQ with a perfect reaction time.
Whoa.
He's gone for it on the light, picked up 77 thousandths.
He's going to hope that that 1080 dial-in is on the money. And he has walked away with it.
Yeah, 1093 with a 5 on his 1080 to take the win for Dave McLean. The 300 at 1295 with a 7 on a 1290.
1280 dial.
1280 dialing, sorry.
1280
That's
dial.
why
Yep.
mine was saying one thing, but I was thinking something else.
That little screen just disappeared right at the end there, didn't it? So, all right. So Mark Hopkins in the Hurricane Metal Roofing LX Torana. Oh, a red light by 001 to Mark Roberts. He's going to give himself a hard time when he gets back to the pits.
He'll be spewing because Mark Hopkins was also red lit, but Roberts left first and left the red light first. Hopkins moves on to the next round. He went too fast as well. 1083 with a 4 and a 1085. So that's pretty close, but certainly Hopkins lucky there.
That's a fluke, I think.
What do they say? It's better to be lucky than good.
Absolutely. I think it's my whole career, really. I shouldn't say that. The boss might be listening. All right. Christian Norberg in this beautiful HQ. Got got Peter Villaris coming through in the bare metal Falcon. Definitely a bit of a delay there from the burnout, but 1076 to a 1178 dial in on the tree. I think Villaris is being a bit reserved on that dial in, just with maybe some inconsistency today with his new car.
Yeah, it hasn't been as consistent as I think he would have liked. Just lifting that left front on the hit. 219 reaction time. Norberg with the red light. 067. We're seeing a lot of red here this afternoon so far.
Everyone's itchy. Maybe the hot weather. Everyone's getting a little bit antsy in the pantsy in the warm cars sitting down there. It's definitely. What temperature are we up to outside at the moment? Yeah.
Antsy or Dempsey?
Yeah, good. Yeah, it's probably a bit of both, mate. It's 32 degrees out there, and when you're sitting in the car, there's not a lot of cooling happening.
All right, looks like we're about to get underway with our first round of the Western Weekender Junior Dragster. A very well subscribed field, this one, so we're going to see quite a few rounds of racing in Junior Dragster here this afternoon. There was 24 entries, I believe.
And from all reports from qualifying, everyone has been on their game. So great to see the kids getting serious and dialing in, as it were.
A total of 5 rounds of racing.
Yeah, I think one of the great things about the Junior Dragster field, obviously they're mostly relatively young kids. So in between, if they've got, if they're lucky to have the support of, family and friends and there's not too much required when we're turning the cars around, you can see the kids that are racing juniors in between rounds almost don't even know that they're at a drag strip. They're off doing something else, they're with their friends, they're running around, they're playing, they're doing whatever. It's, it sort of reminds you that everyone should be a kid every now and again, right? It's not the be all and end all. But when the visor comes down, it's all business.
It's all business. That's exactly right. I think you can see that in other categories as well. There's characters in all types of racing, and some of them are on multi-million dollar contracts and they act like big kids.
Yeah,
but that's part of their deal. That's just who they are. And
well, that's right. Yeah, and you should be happy if you're on a multi-million dollar contract.
Well, I think, but that contract would bring around a lot of responsibility and a lot of pressure.
Yep, definitely.
But as you say, to be able to switch between the kid in inverted commas to the serious adult it can be tricky.
Absolutely.
All right, our first pairing out will be. How would you be, Pat?
Wow, it's a family affair.
It's a family affair. We touched on the family affair before. It'll be Savannah Condello taking on Zane Condello in the first round.
This is where the parents have to really, how the parents have a favourite? Yeah, you've got to have a poker face. Yeah, you've got to have a poker face when it comes up to both of your favourites racing at the same time. If you cheer too much, it could be a problem. If you cheer too little, it could also be a problem.
I'm guessing that's a seeding thing that's meant that happened.
Yeah, but that's racing.
It is.
What I mean? That's a term that's used way too often in this sport, but it really is. You can't sit there in a competition weekend and choose what it is that who it is that you're gonna race. You've just got to pull up next to the vehicle in the other lane and do what you have to do.
That's it. So Savannah in the airflow lane dialed in with a 798. She will have to wait for Zane, who is leaving on an 816. Near enough to 0.2 of a second head start going to the rocket lane. Just waiting on Zane to move into full stage. Lights on there now. He will leave first. 023 has the advantage. 064 for Savannah. Double breakout. Zane will take the win. 813 with an 8 on an 8160. Margin of victory, 22 thousandths of a second across the finish line. Next up, we'll have Chloe Reiko in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 799. Taking on Charlotte Lifting, dialed in with an 852. Lifting running for Speedflow Products, M-Print Industries and Ice Slushy. .022 on the tree for Reiko to 130 for Lifting. Reiko with the advantage. And we'll take it 8001 on the 799.
That reaction time really driving that home.
Yeah, that was a good pass. 1.7 seconds on the nose to the 60-foot. Next up, Daniel Axiak taking on Alex Rafalo. Axiak dialed in with a 794, running for Lush and New. Rafalo running for Sydney Waterscapes, dialed in with an 805. So only a tenth of a second head start going to Rafalo in the rocket lane. .173 on the tree for Axiak, a 138 for Rafalo.
This could be a close one.
Rafalo got there first, but went too quick. 801 with a 9 on his 805.
Would have been there with the reaction time, I think, if they
yep.
kept it in check. But it's all right. They will live to fight another day.
So Axiak moving into round number 2. The next pairing up, Jake McNamara. Running for Nan and Pop, Arnux Enterprises and Fine Line Motorsports. He's dialed in with a 795 in the aeroflow lane. Next up, Tegan Smith in beside him, running for JM Auto Repairs, APM and Power Cruise Promotions, dialed in with an 805. So a tenth of a second head start going to the rocket lane in this one. Both very experienced racers in both lanes. .138 to an 026. Jake with a lot of work to do. Giving away over a tenth of a second. And he's broken out. Didn't get there first. And Tegan Smith will take the win with an 806 on her 805.
Geez, a close breakout as well for Jake. That's a bit of a shame, but good to see Tegan doing exactly what they need to do.
Jake usually very good on the reaction times there. Maybe just got distracted by something.
Harry Rico and Piper Bennett pulling up to the line, an 802. Very specific dial in to an 852 for Piper.
Yeah, Piper in the rocket lane running for Stratos form, I beg your pardon. Running the McGee power plant, 852 her dial in. Rocket lane to leave first by half a second. Okay, Reiko with a big advantage off the start line here. I think probably already up beside Piper. Oh, would you believe he got there first?
Broke out by 2 thousandths.
He's gone 801 with an 8. 2 thousandths too soon. Got there by 2.5 tenths. But
That's when you pretty well know your dialing, don't you? If you're gonna miss it by that much, that's yeah.
So Bennett moves on to round number 2. Pat.
Well, yeah, that's the harsh reality, isn't it? Once we're in competition now, that tiny little miss means that it's time to pack the car up and cheer on your friends and family if you've got it that are still racing.
Next up, Taylor Smith and Liam O'Neill. Smith in the airflow lane, dialed in with an 810. We'll have to do a bit of waiting here. O'Neill dialed in with an 1195. O'Neill away with an 089. Has a massive advantage over Taylor Smith. I think O'Neill's going to take this one.
Oh, and a breakout.
That's my fault.
You put the
my
curse.
fault.
You put the mockers on.
Sorry, Liam.
That's all right. I'm sure Liam's still going to be happy with that with that reaction time. 089 is where it needs to be, particularly when the other lane was a 331. Archie Boscovich, going from Serbo Constructions, Diecast Mania, Liverpool Glass, with Johnny Lucci, supported by Lucci Civil, which I think Johnny could probably write Dad next to Lucci Civil there.
Yes.
I think they're pretty familiar with that company. We've got a 12.0 dial in for Johnny. It was an 871 for Archie Boscovich. Everyone's going to be on point again. Johnny with a 170 reaction time. Archie with an 076. That's a good advantage.
And about a 1/10 of a second head start going to the aeroflow lane. And converts it to a win. 875 on an 871 for Archie. Moves into the next round. Got there by pretty much the 1/10 of a second head start that he had. If the reaction time was closer, that might have been a different story.
I was trying to do some maths in my head as to how close that was, mate. It just wasn't quite quick enough on that one, but
me waving my finger in front of the
yeah, I know that
didn't help either.
It's just your passion for the sport, Bushy. That's fine. All right, so the other Bosco coming up in the aeroflow lane, Brianna Boscovich, Bosco Racing. He's got an 835 dial in. We've got Jacob Longo in the rocket lane of R&J Mechanical Repairs with an 888.
That's a lucky number in some cultures, isn't it?
Certainly is. 3 8s is very popular. Might be onto something with that.
We'll soon see. All right, we've got one Boscovich into the next round. Can we get the other?
Deep stage for Jacob.
Okay, it's worked for him there. 210 his reaction time. And he will take the win. Goes a 915 with a 9 on a 888. So only 71 mile an hour there.
Once again, it's really coming down to reaction time for these junior dragsters, which shows you how tight the field is and how dialed in a lot of these competitors are with their equipment. They know what they're going to run. They've just got to do their job at the tree.
I'm all hesitant to make predictions now. George Nader dialed in with a 796, taking on Jeffrey McNiff. McNiff, St Mary's Engines in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 836.
If I'm not wrong, I think Jeffrey's been on the ball with the reaction time today as well through qualifying. Not that George has been far off it, but he's going to have to be right there with that dial in, I think. Jeffrey with a 005 reaction time, 033 from George. Jeffrey does take the win, thanks to, well, really, thanks to that reaction time. That
it certainly helped. 85 10,000ths of a second across the finish line. Next pairing up, we'll have Daniel Carabalat taking on Jaden. How did you say that one, Pat? I was more convinced with how you went with it.
Bunasif? Bunasif is how I'm about it on that one. Probably completely wrong. If any of Jaden's families out there, spell it out or use some crayons to show us how we're done. We need that up here.
That's all right. I think once we say the name a couple of times, we're pretty good. Some of the Greek ones though are very tricky when you've got like 20 letters in them.
Yeah, alphabet surname.
That's
sometimes.
just Pat Smith.
Yep.
Just
I don't want to say I'm a simple person, but Pat Elliott's a pretty simple name. So.
All right, Caramelette away with a 2:43 reaction time. Dialed in with a 8:96, chasing down Jaden in the rocket lane, and he'll take the win. 9:0, 1 with a 4 on an 8:96 to take the win, and 12:03 for Jaden in the rocket lane. Wasn't too bad on the dial in.
Not
Just
bad.
the
Not bad
reaction
dial-in.
time perhaps a little bit slow, but I'm sure we saw Jaden licensed this morning. So
I think some of the equipment, maybe the team getting dialed in. It seems like that junior dragster specifically isn't quite. It's not as snappy on the hit as some of the others out there.
It's all pretty fresh, so that's all good.
Yep, they'll dial that in. I mean, that's a good showing. Come out here, license. Go through qualifying, get pretty close to your dial in. You can only take positives away from that.
Yep.
And keep getting better and better. So, if you are in the crowd or on the live stream, feel free to pass on some well wishes for Jaden, because he's new to the sport. So let's get him back again. Great reaction time there in the rocket lane. 060 taking the win, an 8.777 on an 8.79. So seeing the win from a breakout on that pass. I think it was the lesser of two breakouts between that two. That was a tricky time card to get a quick reaction from. I'll be honest, pushing. I was trying to work out what was happening there between reaction times, dial-ins, breakouts. It was all there. We've got George Tsoukalis coming up for the solo pass. He's got the bye run in this one, dialed in at 11.98. Even though there's a bye run, you're guaranteed to get through to the next round. You still really want to use this as getting the eye in, really making sure that everything's tuned up to where it needs to be, because the more laps you can get under your belt, the better.
Yeah, it was that number 2 qualifier, went 12.001 on his 12 flat index in inverted commas for C Junior Dragster.
And I think we saw him run a 003, didn't we, as well? There was,
Yes,
he was
yeah,
just
he did.
off
There's,
it.
there's the 2 there. So
Yep.
12.001 and a 12.003. So that machine dialed in.
Yeah. Definitely just taking this one a little bit easy by the looks of things.
Yep, he's even out of the throttle early. Saving
Not often a junior dragster gets out of the throttle early. But as you mentioned, saving those horses for the next round.
Yep, go back to the pits, put some fuel in it.
Yep.
Check a few things.
Bit of wax on the body.
Yeah, make a cut through the air cleaner.
Yep, that's it. I'm a big fan of that.
You're not?
I am.
You are?
I am. I'm a big fan of the presentation, making sure that the car looks nice and sleek.
He's not going to do that, Ben.
I think someone's actually tried doing the divot thing in land speed racing.
Oh, right.
So those that may not have heard, Ben, he suggested be like a golf ball, put all the little dimples in the surface of the car or the body.
So when am I bringing the ball paint around?
Yeah. Yeah. You take a hammer to my car, Ben, we're going to have a problem. I don't care if it works or not, mate. Speed holes, that's right. Simpsons reference for those out there, maybe.
Yep, aren't old enough.
Yeah. Isn't that an odd thing? You've got to say you're too young to know about The Simpsons now. That makes me feel really old.
All right, so it looks like our next category out will be Super Sedan, looking at the lanes. And we've got our little Suzuki Mighty Boy of Nathan Cowie not too far away. We've had a little bit of chat on the live stream about Nathan's little mighty boy.
Yep.
This one with the 400 small block.
We were talking earlier about where to find space for the driver in the Austin.
Yes.
A40 with a big block. Meanwhile, we've got a mighty boy over here that Nathan's somehow folding himself into seemingly with a 400 cube Chev between his legs, I would think.
Well, Rod Andrews from Andrews Race Cars actually built that car a long time ago, and very well sorted machine, really.
Yeah.
I remember seeing it in his workshop on one of my many visits there.
Well, it definitely didn't have any hysterics going down the track to
No.
a 9.0 earlier today, so it's definitely a good little runner.
The advantage is it weighs virtually nothing, and it's all about getting it to hook up and go in a straight line. I think obviously if it didn't quite go in a straight line, things might be a little bit different, but we shouldn't be too far away from letting those races do their first round battles. We've got Nathan Watt is our first competitor up in the aeroflow lane in the VL Commodore. He's dialed in with a 914. He's taking on wheel standing Pete Hamilton in the wagon.
Pete Wheels Up Hamilton.
Yep.
If we're going to nickname him after today.
I want to see more of the bonnet this time around, Pete. Saw the nose of the bonnet the last time. I want to see more of it.
Well, and that great paint job.
Yeah.
As I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, well, just allows Pat and I to further
just
admire
to
your car.
appreciate it. Yeah, that's right.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I don't mind if he drags the rear bar. He might.
He might. He might not be good for his racing career, but we'll enjoy it.
Of course, Perfection Automotive, the backing company for the wagon. What's supported by Grant's Performance, Burson Auto Parts, Budget Tyre Shed, and Angels Roofing. Really see that pearl that you mentioned there, Pat, in the afternoon sun here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, it's definitely not just a flat old green. There's a bit more to it.
It's like a blue and all sorts of. That's the thing with colour, isn't it? People see it so differently.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I was in the traffic the other day, and a black Hilux went past me, and it had, you could see like a very clear blue metallic in it.
Yep. Yeah, I think Pete's wagon is a whole bunch of more than meets the eye. Really, you see an older Commodore wagon, you're not necessarily expecting it to do that.
There we go. Nice. Thank you very much, Pete. Appreciate that. Left with a 000 reaction time. The second one we've seen today. He's got the win, so we're going to see another wheel stand in a little bit later on this afternoon. 876 with a 6 on an 875.
000 reaction.
Yeah.
Super consistent in 60 as well. So he just knows that it's going to run a 13660 on the back wheels. You've got to be confident with
confidence.
that. Ross Bilby pulling up in the airflow lane with Joe Zammit in the Rocket. We've got a 962 for Bilby to a 1010 dial in for Joe Zammit in the VL Commodore, supported by Zammit Port Racing.
Both very experienced racers leaving the start line. 004 on the tree for Joe Zammit to a 125 for Bilby.
It's going to be hard to come back from.
10-1-3 with a 5, 124 mile an hour for Zammit to take the win.
Ross Bilby right on the dial in as well. 962 runs a 962 with a 3.
If he'd had a better light,
all in that reaction time.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Speaking of Rex Webster in the A40 Ute, sitting nice and snug in there with his 540. Got a 950 dial in for Rex versus Larry Etzel in the 300 ZX with a 1005 being backed by HMG Machining. Rex just taking his time to get into stage there. 013 reaction time for Larry Etzel and 073 to Rex Webster. It's going to be a close one.
Yeah, not too much in. It'll be whoever's closest to the dial, and I think Webster had the parachute out right on the finish line.
Yep.
Got there by a 1/10 of a second.
Yep.
See where Etzel slowed to a 10:34 on his 10:05.
Looks like just around the 8th started to lose a little bit out there. So
Next up, Jordan Puckeridge and Andrew Little doing battle.
the Bush Rat Camaro, really well turned out car. Has been very consistent today. Been cutting nice lights. So if you can't do the same thing with a 957 dial in to Jordan Puckeridge's 1020.
Unfortunately, Puckeridge, he's out. See the crew.
Something not quite right with the car, unfortunately.
Official pointing at a couple of bits and pieces there.
Yeah. It's got a leak of some sort, perhaps. But, Andrew Little will take the light on a solo pass. Still sends it as if there was a car in the other lane. Slight red light at 012. Moves on to a 962 at 139 on a 957 dial in.
Just a very localised clean-up there. And we've got our next category pretty close to firing up. And we've got Victor Satlegianis in the Holden Torana, dialed in with a 934.
And the Suzuki Mighty Boy, Nathan Cowie.
Dialed in with a 910, so the Mighty Boy will be doing the chasing.
Strong burnout from the Mighty Boy there.
What do you reckon his tail shaft length to be?
About, I reckon 3 inches.
Between the yokes.
Yeah, I think that's all there is. There wouldn't be much. You'd almost probably be able to weld the 2 yokes together and just call it a day, right? And the fall, you know, like, I'm not sure if it's a ladder bar or a four leg, but like, surely those bars aren't very long either.
No. There's nowhere for them to go.
No.
039 to a 201. I think the Mighty Boy's going to have its work cut out, and it does. The Torana takes the win. 935 with a 6, 137 to take the win, and a 913 with a 6 on a 910.
Both campaigners really, really close to their dialing there.
Yeah, well, the Mighty Boy did step away a little bit on the start line, but just the reaction time, I think.
That's what
was the
killed it. Yeah, he was only 300ths away on the dial-in, so. Right, Michael Little, M&T Little Plumbing in the LJ Torana, coming up in the airflow lane with a 927 dial to a 980 dial of Trent Peam in Kev's Automotive Holden VH with that strong Holden 308. We've been commenting on it all day.
Very different takes on the colour yellow, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. What colour's your car? Yellow. What colour's your car? Yellow. Are they the same? No.
No, not even close. Not even close. One's a chrome yellow and the other's a bordering on a fluoro yellow.
Both bright.
Yes. The Torana will do the chasing. Also known for pretty good wheel stands. Both cars just lifting the front end on the hit. 050 to a 94. The Torana with a small advantage. And gets there. 935 with a 6. 135 through the finish line.
Really close race though. 0224 margin of victory. That is, that's right in there. Jack Moreau in this, did we call this one the Purple People Eater?
Someone said Grimace.
Grimace. Okay, this one's
chat.
Grimace.
Yes.
We'll call the Torana the Purple People Eater. But Jack Moreau with a dial in of 889 with Jim Gennaro in the Rocket Lane, dialed in at 938 for AAP Performance Automatics for Cortina. See the Cortina get out of town, followed closely by the Capri.
047 on the tree for Gennaro, 028 for Moreau.
Both clean runs. Looks like Moreau might get there.
Oh, there's a scalp. Jack Moreau takes the win. He got there first still though by 84 10,000ths of a second. That would have been about a half a tread width of tyre on it.
That was almost the breakout. So
Gennaro didn't have a bad reaction time. It's just that Moreau was a fraction better.
Yep.
And Moreau had to, Gennaro had to work for it and didn't quite get there.
Shulmar on 917 to Graham Blackman on 1070. He's going to get out of there over a second before Shulmar. So we're both keeping our eyes on reaction times here because it's going to be a bit of a difference. 013 is a great start for Graham Blackman, but Sean Maher is keeping him honest with an 020. This will be a good race at the back end of the track.
97,000s in the start line. And Sean Maher will take it, Pat, 921 with a 5. 54 10,000ths across the finish line. Two very, very close races
Can't be unhappy with that. Both drivers giving their all. Here's David Gruber in the Purple People Eater. It's dialed in at 919 with Niall Mitchell in the Rocket Lane at 1020. Wicked Custom Restos. Holden Gemini is going to leave the line first. Both sporting 383 Chevys.
133 on the tree for Mitchell and 051 for Gruber. I think already passed the Gemini slowing at the top end at 929 with a 9 at 128 for Gruber to take the win.
Gemini just falling off a little bit on the dial in 1062 on a 1020. Unfortunately, but
yeah, I think the Gemini was out of the throttle after 1,000. I think.
Yep.
Somewhere between 1,000 and 1320.
Okay, so it looks like that's wrapped up our Super Sedan. Moving into Street Fighter. Hadouken. I want to carry on with the other sounds that
I can't remember any others though.
There's the Hyper and Yoga Flame. You know, Dal Sims Yoga Flame, I think, as well. But then we'll get carried away and we'll be distracted, and really we should be focusing on the races here.
We could be like our import commentator Chris Diggles, who has 15 different characters that he can confidently commentate any racing with, and talk amongst himself in to himself.
Diggles
with
is
himself.
He is an enigma in the commentary world. I think he's a great bloke.
Danny Saddlemire away with a 004. 1360 the dial in for the AU. 1325 the dial in for the Gemini. Not sure if the Gemini is going to get there, Pat.
No.
The AU on the brakes, I think.
Oh,
I'm not saying anymore.
A breakout for Danny in the AU. I can't believe that would happen to an AU Falcon. It's not possible. But nonetheless, moving on to Ben Roberts, dialed in at 1480 versus Charlie Boscovich at 1475. This is going to be a close one, I would say.
I'm not predicting anymore.
Oh, red light, unfortunately, for Ben on the tree, and 097 for Charlie. So Charlie taking the win, courtesy of that cherry on the tree, left by Ben. And lucky as well, actually, because a bit of a breakout there for the hamster.
Not a big one.
Not a big one,
no.
but it's still there.
Next pairing up will be Scott Goodison in the
Mitsubishi Legnum.
Taking on Sean Darnell in the I-30. Darnell dialed in with a 1690. And the Legnum dialed in with a 15.82.
Sean, the advantage in the reaction time, 138, meets a 178. It's going to be this one at the end. Oh, Scott Goodison taking the win in the Legnum on the less of a breakout by the looks of things. 571 with a 4 versus 1674 and 8 on there. Just goes to show you never quite know exactly how it's going to roll out, even in the Street Fighter class.
Oh, pair of wagons now. Ryan Pettiford dialed in with a 14.45 in the red model. And Don Zemet in the blue one, 13.04. His dial in. Zemet running for DHL. Pettiford for his pop, Alan White. 0.66 on the tree for Don Zemet to a 158.
Pettiford's got his work cut out for him here.
He's out of the throttle early. We can hear that on the track mic.
Yep.
13.13 with a 5 will take it for Don Zemet.
Not a bad dial-in time for Pettiford though. At 14.48, I think on a 14.45.
Next up we'll have Dave Muscat in the Mini, running for RPM Racing. Dialed in with a 15.80, thrown it away with a 005 red.
Yeah.
Con Esther's going to take the win and the solo into the next round. And run on through for a 15.33 with a 3 on a use 14.10. So obviously backing way out of the throttle. Next up we'll have Jack Matasevic and Grant Law. Matasevic in the Falcon dialed in with a 14.35.
Grant Law straight on the double bulb.
Mind games.
Full stage.
Mind games, you reckon?
Mind games in Street Fighter. Well, he's got a 5-second advantage there.
0025. He's got add another 10th and a half.
10th and a half, yeah.
I think the RAV4 might be claiming a scalp here. Although my predictions haven't been that good so far.
Yeah, let's just wait and see. Oh. Wait,
And
we're going to call it the bushy curse.
And the trend continues.
Bushy curse is in the But look at that dial in from Jack Matasevic. 14.35, runs a 14.35 with an 8. That's a man that knows his Falcon. Wayne Smith here on the last round with the bye in HSV Club Sport. He's got a 13.45 dial in. Let's see if he uses it as a test pass or just accepts the light. 009 red reaction time, so he was definitely going for it. And runs a 13.56 with a 7 on that 13.45 dial in. Through to the next round. That was Street Fighter.
Okay.
Moving on to Modified.
That's exactly right. We've got Jenny Petrie in the Fiat, dialed in with a 8.42. Taking on CJ Davies in the front engine Dragster, dialed in with an 8.23.
That 400 cube Chevy in the in Jenny's Topolino is an aggressive sounding little Chevy. You know, there's only 15 more cubes over CJ's car, but geez, it sounds cranky when she's going through the burnout process there.
I suppose the different headers, perhaps. Petrie running for Mix Metal Roofing, Craig's Automatics, Penrite Oils, and of course St Mary's Engines. Davies running for Sumranch Race Cars, Ice Ignitions, Victory Transmissions, and Revolution Race Gear at Brisbane. .206 on the tree for Petrie.
0.36 8:37 for Davies.
Yeah, Davies the big advantage and converts it to a win. 8:33 with a 4, 149 on his 8:23 to take the win. Petrie went 8:44 with a 7 on 8:42. But just gave away too much on the start line.
Just a bit too much, unfortunately. Stephanie Heisman's in the Aeroflow lane with Great Western Auto Wreckers. Auto 1 Orange, Cool Shirt Systems Australia with an 8:33 dial in. We've got Kelsey Wofford-Lay in the Rocket Lane with Nectar Mortgages on a 792.
You're not allowed a 5-minute break, Ben.
Give the bloke a hard time for not being right. See, you set the bar too high on Wednesday night, Bushy. You were moving it around, you were zooming in. Now you've given Ben, you've got all these this standard that Ben's got to live up to.
Sorry, Ben.
No, he's not. All right, two ladies taking the staging beams here. 031 to an 030. This will be a cracker of a race all the way to the end.
Thousandth advantage going to Wofford-Lay, and your winner will be Wofford-Lay, 795 with a 1 on a 792.
Just had that dial in a little closer.
Yep.
So great run by both ladies, and a good win moving on to the next round for Kelsey. Daniel McCaskill in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in on 730 with Mark 1 Welding, MSW Dragster. Alison Stewart with an 845 for Welsh Family Racing, sponsored by Jeff's Racing Engines, Cackling Pipes Photography, Madman Productions, and Denara Chassis. Again, Alison is in the lead, the points lead, for the bracket in this championship currently. I notice Daniel's down there with support from young Zach Palm, from he's one of the boys from the race shop with Aeroflow Funny Car team.
Okay, cool.
So he's got a dragster himself. It's based up in Queensland. It's a bit of an eastern seaboard conglomerate going on there. I think the McCaskills are based out of Melbourne. They're racing in Sydney. Zach's based out of Brisbane. Currently working and living in Sydney as well.
Got all bases covered, mate.
So got it all covered, yeah. It's the Eastern Seaboard Tour. Stewart out with an 036 to an 068. McCaskill there.
Big step sideways for McCaskill on the hit. I don't think she's going to make that up at the other end, and she does not. 851 with a 9, 152 for Alison Stewart to take the win. 036 light, and McCaskill a 755 with a 7 on a 730 at 182. So the thing came home strong, but I think just a step off the
last few passes, it's been turning the tyres as well, Bushy, as we saw in qualifying, unfortunately. So some more work to do for us.
They're probably the biggest tyres on a car in modified, from what I would say looking at them, but.
You know what they say, Bushy? It's not always about the size; it's how you use it. So,
yes.
Yeah, keep that in mind in all walks of life.
Apply that theory whenever you like.
Yeah, definitely. Well, look, there's no good having a big block if it's got no compression. Lee Outlaw pulling up to the line, 801 dial in. We've got Jess Turner in the ETS Dragster in the Rocket Lane with a 693. Again, more competition from the top of the points table. Outlaw with an 011 reaction time, 034 with Jess Turner chasing down that Ford Roadster. Outlaw takes the win on an 8030, 165 with an 801 dial in.
Well, that Dragster was closing the gap pretty quick there. Yeah. It's 34 mile an hour difference, which is a fair speed. That's what, 50 odd k's an hour difference at the top end.
Absolutely, and they've got the car on kill because it's knocking right on the door of a triple digit 60-foot time with a 001 from the ETS Dragster crew. So well done to them.
All right, next up we've got a solo for George Bukareshvili in the Aeroflow lane. Running for Race Max Direct, Advanced Product Design, Brian Tui Racing and Motorsport Connections. The little 365 Cube LS in front of this dragster. He's dialed in with a 788.
And he's been on his game today, George.
He's doing very well in the championship too. Forward into that full staged beam. Leaves with an 035 red light, but that does not matter. He's got the win points. He's going to move into the next round. 788 with an 8.
On an 88 dial in. Well done, George. Joe Sorbello with a strong burnout. I would say equally matched there by Lisa Sargent in Brutus, the Nova, in the Rocket Lane. We've got Joe dialed in on 860, with Lisa dialed in at 845. So 388 Cube LS powering the Sorbello unit, and a 598 Dart Big Block for Lisa. All sorts of different ways to go about how it is that you want to get down the track. Of course, Joe with a little bit of forced induction, a couple of extra atmospheres being jammed into that little LS engine, being driven by slingshot converters and Jacob performance engines, while the Sergeant's roofing Nova out 006 for Lisa on the reaction time. That is going to get her right into the pointy end of the field, taking the win at an 891. Definitely a little bit off on the dial-in, but the same case for both runners there. 914 for Joe Sorbello on 860. So Lisa moving on to the next round. Now we've got a couple of the big guns here. Tony Heisman's 632 Chev in the Aeroflow lane. Again, just showing that little bit of restraint, waiting for the other lane, as he did earlier in qualifying, before he does his burnouts. He's dialed in for an 804. We've got David Whitmore in the Hypernova. It's definitely a commentary box favourite up here with that big blown 400 Cube Chevy. Dialed in a 797. This is going to be close on the tree and close at the top end of the track if all goes well.
Whitmore just bringing it in on the idle, as we can hear on the track mics.
It's convenient, isn't it? Just give your throttle foot a rest for a second. Just let the blower surge pull it in.
Because we saw him do a reasonably big wheel stand on one of the runs earlier this morning. Let's see what he can do here.
.075 reaction time from Heisman's 029 for Whitmore. This will be a close one, but I think Whitmore, no, breakout. Spoke too soon.
7,000's too soon, Pat.
Yeah, absolutely. 856 on an 804 dial in for Tony Heisman's is going to see him move across to the next round. Have the Catalaro VL coming up in the Aeroflow lane. Got some red lights on the track out there, just making sure that there's nothing on the track near the finish line.
We can see on our camera we've got an official standing down there at the turnaround area there.
Looks like everything must be fine. We do have cars coming into stage. Gadalari on 855, Brett Sheard in the S10 on 789. cherry on the tree is Gadalari, and I think probably some problems in the rear end of that car, because that was a bit of an odd sidestep just near the 330. Shit goes on to take the win with an 8007 on a 789 dial in, but thanks to that cherry that Joe's left, he will be moving forward to the next round.
Yeah, Gadalari's car usually very, very well sorted.
Yeah, I did notice a bit of a wobble in the burnout towards the end of the burnout when it came out there, and I thought maybe it was just maybe not enough RPM on board, and the it's running a big tyre on that thing, so I thought it might have been a bit bound up and just hopped it around, but maybe some axle issues or something similar, because it seems to have made its way to the end of the track and still coming around the corner there. So I'm sure the guys will get it back and get it all figured out for the next round, or for the next meeting, I would say.
Next up, we'll have Josh Boscovich in the XA Coupe, dialed in with an 838. It's taking on Mark Philp. For West Slash in the VP Commodore, 632 cube, big block. Dialed in with an 842. So not much in this one either, only 0.04 of a second. Head start going to the Commodore.
It's going to be very close. I'm going to have to do some research on that Fontana 410 bushy, because I hate to admit that I don't know much about it. Fontana is that's a different one to me. I'm probably showing my.
Well, the only other racer that I'm aware of off the top of my head that ran the Fontana power plant was Ben Gatt. He ran a Fontana in his XA for many years back in the old Wild Bunch days.
Well, am I not? Am I wrong in saying that this is the same car?
No, it's not. It's not the same car. I don't believe it is.
I thought that
because they had the two. Two were painted the same. So I don't believe it to be the same car.
Okay. Because I know Boscovich and Gatt had a really close relationship, and
very good friends. Yes.
Yep. There was a lot going on there. So okay.
So Josh, we'll see you back for another round. Goes 8.50 with a 3, 138.
A breakout from Mark Philp.
Yeah, he got there first by 200ths as well.
Yep. Benny's right. The Fontana 410 is not in the Rocket or Aeroflot catalogue, which is probably one of the reasons why I don't know about it.
How do you fix that, Pat?
Well, I guess we'll have to see whether or not Fontana is still producing engines and maybe add it to the list at the Rocket. Track sponsor, Rocket Industries, for all of your hardcore parts. You can head over there. They're nice and local to us at Huntingwood. Of course, in the other lane, sponsor Aeroflot Performance Products.
Seamless, Pat. Seamless.
Thank you very much.
All right, looks like we're about to get underway with some boosted Outlaw racing there in the staging lanes, just going through their final suiting up, I dare say. What Pat and I might do in the meantime is just throw to a big screen for a couple of quick words from some of our sponsors, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflot Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates, and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance.
Well, Patrick, we're back. Oh, sorry, I don't know if it's Patrick all right or not.
Well,
No?
that is my legal name.
Yes, I know, but that doesn't mean you
but
like it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, usually if there's a Patrick involved, it's got to do with my mother and her not being happy. So, so Pat's usually good.
I call Ben Benjamin sometimes. And I get the same excuse. Just me being a little bit more formal.
Well,
you know.
We're,
I'm sure you've been called worse.
We're not exactly formal here at Sydney Dragway, are we? We're more smart casual.
Smart
I think.
yeah.
Let's let's run with that. I'm sure Russell didn't appreciate that.
All right. Well, we've got Gareth down in the altered. I can see the fuel being squirted down in the butterflies. And we've got Brittany Olive, also her crew doing the same thing. I think last time they let Brittany fire up first and then start her burnout before they fired the altered for Rogers. Both cars fired into life now. At least one thing with Gareth's car, Pat, there's no polishing.
No,
it's all
not a lot of polishing going on forward of the forward of the body there.
It's all anodised. Going for that mean, sinister look, I dare say.
Absolutely. I mean, being a Kiwi as well, he's got the all-black theme happening, so I'm sure that works for them. See how these two boosted Outlaws get on in this round.
Well, see, Brittany didn't come out for a run just before lunchtime. Gareth did, but unfortunately was shut down. There was a little bit of a leak on the last run, so took it back to the pits.
Crew would have been on to whatever that small oversight was from the last round, and we'll be all squared away and ready to make a pass again. One last adjustment on the wheelie bars for both vehicles.
Both races into pre-stage. Counts down. Nice light for Rogers. 051 on the tree. Looks like the Alta's out in front.
Bit of a pedal there, I think, possibly from both cars.
Yeah, 758 with a 0, 189 mile an hour for Rogers through the finish line there.
Gets there, and that's what we call a whole shot win, right? It's got the reaction time in hand.
And a 744 with the 7, 167 for Brittany Olive there in the Aeroflow lane.
Good to see both boosted Outlaws getting down the track in a straight direction around the end onto the return road. And once the track crew have just confirmed that everything's nice and safe to go, we'll be back into Super Street for a second round of eliminations.
There's this. There it is, all clear and turnaround. What do you want to hear?
That's what we want to hear.
All right, our first pairing up in Super Street, round number 2, will be Adam Bowers and Martin Stevenson. Bowers in the VT Commodore, Stevenson in the drag van, 410 small block in the panel van, dialed in with a 1022, giving near enough to 2 seconds head start to the Commodore Bowers in the Aeroflow lane.
Bowers has been on with reaction time today as well in that Commodore, so it's definitely not going to be a pushover for Martin Stevenson today.
Stevenson's been showing a bit of form of late too. The car performing very well in that low 10-second zone.
It's like I put the commentator curse on, mate. I'll pick up the mantle bushy where you've left off.
We'll be locking the door shortly. It's
yeah,
all right.
yeah, thanks. Well, through...
You'll take a track bike and I'll take one. We'll just go sit up in the stand.
No worries.
We can move around.
No problem. 1028 with a 5 to the 1022 dial in for Stevenson in the drag van. We've got Jeff Goodwin in the Holden Monaro, dialed in at 1091 with Brett Stutchbury in the Commodore at an 1110.
Monaro to do the chasing. Pretty close off the start line. The Commodore with a slightly better reaction time. The Monaro will take the win at 10.93 with a 1 on a 10.91 dial-in. Moves into the next round. Stutchbury and the Commodore in the Rocket Lane. A 11.17 on his 11.10.
We go Peter Villaris in the Bare Metal Falcon. Coming up, it's on 11.69 dial-in. Tim Ritzrow in the Commodore 11.75. So it should be a nice, close run on this one.
I guess when it's close like that in the dial-in, you can really see the reaction time difference, if there is one.
Yep.
Between the two cars.
Yeah, it shows you that it's really makes or breaks the run. And 022, Tim Ritzrow's gotten away really well. A lot of attitude from Villaris in the Aeroflow lane. He's definitely got his hands full with that new car. Ritzrow taking the win, 11.92, 108 on 11.75. Villaris going through for a 12.03 on 11.69. We've got Joseph Zurab in the HZ Ute, St Mary's engines on board. An 11.0 dial-in with Robert Matisic in the 67 Camaro, 454 big block, dialed in 11.1.
Only a 1/10 of a second head start going to the Camaro in this one. .059 on the tree. The Camaro has the advantage. Shreb not too far behind with an 086.
A lot of wheel spin off the line with Zero Butte. Matisic taking the win, 11.23 with an 8 on 11.1.
Next up we have Craig Warren and Peter Giddens. Warren in the Torana dialed in with a 10.15. Giddens in the Cortina dialed in with an 11.20. So just over 1 second head start going to the gold Cortina.
The way these cars launch, if they get the reaction time close, it's going to look like the world's just shifted to the left a little.
Yeah.
Both cars rocking over to the right.
Just throws the gravitational pull off a little bit.
No 2.9 for Warren on the reaction time, which has helped him gain the win at a 10.34 on a 10.15 dial-in. Pete just not quite there. The reaction time a little behind on that one.
All right, next pairing up. That's very well said. I like that. Next pairing up, Dave McLean dialed in with a 10.82. He's in the Monaro, taking on Guy Greenland in the station wagon. Ooh, a lot of wheel spin there for McLean in the aeroflow lane, away with a 009 reaction time. Looks
Great
like he's
reaction time.
Out in front still at the moment, but
does take the win.
Going to take the win.
Oh, Greenland breaks out by 1,000th.
Yeah, so Greenland got there first by 58 10,000ths, but went 1,000 too fast.
Yep, and the reaction time, still a good reaction time of 0.39, just not on for the 009 in the aeroflow lane. I think definitely we can see the heat in the early afternoon playing a factor. There's a few cars out there that have gone from dead hooking to getting a bit more rotation on the tyres off the hit, which is definitely something to consider as a competitor out there this afternoon.
Yeah, because I guess you think, oh, beauty, the track will be hot and it'll be sticky, but there's a point where it becomes actually like a grease, bit slippery. So I remember the first time we actually did it at a national event, they washed the track at the lunch break.
Ah, wow.
But it was that hot. It was drying. But
Yep.
the finish line was, they started from the other end. By the time they got up to the start line, the finish line was dry.
Yeah.
That's how hot it was. And I'm not talking just spraying it with a mist. It was drenched.
A water truck out there.
Physically drenched with the water truck. So it looks like Matisevic was out in front, got there first, but went too fast. 10.88 with a 2 on a 10.84 for Mark Hopkins in the Torana. He's going to move into the next round.
That is a nice dial-in.
Yep, it was. Matisevic going 200s too fast. Am I right? No.
Well, yeah, 1300s.
Bad maths, sorry. There's lots of numbers there. Oh. Okay, so that I think that completes the round of
the Super Street.
Super Street. And I can see Junior Dragsters back around again already.
Junior Dragsters, yeah. We're just going to get the track prepped with the safety requirements for the Dragsters. Get those aeroflow flags out at the 8th mile mark to signify the finish line for the juniors. And we will send them through.
We might just throw up to our big screen once again, pay some bills, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems,
Right, welcome back to Sydney Dragway to get underway with the second round of 5 for the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters here today. And the round will be kicked off with Daniel Caraballet, dialed in with an 8.96 in the aeroflow lane. He's taking on Zane Condello, who's dialed in with an 8.14. So Condello will have to do some chasing in the rocket lane.
Judging by previous passes today, both races are pretty dialed in. So we're going to be keeping eyes on the reaction time for these guys when it comes down to who's going to take the green.
Yeah, I think Zane took the win over his sister in the last round because he had a better light.
Yep.
So let's see if he can repeat. Yep.
He's definitely carried that through to the next round. 0-1-0 reaction time. 3.75. Zane does take the win with an 8.40. A little slower in the ET, but
yeah, I dare say what it is off the throttle pretty early there.
Yep.
Although the margin across the finish line was only a 1/10.5. So next up we'll have Daniela Axiak dialed in with a 7.93, running for Lush and You in the aeroflow lane, taking on Georgia Leifting in the rocket lane, running for Speedflow Products, Imprint Industries, McGrath's Meats, Ice Slushy, Aquabliss Candles, and the Claire Bear Swim School. We've only got one more line left there, Pat.
yeah, the marketing team has been out pounding the pavement for Georgia Leifting there. Big congratulations for that team. Putting everything forward as she brings on the pre-stage bulb. Both races in full stage. 0.15 red from Leifting will give the win to Daniela Axiak. Still a respectable reaction time of 0.57. Runs an 8.01 on a 7.93 dial.
Next up we'll have Taylor Smith and Piper Bennett. Piper dialed in with an 8.54. Running for Stratus Form. And she's taking on Taylor Smith. Running for Northwest Parts and Performance, dialed in with an 8.12. So Smith will have to do the chasing. Near enough to 0.4 of a second. And an 0.46 on the tree for Bennett. It's picked up 0.2 off the start line. And Bennett will take the win. 8.63 with an 8 on an 8.54. There by 0.2 of a second, which funnily enough is pretty much the margin on the start line.
It's funny how that works out sometimes, more often than not. George Tsoukalis, 11.98 dialing. This is the man on the button, Jacob Longo, with a 9.0 in the rocket lane. There's a decent difference in the two dialings, almost right on 3 seconds there. So really got to keep your nerve as the chaser.
Sorry, 0.33 on the tree for Longo. To Carlos with a little bit of work to do at the top end of the racetrack. Rayco will take the win. 9.18 with a 771 mile an hour, and he's 9.0.
Unfortunately, George just missing out on the reaction time there a bit. His dial-in was spot on, 11.98, run 11.98 with an 8. But just not quite on top of the tree there, which means Longo moves on. Chloe Rayco, 8.01 dial-in. Archie Boscovich, 8.73 in the Rocket Lane.
Boscovich running for Sebek Constructions Diecast Mania Liverpool Glass. Backing him his whole career so far. 197 on the tree for Boscovich. He's going to take the win. Rayco with the 179 red light. Boscovich running through with an 8.81 with the 7 there.
Got Jeffrey McNiff dialed in at 8.36. St Mary's Engines support on board with Tegan Smith in the Rocket Lane. JM Auto Repairs, APM, Power Cruise Promotion and Lucas Oils has an 8.05 on the dialing board. Jeffrey's been pretty been on top of the tree today, so should be a good race for the juniors.
You know what happened last time you said that?
I'm trying to give him.
I know you're giving you a rap.
I'm trying to give him a rap, mate.
I know. I'm only poking fun. So 8.36 plays an 8.05. 107 on the tree for McNiff. 0.28 for Smith.
Great light for Tegan. Will it convert? It does.
Tegan takes the win. 8.16 with a 3 on an 8.05. Got there by 300ths. And McNiff an 8.42 with an 8 on an 8.36.
Very well done. That's the next round of juniors. Well done.
Was brought to us by the Western Weekender. Fantastic little local publication out of the Nepean area.
And some great sportsmanship from the rival teams down there in the juniors as well. Plenty of high fives, hugs and claps to everyone involved, which is always good to see. That's what we want to continue through. We want it for the kids, but we want it all the way through the sport as well.
Yep, setting the example. All right, so it looks like our next lot of cars to come through will be
Super Sedan.
Super Sedan. They're just pushing through, but we've just got to put away that the safety equipment at the top end of the racetrack. We'll just throw up to our big screen for a couple of quick words from some of our sponsors, and Pat and I will be back with you very, very shortly.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Not slow. Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter, that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Okay, Super Sedan making way through the tunnel. Just finishing up those little checks at the big end of the track. Making sure that we're all ready to continue our safe and fast racing on track for Speed Adict Clothing Track Championships, round number 6 here at Sydney Dragway. Definitely warm out there. I think we're right at the peak today, 33 degrees. So a few cars we've been noticing just trying to get their heads around the track condition right now with that extra heat in the track. A few been turning the tyres a little bit, which is going to play a bit of havoc with the dial in and performance of the vehicle. So it's all part of championship racing. We don't really have a season here in Sydney. It's basically racing all year round. So that means you've got to be dialed in for winter, you've got to be dialed in for summer, and both extremes.
Just looking at the weather thanks to Benji, 33.2 degrees and 20% humidity, so the humidity is right down there.
Yep. Bit more of a breeze though by the looks of things.
Yeah, saying 28.5 kilometres now. And just looking for the density altitude, 762 metres. We have seen sub-zero time altitudes here regularly. In the very recent past.
We are in we are in the part of Sydney that has its own weather band, so it doesn't really matter what the actual physical location is. We've got effectively 3 racetracks within a couple of kilometre radius, so we know that that's going to mess with it. Victor Sadler-Giannis, 9:34, has a 0.26 reaction time to Andrew Little, the Bushrat, 9:59. Sadler-Giannis taking the win in 9:36 on 9:34 dialing there. Nice pass for the Torana. Next up we've got Jack Moreau in the Moreau Drag Racing Ford Capri, small block Chevy powered on an 888 dial-in. Rex Webster in the big block powered Austin A40 Ute on a 950. See how these guys can turn up against each other.
So near enough to 6/10 of a second head start going to the blue Ute. In the rocket lane, the Capri will chase him down. Here we go, 030 to an 014.
He's going to make it tight.
And the Ute will take it, Pat,
Rex
951.
holding out. Yep.
951 on a 950. Got there by 200ths of a second. I guess the issue for Rex is he's not going to be able to see you because of the cab, the curve in the cab and the window at the back, so he's not going to be able to look out the window.
Exactly. He's just got to keep the foot flat to the floor and hope that he did everything he needed to.
He's probably not going to hear you either.
No, with a 540 big block literally under your chin, I think I think he's got his hands full.
All right, Sean Maher in the HB Torana dialed in with a 919, taking on Joe Zammit, dialed in with a 1008. Two very experienced racers on the start line.
003.
To an 017.
Zammit to an 017. Great light by Joe.
14 thousandths of a difference going to the VL, and the VL will take it. Mark gets there first, breaks out. Got there by 62 thousandths of a second, went 918 with a 5, so 5 thousandths too quick.
He was chasing him down. There was no doubt about that, but so, great light from Joe.
So if he'd won, for him to win that, he would have won by 1,000th of a second. Am I correct? I think so.
Oh, with the difference from the reaction time to the breakout? Yeah, wow.
think I'm using my calculator brain, and it's been working since.
I think mine needs new batteries.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. If you got the little solar panel,
yeah, I've got to put it in the window. Michael Little in the LJ Torana, 927 dial-in for David Gruber, 921. Wheels up as we're used to seeing from Michael Little. That's a 011 reaction time to an 043. In the big end of the track, that comes down to a 928 for the win. Michael Little at 141 to a 921.5. Wow, really all in the reaction time there.
Oh, look what we've got now.
Here you go. It's Pete Wheels Up Hamilton.
And he's on his own.
Yeah, single pass. He's still going to put on a show for the crowd. And there's a little bit of a nitrous purge there, so... 73 dialing. 010 reaction time. It's almost a shame that was a buy run, because you'd want to show that off to the person you were racing against. Slight breakout than 866 on 873. So a little too good. At 127.60. That's I think the best of the day from Pete in the wagon. So
it's certainly leaving pretty well for a full-size car, isn't it?
Absolutely. Moving into modified. We've got CJ Davies in the rocket lane. Is he on a buy run? I think it looks like he is.
Looks like it. There's no one entered into the computer beside him.
So CJ is going to pull in with an 825 on the dial-in. All the time in the world to get himself ready for his pass. Goes on a 003 reaction time with a 1-2 flat 60 foot. Brings it home for an 826 with a 4 on an 825 dialing.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Not at all. George Bukareshlev from Racemakes Direct in Aeroflow Lane, the 787 dial-in with Kelsey Wofford Lee in the Rocket Lane on a 794. Gascal backed by Nectar Mortgages. George, Racemakes Direct, Advanced Product Design, Brian Tooley Racing in MSCN. But, definitely both in the points chase here. Red light for Kelsey, 001 and a 006 for George, taking the win courtesy of that 1,000.
Yeah, but look at the time at the other end, 788 with a 2 on a 787. George is...
and a slight breakout as well for Kelsey, actually, 7936 on a 740 dial-in. I'm sure she's going to be pretty hard on herself back in the lane, but nonetheless, has done a great job today, as has basically everyone else that's racing. Lee Hartle-Law in the Aeroflow lane, and an 802 dial-in. Alison Stewart, an 844. Just going to hold the car's staging for a second, just making sure, our official there, just making sure that everything's all good to go on the line.
Stuart just rolling up to the staging beams now. .27 to a 008. Hartle-Law with the better reaction time. Something coming off the Hartle-Law car.
Look like is that a merge collector or something? Part of the pipe, the exhaust
Sure,
pipe.
it didn't seem to hurt performance though. 8055 at 164 mile an hour on an 802 dial in, but whatever it was, it skidded across the racing surface pretty good.
Yeah, maybe if it was part of the exhaust, they might leave it off because it did go through for a clean time. But nonetheless, we'll just make sure that that's gathered up and off the racing surface.
Yeah, Stewart in the other lane there went 850 with a 7 on an 844. Not too much in it across the finish line. It was just that I think Lee had was a little bit closer to the dial-in and had a slightly better reaction time.
Yeah, 008 is a good light for sure. That's a no 27 for Allison there. All right, so that will wrap up Modified. I believe we might be moving into Street Fighter.
Yeah, it looks like it. The next category out was Top Sportsman, but I dare say they've probably moved them back a little bit to try to give them a little bit more turnaround time. However, we can see Junior Dragster and Street Fighter in the lanes again already. So the advantage is with both those categories pretty much, juniors would pretty much just be fuel between rounds.
Yep.
And obviously with your Street Fighter, you could put more than one round's worth of fuel in it.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of the Street Fighters there might just be sitting in the air conditioning in between rounds.
I'm guessing there's probably one or two of those cars that the drivers could be doing that.
Absolutely.
And then the other two or three, no.
Not so much. Yeah. Don't think the Jemmy's got AC.
Yeah,
we know the Hamster doesn't.
Yeah, well, the Hamster's got AC. It's
got
got to have the visor up.
Natural air conditioning.
Correct. Yeah. The problem is for young Charlie, he's sitting on top of all the heat.
Yes. Yep.
It's sinking through the firewall.
So again, for the crew out there, please make sure that you are looking after your drivers, making sure they're hydrated. If you do have an umbrella or something, if you're in an open vehicle, keep those drivers covered up because cool heads will prevail at the racing line when we're down at the pointy end of competition.
100%. And there is a number of water stations around the facility. I think there's one under the shade structure in the staging lanes. If you haven't seen it there, you probably would have seen it when you're lining up to get scrutineered, but there is a water station there in the shade.
Definitely one there. There's also another one just at the near the toilet blocks at the bottom of the stairs.
There is two, yes.
Near the timing shed. I think there is one at the Sportsman toilet block further down in the pits, and I haven't been up there for a little while, but I assume there's one in a similar location upstairs.
I would assume so too.
So making sure, as part of those upgrades that the track received in recent years, making sure that we're providing a better service for the racers and the fans. Get everything cleared away, and it does look like Street Fighter is coming through.
Looks like our first pairing will be Charlie Boscovich, dialed in with a 1469. And Nicholas Bennett, who's dialed in with a 1325. So the Gemini will be chasing the Hamster.
Not many places that you'll see a side valve and a 202 race each other these days.
Probably wouldn't happen across the road because they'd be two different categories.
Yeah.
Although we have seen a couple of one side valve in a front engine, a supercharged side valve in a front engine dragster running modified out of Tasmania, but I haven't seen that car for quite some time. I dare say the maintenance on a blown side valve running 8s, I think it ran.
I can't imagine it would be minimal.
No.
Yeah. And not many of your local auto parts stores
No.
stock much side valve.
I think, and that's the issue, is finding people with the machinery to actually do the work as well.
Yeah. All right, Charlie Boscovich in the burnout box. In the hamster, it's got himself a 1469, as Bushy mentioned. The dial in, we've got Nicholas Bennett moving into the same position with what a gem, as the plate reads on the rear of the Gemini. Both cars creeping into stage. Oh, red light, Charlie. 1-9. It's going to hand the win to Nicholas Bennett in the Rocket Lane. Right, crossing at 13.45 on his 25 dial-in.
Looks like a pretty clean pass, apart from the red light for Boscovich there.
Yep. Okay. Lumberjack Matasevic is up with a dial in of 14.30. I'm going to keep tempting fate. Don Zammit in the V wagon in the Rocket Lane at 13.04.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Oh,
57 to an 85.
He's
We
cut
might
the
see
tree
the
better
Lumberjack.
he's better than Zammit.
He's
Not by
chopping
much,
it down.
He's chopping it down.
Let's see how he goes in the back half of the track. I think 14.30 is about right. Oh, and he breaks out.
By a tenth.
Wow.
I was going to say I wasn't going to say it, but I thought it looks like he's out in front.
Yep.
I think he was expecting that Commodore wagon to come on around him at the top
absolutely.
end.
Good work to both races there. Next one's up. Wayne Smith, 13.50 with Con Esther at 14.10. Got Holden versus Ford in this Street Fighter matchup. 138 to an 0.33 from Wayne Smith. Great reaction time there. He's going to put the pressure on that Falcon of Con Esther. Neck and neck by the looks of things at the big end of the track. Con broke it. No.
Oh, he got there first.
Got there first. But Wayne with the win at a 13.6 on 13.5 dial-in. Here's Scott Goodison with the leg numb in the Rocket Lane for his bypass. 0.49, I think, is the best reaction time from Scott today. So good on him for not just taking the bypass for granted. 15.76 on a 15.71 is where it needs to be. So we'll be moving on to the next round.
All right, looks like Junior Dragster is in the lanes. And we'll throw to our big screen once again, have a quick word from some of our sponsors, and Pat and I will be back with you very shortly here at Sydney Dragway. For the Speed Adict Clothing Co. Track Championship. We'll be back with you soon.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing Fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing Fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.
Piper Bennett and Zane Condello will be the first pair of this round in the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. About to kick off round number 3 of 5. So Bennett dialed in with an 860. Will be chased by Condello, who's dialed in with an 814. Both races have been very consistent and pretty good on the tree so far this afternoon.
Right, Piper Bennett right up at the staging beams, getting ready to accept the light. You've got Zane Condello making his way in as well. Both youngsters, eyes on the prize. Just waiting for Condello. It's into full stage.
Condello with a 010 red light, handing the win to Bennett. Runs on through for an 860 with a 4 and an 860 dial in.
Great dial in from Piper Bennett. Yeah, Archie Boscovich in the left lane with an 875. Dial in, we've got Tegan Smith in the rocket lane with an 805. It's pretty safe to say everyone in these pairings going forward now, Bush, you've been doing a great job and have just about an equal chance of being, right at the pointy end.
100%. I agree with what you're saying there, Pat.
0.036 to an 0.44 reaction time. That is going to make this a close race.
Only 8,000s between the two. Boscovich with a small advantage. He got there first, but went too fast. Went 74 and a 75. Handing the win to Tegan Smith, who went an 0.74 on an 8.05.
It's always something to get your head around in drag racing when you're going too fast.
Yes.
It's always, a lot of people might not quite quite follow that. But again, great show of sportsmanship between the teams down there on the line. Boscovich and Smith families. They understand we're all here for the same reason. And everyone's having a great time and giving it their best.
All right, next pairing up is Jacob Longo in the rocket lane. Dialed in with a 9 flat, taking on Daniela Axiak. Dialed in with a 7.94. Axiak on top of the table at the moment. Longo back in 5th. Now he was up a little bit higher before the last round. I think either didn't show or didn't do as well as he would have liked. 1.09 for Axiak, has the advantage on the start line and will convert it to a win. Goes 8.05 with a 4 on an 8.94 dial in.
Definitely Daniela is cementing a position at the top of the tree there, so doing a great job.
Yep, for the team and for our sponsors, Lush and you. And I think that concludes the round. I think that's it. We're starting to get towards the pointy end of that category.
Absolutely. We'll get the track corrected, and looks like we're going to be back into Super Street.
Of course, for Go Logistics.
But the names behind Go Logistics out here racing, so not only putting their passion forward, but also their hand in the pocket.
Yeah, they're trying to win their money back.
Yeah. I'm not sure this is the right sport for that in Australia, necessarily.
No. It's like going to a casino.
Yeah.
Trying to win your money back.
No, don't say that too loud, Bushy. We're trying to get more sponsors. Okay. Yeah, okay.
My bad.
But if you are enjoying the track championships out here, and there is a class or a category that you're a big fan of, and you're in the position to be a category sponsor, by all means, get in touch with Sydney Dragway via the socials or email, and we can definitely have a chat, because there's nothing more that we like than supporting the sponsors that support us. So
100%, Pat. I couldn't agree with you more. And of course, we've got some fantastic sponsors that have been with us for many years, and we hope that we provide them with good value for money and good exposure for their product or their service. And we hope that they enjoy being part of not only our sport but also our facility.
That's exactly right. There's plenty that you can see as you look out there, but definitely a lot more exposure capable. We've got some great new initiatives coming up. We touched on it earlier today. Roll drags coming up, which is I know I'm pumping it up a little bit, but I really think that's going to be a great product once it's run through a few times. We figure out exactly how it needs to be run. There's going to be plenty of opportunity to see plenty of great racing there, and being that it's a little more, I guess the action in roll drags is going to be happening a little bit further from the start line. Drag racing, it's really important to get your name at the start line.
Yes.
Because that's where the action's going to happen, right? That's where the flames start. That's where the cars are launching, the tires are going, the wheels are going in the air. With the roll drags, it's actually generally going to be a little closer at the back of the track, or at around the half-track point with this. So there's going to open up a few opportunities for people to, come on board, and you can get that photo finish that's quite often in a roll drag situation.
Yeah, well, I think that happens more often than you'd like to think. I know when I've been across the road, it's like, oh, which car got it? You know what I mean? That's really what it comes down to.
Yep.
Because sometimes the closing speeds are quite
very close.
Quite close when you consider, you've got one car that's coming on boost a bit slower than the other, or whatever it might be, or they might have a slightly slower start, and there's a little bit of tactic in that too.
Yep. Might be a bigger capacity engine that's going to get out of the hole a little bit quicker off the hit, and then a smaller capacity thing is going to really start singing towards the back end of the run. So if we're going to have a camera right on that line for a photo finish, why not have your business brand
on the wall
in the background of that photo? What an opportunity! Anyone would think I'd be wearing my salesman's hat today.
I was just going to say exactly the same thing.
But while we wait for the 21st for roll drags to come around, we're going to continue today at the Speed Adict Clothing Track Championships, round 6, with Super Street. We've got Jeff Goodwin and Tim Ritzrow coming through the tunnel, about to do their burnouts. Goodwin with a 1091 dial-in for his Monaro, with some assistance from Speed for Sale, Gear Exchange Services, Craig's Automatics, Pedal to Metal, Saltons Automotive, and Yamaha Australia. And then Tim Ritzrow, with support from Buddha Zamet on board in the VX SS Commodore. 1180 versus 1091 on the dial-ins.
Pair of Holden products racing down the Sydney Dragway quarter mile here.
Yeah, both from the same generation there. Ritzrow an 098, Goodwin an 051 on the tree. It's going to make it tough for Ritzrow. And he does. 1097 for Goodwin on 1091. Ritzrow actually breaking out as well with a 79 with a 7 on 80 dial in. Good run from those two.
Yeah, if only he got off the throttle just a fraction earlier, he would have won that.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Pushy. How many times would we have heard that at Sydney Dragway?
If only had 50 cents, I don't need $1. Craig Warren dialed in with a 10.15 in the white Torana, taking on Robert Matasek in the Chevy Camaro. 11.10 the dial in for the Camaro.
0.44 for Matasek in the Camaro versus 7.4 Craig Warren in the Torana. He's going to see Matasek take the win at 11.19 with a 2 on his 11.10 dial in. David McLean in the HQ Monaro, Morissette Batteries and Tyres, Fowles Family Racing against Mark Hopkins with Hurricane Metal Roofing. 1084 versus 1088. Going to make for a good race.
Just waiting on Hopkins to move into full stage. In there now, brought that second white light on. Tree counts down. 0.95 for the Torana and 0.25 for the Monaro.
And Monaro is going to keep Mark very honest on this run.
I think the Monaro just in front at 1,000, and that's a double breakout, ladies and gentlemen. Both cars going too quick. 10.82 with a 4 will take it for Dave McGlynn, though he went under by the least amount.
He was so aggressive on the line there, even popped his boot hatch open, I think I saw.
He's going for the active aero, was he?
Yeah. Give him a little bit of downforce on the launch.
Or I'm guessing it might have been body flex.
Yeah, probably more the case, being a HQ, and a bit of a sidestep of the clutch, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit of body flex. Lock gun, I can't. No.
Yeah, I can't hold it anymore, Captain.
All right, Martin Stevenson in the drag van on the solo, 10.25 the dial in.
For a reaction time, good pass. By run is always a perfect time to get in that last little bit of testing and tuning. It's paid off. 10.25 with a 7 on a 10.25 dial in.
Yeah, nice pass there for Martin. Nothing wrong with that. He's well and truly in the zone.
Not to tempt fate, but you'd almost wish there was a car in the other lane when that was the case, right?
Correct.
Just because you know it was a good one.
It's hindsight, though.
Yeah, wonderful team. All right, so that is Super Street.
And I think we've got Top Sportsman we can see in the lanes behind the tower. They're just moving forward now.
Yep.
Brett Sheard and Lisa Sargent, I think,
Yeah,
or
Tony
Brett Sheard and
Heisman's.
Tony Heisman's.
I think Heisman's coming
And
through.
we've got Boscovich, I think 2 pairs of top sportsmen in the lanes. Although my run sheet says we've got 5. So unless the 5th is already under the tower and I can't see it.
Possibly. I'm just trying to think who went through the previous round.
Tony Heisman's and Brett Sheard will be doing battle. Heisman's running for Orange Auto Electrics, Western Battery Company, and Auto 1 of Orange in the Chevy Camaro, dialed in with an 805. Brett Sheard in that gorgeous S10 pickup, dialed in with a 789.
Fairly conservative burnout from Brett Sheard in the S10 there.
Yeah, both drivers not probably not feeling that they need a big burnout.
Might be a bit of a concern. No, looks like they're going to pull him back and give him another. No. Looks like unfortunately Brett Sheard's had an issue, which means Heisman's is going to go through on a solo pass.
That's unfortunate for Brett Sheard to have that issue in this late in the day. Looks like, as you say, Heisman's will take the solo into the next round.
Yeah, that's what most races will agree. It's not the way you want to win, but you're going to take it. And Tony was still on the light there as well, 002 reaction time.
Yeah, it was a good light. He didn't go any much further in the throttle though, because appreciate that he needs to turn the car around pretty quickly.
Save the horses on that one, I think.
All right, looks like our other pairing will be Josh Boscovich and Lisa Sargent. Boscovich in the XA Coupe. Running for Bosco Racing and Bosco Mobile Mechanical. Dialed in with an 840. Malenko-backed Fontana. Nitrous assistance. In beside Lisa Sargent's Roofing, All Flex Engineering, Chevy Nova. 598 cubed Dart power plant on board in this one.
Gotta say I'm a big fan of Brutus down there, the Nova. Something about small car, big engine. Not to take anything away from that Fontana-powered, Lenko-driven XA Coupe of Josh Boscovich.
Well, I mean, the Nova seems pretty popular on all these American car shows that we see. You know, they've all got, you know, either a
Pro-charged engine, or
you
know, something going on there. But it's it's just the old formula, right? Take the smallest, lightest car that you can, jam the biggest amount of horsepower in the front of it, and hang on.
Yes, exactly right. Except we did it with Toranas and
that's
and,
exactly
and,
right.
you know, Cortinas and stuff like that.
Yep. Yeah, there wasn't too many Novas sitting around when we were in high school to choose from, really, was there? Bit of a difference in the good old US of A, of course. But we've got an 840 for Bosco and an 845 for Lisa Sargent on the dial-in.
So all things being equal, it should be pretty close, this one.
Oh, Lisa. Jeremy's
Boscovich
hanging on
making
to
a beeline for the centre line there, Pat. And if he would have crossed it, it would have been the race back to Sargent, but he did not. He's going to take the win. 8:37 with a 5 in the heat of the afternoon on his 8:40.
Yeah, there definitely might be some adjustments to be made, I think, to the XA. It's been tending to want to jump across to the right side of the track all day. So maybe the crew can get down there and maybe put a bit of preload, or I'm not sure if they've got the opportunity to move some weight around, but...
Well, we can see there the tyre marks.
Yeah.
They didn't go straight at all. They just went
not at all.
20, 30 degrees towards the centre line on the hit, and that's the direction that it followed. Lucky Josh has plenty of experience bringing the car back on the straight and narrow and holding it true for the win.
Yeah, if it was NASCAR, he'd be up on the wheel.
Yep. Be all over it.
But Josh has got to be up on the wheel and all over the levers with that Lenko next to him. So definitely a busy boy in that XA coupe. But he's going to be busy once again. Moving on.
All right, we can see Super Sedan rolling around now. We've got...
Down, I can see Lee Outlaw in the modified there as well.
Yeah, so we've got 2 Super Sedans in the staging lanes. We're waiting on another 3. So just looking at our point score here, Pat, I dare say that Boscovich might come away with the championship lead after today. Gadlar is already out of competition for the day. He was winning on 330 points. Boscovich not too far behind on 310. And Sorbello already out as well. So I dare say we'll see that lead switch to Josh come the afternoon's conclusion. Modified eliminator Alison Stewart's out. Lee Outlaws still in. We can see him sitting in the staging lanes there. So he's tying first at the moment. So I dare say he's going to come away being in front. Bukareshvili is also still in.
He's still in, and he's not in the lanes yet. So it's going to be... it could be him coming around the corner. That looks like George coming around the corner in the staging lanes at the moment, so it looks like it'll be on for either Lee to extend and take over that that number 1 position, or George might leapfrog the 2 of them.
Yes, that's exactly right. So there's at least movement in that category. Super Sedan, Jimmy Gennaro is already out. I think Nathan Watt's already out. Joe Zammit is still in.
Yeah, Joe Zammit's through the tunnel at the moment with the VL.
That's right, he's taking on Pete Hamilton.
Yep. This would be a good race.
And we've got Wheels Up Pete in the airflow lane, dialed in with an 866.
I think that's been creeping down as we've come through the elimination rounds as well. I think that dial
getting quicker and quicker, even though the track conditions or the atmospheric conditions seem to be getting tougher and tougher. Zammit in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 10.08. Will be chased by the wheel standing VH wagon.
Kept the nose down this time, did Pete Hamilton. The 0.21 reaction time, he's going to have to chase. And he does get the win at 8.67 with a 7 at 154. Joe Zammit, not a bad effort either. A 0.13 reaction time, 10.12 on a 10.08 dial-in. That was a hard-fought race, so could have gone either way.
Around about 200s across the finish line there. Michael Little in the yellow Torana taking on Victor Satlegianis in the red Torana. Dollar with a 9.35, Little with a 9.27. So he will be chasing the red Torana. These two races very experienced. 0.43 to an 0.23.
It's going to be all the way to the line.
Victor was just in front of the 1,000, and I think he held
with the win.
I think he held that all the way through there. 9.36 with a 2 on a 9.34. Again, the margin about 0.02 of a second across the finish line.
The same, basically the same difference on their dial-in. It was just all down to the reaction time by the looks of it.
And Rex Webster, he takes the solo into the next round. What does he do? Does he just go up and accept the green, or does he back out and save the car?
We'll soon find out. He's making a pass.
And out of the throttle, runs through for a 10.27 with the 7. On his 9.50.
Okay, so we've got Lee Harder-Law back up in the aeroflow lane. Dialed in for an 8.03. Don't see.
He's on a solo.
Just on a solo.
For Big K Engines Prestige, air conditioning and electrical.
Who was the other car that?
Sorry?
Who was the other car that George was in modified? Was that, Stephanie Heisman's, was it?
No, there's George. I think we might. Oh no, there is CJ Davies.
Oh, CJ Davies, of course. That's right. He ran the bypass last time. That's why I couldn't remember who was a winner or loser.
Harder-Law away with an 0.22 reaction time. And straight down the centre. 8.06 with an 8 on an 8.03. Next up, we'll see George Bukareshvili in the aeroflow lane. Dialed in with a 7.87. He's taking on Craig Davies. Dialed in with an 8.25. In the rocket lane. Near enough to 0.4 of a second head start going to the red front engine Dragster.
The LS power plant from George at Racemax versus the small block Chevy at Davies. Have a bit of a staging battle here. No, the driver willing to go in first. Anticipation is palpable.
It's just sitting there. They've run radiators, obviously. They're obviously not worried. Oh, Bukareshvili's into full stage first. Davies soon to follow. Didn't hold him out too long. 0.24 to 1.00. I think the game worked for Davies.
So.
Bukareshvili, I don't think will make that up, and does not. 8.30 with a 5 on an 8.25 for Davies to take the win. 158 miles an hour. And Bukareshvili 7.91 with an 8 on a 7.87.
Still been a good day out for George, so can't be too unhappy about that. He's put in plenty of good performances. looks like we're going to prep and get back around to junior dragsters. As you can hear that familiar crack over the track microphone, that is the junior dragsters coming forward. Daniela Axiak dialed in as 795 in the aeroflow lane. Piper Bennett with an 860 in the rocket lane. As we mentioned earlier, Axiak is in the lead for the points in the junior dragster championship. We'll be looking to capitalise on that.
$7.95 the dial in for Daniela in the aeroflow lane. The rocket lane with an 860. Miss Bennett. So Bennett will be chased by Axiak. $2.97 on the tree for Bennett.
No 4-4 from Axiak.
I think Axiak should take this one fairly easily. 8.14 with a 6. 70.4 mile an hour through the finish line.
What a breakout for Piper Bennett. 8.59 with an 8.
Yeah, right on the money for the dial in, but the reaction time there, I think, telling the story of that race.
Tegan Smith. J&M Auto Repairs, APM, Power Cruise Promotion, Lucas Doyle, some 8.05 with a buy run.
So we're going to have an all-girl final in, actually all-girls
semi-final, yeah.
Semis all the way through, yeah. So
girls have been showing how to do it.
Yep.
So they should, you know. We get back to saying how drag racing is an everyman sport. It should be in every person's sport. I suppose is a better way to put it these days, because there's really no, physical limitation to doing what we do here. Yep. 138 reaction time for Tegan. She's going to light up the board at an 8.05 with a 0 on an 8.05 dial-in. That's about as close as you can get.
Yes. Yep, pretty much. Unless we're going to start going to the 5th decimal spot.
Yeah,
yep.
That's. I'm pretty sure that's a perfect dial-in.
I think this is just a grudge run here, I believe, because there's no dial-ins, no data.
Yep. Grudge right. I think by the looks of things, it's is it Archie Boscovich?
Yep.
And Zane?
No, Harry. It's Harry.
Harry Riker, sorry.
Riker, yep.
Riker. I guess that's the benefit of having a slightly shorter field today. The juniors get the opportunity to get a couple more laps in.
Why not?
Got a little bit of extra time up our sleeves, so let's do it. Reiko with an 0.44, Archie Boscovich with an 0.22 reaction time, which is one of his best today. 8.0 with a 2.5 at 80 mile per hour. This is an 8.74 at 75 mile per hour. A couple more grudge rounds here.
All right, that's Savannah Condello and Jake McNamara. Condello in the aeroflow lane. McNamara in the rocket lane. .009 on the tree for Jake. I'm sure that's what he would have liked in racing. 0.18 for Condello in the other lane. And your winner is Savannah Condello. Runs on through for a 7.91 with an 8.85 mile an hour to an 8.30 at 81. That's not right.
No, 7.94.
Sorry, that's because I'm reading off the monitor.
Right.
That should be the time there.
Yeah,
interesting.
Something's tripped over. 7.94 with a 2 versus a 7.98 with a 3 in the rocket lane. That's juniors over for semi-finals.
Yep, so we'll see Tegan Smith and
Daniela
Axiak, yep. So those are our finalists for Junior Dragster decided. We've got our finalists for Modified Eliminator.
Yep. I think we're about to decide Street Fighter.
Yes.
Two more match pairs to come through. Or no, Super Street, I think, first. Street Fighter, no.
It's okay, we'll get there.
Yeah.
We'll get there. Either way, we're going to see them soon enough.
I think I've just confused myself with what bracket Charlie Boscovich is running in the hamster.
I think he's. He'll be in a grudge run because it's Ryan Pettiford's wagon sitting in front of him.
He was struck out a little bit earlier.
Looks like we've got Don Zammit coming through under the tunnel now as we speak.
Right, so it looks like Street Fighter Wayne Smith in the club spot on a 1360 with Nicholas Bennett in the rocket lane on a 1340. That little 202 powered Gemini.
It's only half a light head start going to the Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. Just goes to show power versus weight.
Yeah, absolutely. So the little 202 would dream of having the cubes of that 6-litre LS in the other lane, and the Club Sport would dream of being as light as that Gemini in the Rocket lane.
You could make it as light. There just wouldn't be as much of it there.
Not so much comfort. Maybe.
No.
Great reaction time from Nicholas Bennett, 080 to a 131. Looks like that is. He's playing with the power in the top end to make sure he doesn't break out, and it's worked a charm. 1347 with a 7 on 1340 dial in.
Well, considering he sounded like he was playing with the throttle from 1,000, there still wasn't much of a margin in it.
It wasn't much of a margin, no. No, but I think he had a tenth in hand with the reaction time. So.
Correct. Yeah. Now we're going to have a wagon versus the Gemini in the final.
Yes.
Is it going to be your Legnum or is it going to be your Commodore?
You know what? I really hope it's the Legnum, just so I get to say it again. Scott Goodison with a 1573 dial-in to Don Zammit with a 1304 in the VE Commodore. 047 reaction time for Goodison. 025 for Don. He's going to put pressure on. Reeled in.
Oh, Zammit got there.
It does get it. 13064. That little dab of the brakes. Exactly what it was. Goodison doing exactly what he had to, though. A 1576 on a 73 dial-in. Good racing from both those street fighters.
So we're going to have the Gemini is going to try and take another.
It's going to take another LS Scalp.
Another LS Scalp. Yep.
The mighty 202 fights for another day.
It sounds like our grudge run between ex-junior dragster drivers coming up to the water. I could tell just from that verbally sound of the side valve.
The hamster.
Charlie Boscovich and Ryan Pettiford. Boscovich in the Rocket lane, Pettiford in the Aeroflow lane. One light for Boscovich will take the win because Pettiford went 027 early. But this is just a grudge run, so no bearing on the results, obviously.
No sheep stations to be had, Bushy.
Well, not that we're aware of.
No.
We haven't been told of that.
There could have been some side hustling down in the lanes, maybe, between those fellas. All right.
Oh, someone's cooking something. All right, Dave McLean and Jeff Goodwin to do battle in Super Street.
Two Monaros. Yep. Similar colour.
Old versus new.
Old versus
Young
new.
versus old.
Yep.
However you want to say it.
Both a bit of nitrous on board.
Goodwin in the Rocket lane, dialed in with a 1091. McLean with a 1080 in the Aeroflow lane. .007 on the tree for McLean.
2.5 for Goodwin as well.
Oh. Anybody's race at the finish line. I don't think any of those races, neither have got off the throttle.
Breakout. Yeah.
Goodwin got a 00 breakout, but he went 100th under, 10.9 flat. He'll take the win for Goodwin in the newer Monaro.
So it's been quite impressive, actually, that Monaro today. Both of them, I should say.
It's going to be an all GM final. I'm not happy, Pat.
Not happy. Mark Allen is punching the air right now somewhere.
Yes. Yeah. Mark will be secretly yes.
All right, Mattisek in the Aeroflow lane, 11-1 on the dial-in, with Martin Stevenson chasing him in the drag van for a 10.24. That's an 0.67 reaction time for Mattisek to an 0.92. And Mattisek converts to an 11.32. Looks like the drag van might have had a miss or something further down the track.
Yeah, it's a fair way
bit
off.
outside the dialing.
Yeah, it's a fair way off, in the 0.8 of a second.
And the less mile per hour at the quarter mark versus the eighth mark is usually the telling tale as to what's happening there.
Unfortunate, because that car's usually pretty consistent for Martin Stevenson.
Absolutely. Power Plus Race Fuels backed drag van is a common sight around Sydney Dragway.
Looks like we've got a Junior Dragster once again assembling in the lanes.
Junior Dragster's there. We've also got, I think it looks like Kelsey Wofford-Lay Gascal is in the lane. They might be doing just a solo pass, potentially. So because we are at the pointy end of the elimination round, we're basically up to finals with all of the categories. And we'll just be giving the some of the teams a few minutes to get everything turned around because they have just run.
Yeah, certainly the maintenance at this point in time is back to the pits, fuel, and then probably keep it hooked up to the tow car, I dare say, and then bring it back on around.
Plug the chargers in if you've got them, if you need them. Plenty of cars running, no alternator out there. And let's not forget, it is a relatively long day. When you're the driver, you usually, it's pretty rare at a track championship that you're going to be a driver that's going to get out and put their feet up. You're going to be working when the car gets back to the track. And, you've been out here since sort of 7 or 8 this morning. We're deep into the afternoon, so it's 4 o'clock now. It's, it's a big day.
By the time the car's off, from when the car's off the trailer to when it's back on, it's a pretty big day. Even though it's not physically demanding. I mean, I know I can say that sitting up here in the we haven't run 40 kilometres in a marathon.
No one's digging a trench out in the sun.
No, but it's a different type of tired.
Yep, it's mentally taxing. Yep. And just because of the heat, if you're in one of those cars that's an open top dragster or whatever it might be, the heat is just going to wear on you, and the focus that you've got to put. We've mentioned before that it's not a long time that you're on this track out here, but the amount of focus that you've got to have leading up to it, staying cool, calm and collected, really can wear on you. So that's where the cream rises to the top, and they're usually on the top step of the podium at the end of the day.
Oh, we can see a few more of our competitors rolling around in the staging lanes as we chat away.
You can see Gareth Rogers, Boosted Outlaw, coming around.
He's had a reasonable day so far. He's run a couple of pretty good passes.
Yep. And should mention as well, still a very new package for Gareth.
Well, it was a fair, I wouldn't say it was a step up, it was more a leap up.
A running leap, I think,
from the car that he had previously, that Fiat.
Small block power Topolino to a blown Hemi Alt for sure.
So a very steep learning curve there too. But as you say, you've got a lot of good people around him that know what they're doing with that sort of car, and that's certainly a very good thing moving forward. to learn off the right people, because I think with that style of car, you could probably very easily be misinformed and led down the wrong path, and that costs a lot of extra money and time.
Yep.
Before you realise, oh, hang on, that might not be where I should have been.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely not necessarily for the solo or beginner campaigner there. Definitely pays to have a good crew around you and your head screwed on right. Not only from the point of view that you might tear up some very valuable gear, but also just from just a safety point of view.
Yes.
If you're not around the setup on the car, if you're not around the maintenance on the car, it can be quite a dangerous thing. But I think we've got that squared away. I think I can see that is Brennan Goswell down there, and Bianca has a party out the front who are crewing for Kelsey Waffle-Lay. So Josh Lay there, heading out to spot Kelsey for a burnout. Obviously going to get another pass in. Either made the trip up from based in Camaro.
Yes.
While you've travelled up and there's a bit of time on the board, why not?
Kelsey looking for another 780, I'm guessing, or thereabouts.
Most definitely.
The shadows from our shade structure just reaching onto the rocket lane at the moment. So I dare say that lane will start to cool just fractionally, at least for the first 100 feet or thereabouts.
Yep. And again, not always the result that you think from the track cooling. Could be good, could be bad.
.037 on the tree. 113 to the 60. Out the back door. 794 with an 8. 161.
Fairly clean pass. Bit of wheel hop, I think, on the hit there. But a nice straight run through to the braking area for Kelsey.
Danny Stadelmeyer.
Danny Stadelmeyer in the AU. Can't keep a good AU down.
No, so he got eliminated earlier, a lot earlier this afternoon. He's been keen, waiting around for these grudgies.
Yep. Well, I think he broke out, didn't he? He broke out, so he's probably a bit dirty on himself for that.
Then he's known to race all sorts of things, from the AU to a Honda Jazz to a coaster bus.
Did he have an Echo as well?
Yes, he had an Echo, yeah.
It sounded like a trombone going down the strip with that big intake trumpet that he had out the front. I remember that car. Oh, round 2 of the grudge between Pettiford and Boscovich.
Nice pass for Stadelmeyer. They're 13.6 flat. So let's see what can do here. Can Ryan make amends and make it 1-1? Boscovich up on the converter.
It's just dragged it down. So 119. Pettiford got the better of the reaction time there. And yeah, that 60 foot's a long way off for Charlie, unfortunately. 2.8, where I think he's been running 2 O's most of the day.
Sounded like it was almost in second gear.
Yeah, God, what a shame.
Ryan makes it one apiece.
Gets one back, yep. All right. So I think I can see some Super Sedan cars moving through.
Yes. Wheels up, Pete.
Pete, a little less wheels up Hamilton last time.
Yeah, but a lot longer.
Yeah.
Victor Satlegianis there as well.
Okay, Pete Hamilton, same dial as last time, I believe, 869. Got Rex Webster in the Austin. 949 dial in for the big block.
This for a shot in the final. Looks like Victor has the solo in the next pairing, or the next race, I should say.
Rex edging into pre-stage there. He's got both bowls lit. Pete's going to make his way forward on that two-step. Nice little low.
016 on the
6 time. Nice. 126, 60 foot. Pete takes a win for an 869 with an O.
Nice. 16,000th package there for the station wagon.
That is
dialed in.
Spot on.
I don't think Webster was too far off his dial in either. Just quietly.
No, I think it was a 950 dial in. I didn't see the. Unfortunately, I got a bit distracted by Pete's accuracy.
All right, Victor Satlegianis on a solo into the final. 934 his dial in. 075 on the tree. That big block Chevy doing its thing.
935 on a 934 dial in for Victor. So definitely going to be bringing it to Pete in the final round. Okay, so we're just going to prep that bit of safety equipment at the end of the track there. We've got junior dragsters coming through. Okay, nice quick turnaround from the track crew. You got to bring the juniors on in. Fire up those little methanol powered single cylinder dragsters. So Danielle Axiak in with a 796. And Tegan Smith with the 804. Just bumped down an extra 100th on the dial in for Tegan Smith. She was an 805 last time through, I think. So really trying to bring the pressure on points leader Axiak. This is the final round of junior dragsters for round 6 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Track Championships at Sydney Dragway. If you've been with us the whole way through, or if you're just tuning in to the final rounds, thank you so much for joining us. My name's Pat Elliott. I've been joined by Stephen Bush, and we've got Benji on how did Stewie put it the other day?
The wheels of
steel. Turning the dials and bringing you the live action you can see on your screens.
Right, so not too much in this one in the dial-ins. A 796 for Axiac to an 804 for Smith in the Rocket Lane. The Rocket Lane will lead first, but only just. Then we'll have a few grudge runs after that.
A couple of grudge runs. I think we might have 2 pairings for grudge after this final. But here we go. Pre-stage, full stage. Tegan Smith 042 to a 125 for Danielle Axiac. This will be a gunfight all the way to the line. And Tegan Smith comes away with the win with an 808 on an 804 dial-in to a 797 on a 796. But that reaction time, gaining the win for Tegan Smith. So big congratulations to all involved down there.
Well done to both those competitors. Harry Rako in the Aeroflow lane taking on, I think it's...
Is that a Bosco? That might be a Bosco.
No, it's Zane Condello.
Oh, Zane Condello, excuse me.
Right, so this is just a grudge run. We've got a couple of pairs of juniors to run in the grudge runs. Moving forward, we've got the time up our sleeve. We'll, on the conclusion of racing here this afternoon, we'll have the trophy presentation around about 15 minutes after the last car runs down the racetrack, and take the opportunity to reward our winners and runners-up with a trophy, and the opportunity to thank their sponsors in person and have a photo taken, etc. So this run, just a grudge run. We've got Harry Rako in the Aeroflow lane taking on Zane Condello in the Rocket lane. .065 light for Rako to an 048 for Condello. And Rako takes it 806 with a 480.27 miles an hour through the finish line. Next up we'll have Jake McNamara and Savannah Condello. Savannah in the Rocket lane. Jake in the Aeroflow lane, running for Fine Line Motorsports, Arnox Enterprises. .129 on the tree for McNamara will take the win. Condello leaving the red light on the start line.
All right, so I would assume that is the end of Junior Dragster for today at Sydney Dragway.
Yes, that's correct, Pat. And we're about to get underway with another round of Boosted Outlaws between Brittany Olive and Gareth Rogers. Rogers in the Rocket lane in the Bantam-bodied altered, running for Aeroflow. And Brittany Olive in the rear engine Dragster in the Aeroflow lane. Both races put down some pretty good passes today.
Yep.
I think Olive's best a 729 with a 6 at only 158. And Gareth Rogers a 747 at 191. His best.
So definitely both drivers doing the best with the tricky conditions, being such a powerful package, and the hot temperatures today. It's quite difficult to get your head around, and obviously being two very different packages as well, and altered with a short wheelbase versus the Dragster with the long wheelbase, means that you've got to take a different approach. Looks like we're just waiting for the all clear at the other end of the track. Alright, track is clear, and burnout boxes have been refreshed, ready for the boosted Outlaws to make their next pass. Brittany Olive, the Dragster is fired up. Shane gives a nod to Morris over with Gareth Rogers. Altered, they get that fired up. Forward. Got a little bit more shade on the track right now as the sun goes down here at Sydney Dragway on what has been an absolutely beautiful day for track championships. Ooh, Brittany missing the hit on the burnout in the Dragster. Not really sure about that. No such miss for Gareth.
That's weird.
Yeah.
So I've ever seen that happen.
Yeah. Looks like there might be a bit of an issue getting it into reverse as well for Brittany. We'll see if they still accept the line without the burnout. If you've got the car running, you might as well take the opportunity. Gareth moving to pre-stage. Brittany's right there alongside him. Full stage. Red light for Gareth, but a clean launch. Brittany making it to the other side for a 672 with a 5 at 186. And Gareth at 753 at 190. So consistent mile per hour for Gareth there today. But just not quite on the light, unfortunately.
Well, 672 with a 5 for Olive there. A lot better than I thought it was going to do, considering there was no burnout.
No burnout whatsoever, yeah.
I was thinking it was just going to go up in tyre smoke on the hit, but...
We'll write that down in the crew chief's notebook. Maybe that's the go next finals. No burnout.
Saves on tyre wear, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, big congrats to all Team Olive down there. And we should also extend a big thank you, not just to the Blown Outlaw guys, because it is it's a commitment to come out for this, but to absolutely everyone that's made their way out to Sydney Dragway this Saturday for track championships. Without the races, there is no racetrack. So we thank you all for making the effort to get out here. Looks like we've got Gascal back in the Aeroflow lane for another test pass. Just going to be a solo. Got track workers just making sure that everything's all good in the other lane there. Josh bringing Kelsey through, ready for a burnout. Great looking T-bucket that has that retro livery we've mentioned earlier. And Kelsey really getting her head around the setup, the way to drive the car, and going from strength to strength, which is really what we need. You know, an extra competitor to really push the others in the class. It makes for great racing.
I think that's the thing. You make a good point there, Pat, that competition breeds competition, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
You know, like if you come out here and you're on your own and you're just doing your own thing, then you're not actually competing with anybody, sort of thing.
You don't know what you're doing wrong. You don't know what you could be doing better. You don't. You don't have that drive. It's definitely. It might be one person in the driver's seat for drag racing, but as I say, it takes two to tango.
024 on the tree, nice reaction time. See what you can do at the top end of the racetrack. 794 with a 160 mile an hour through the finish line.
It's been very consistent in that 790 range for Kelsey today. And here we have the Street Fighter final. We've got Don Zammit in the VE wagon with a 6-litre LS. Nicholas Bennett in the Holden Gemini with the imitable Holden 202.
Yes, the 202's already claimed one LS scalp this afternoon.
Has claimed a scalp, yep.
Let's see if we can claim another.
We've got a 13:35 dial-in for Bennett versus a 13:04 for Zammit in the Rocket Lane.
So near enough to 3/10 on the start line. Gemini to lead first. The wagon to chase it down.
Bennett keen to get going. He's got those full stage lights up. Nice leave, 049. 115 to Don.
It's advantage Gemini at the moment.
Let's see if he can hold that advantage all the way down the track.
Still in front of 1,000.
Oh, he breaks out.
Goes 13.304 on a 13.35 dial-in.
Double breakout.
Yeah, it was double breakout. But Zammit under by the least, he'll get the win.
That's when you know both drivers are really pushing. So it must have been neck and neck the whole way down.
Well, I think the margin, it disappeared pretty quickly. The margin was 72 10,000ths of a second, so
yeah,
not much at all.
Not a lot in it. I think Don's been pretty on the ball with the little brake tap
Yes.
at the end of the track, but maybe just left it that fraction too late, but still got away with it.
Well, I think the thing is when you're behind, it's all about being behind enough to still push your other person. You know what I mean? There's no point you sticking in it if you know you're not going to beat them, but you want to still be there to push them to keep going, and that's probably what he's done. He's mastered that.
And while we were talking that was the Super Street final. Robert Matisic unfortunately gave it away with a 003 cherry on the tree. Jeff Goodwin taking the win at 10.95 with a 10.91 dial-in. Next up, we've got the modified eliminator bracket with Lee Outlaw up against Craig Davies in the front engine dragster. Got an 8.05 dial-in for Outlaw, which is where they've been basically all day, to an 8.27 for Davies. Again, both very consistent races. They know their dial-ins. They've just got to put the visor down, do their job on the light. We're going to see the mind games from these two again, mate, with this pairing.
We'll see. Not 100% sure who instigated the last one, but both very experienced racers.
Yeah, there's a bit of a battle here. Outlaw is in. Davies taking his time getting into full stage.
5,000th in the reaction time. 0.16 for Outlaw, 0.11 for CJ Davies. And it will be CJ Davies will take the win, a double breakout. And the margin of victory, 81 ten-thousandths of a second. An 8.26 with a 5 on an 8.27 dial-in for the Dragster to take the win.
Well, seems like CJ is the master of the mind games.
Yes.
Today, anyway, at Sydney Dragway. Taking that win in modified eliminator. Coming up, Top Sportsman final, Josh Boschkovich in the XA Coupe. Bosco Mobile Mechanical, Bosco Racing. He's got an 840 dial-in. He's going to be grabbing those gears with that Lenko. We've got Tony Heisman's dialed in at 8.05 with the Auto 1 orange Chevy Camaro 632 big block. Just a little helping hand from the track official there, getting the door closed for Josh.
They are very big doors, and you can, when you're belted in, you can't reach.
That was an adjustment I had to make the first time I got in my car with belts with a harness in. You get in there, and if you forgot to grab something or put it in the right spot, you've got to undo them all again. Bosco leaving hard, 008 reaction time.
The Falcon out in front at the moment, and one of them off the throttle. It would have been Josh. He's taken the win, goes 8.44 with a 6 on an 8.40 with an 0.08 light on the start line. Heisman's went too fast, 8.04 with a 7, so 3,000's too quick with an 0.31 light. Congratulations to both those racers, but well done to Josh and the team for taking the win in Top Sportsman.
Great pass from Josh. He's been hanging on to that wild ride all day. Grabbing gears, steering the wheel. That's not an easy way to win a round for sure. Just driving that car, but I bet he loves it more than anything else.
100%, 100%. We've got one more race to come according to my my little schedule here that I've been marking off. And that is the Super Sedan final, Pat.
Super Sedan, I don't think I saw the cars come through. Here we go.
Here's
Can
Victor.
see Victor. Yep.
And
Come around. We'll
was
just
it
be waiting for.
was the
Pete.
Matzik car, the Camaro, I think, from memory.
Super Sedan. No, it should be Pete.
Oh,
Hamilton.
yes. Oh, beg your pardon.
With the wagon.
You're correct.
Wheels up, Pete. You might have had to run down and change a bottle. The old nitrous-powered, nitrous-assisted combos generally get a little bit hungry. Fingers crossed. That's the situation, and we will see a contested final.
All right, so we've got a race for real on Wednesday night of next week, and then of course on Thursday night the roll drags.
Roll drags are definitely an exciting new addition to the roster.
Both events scheduled between 6 and 10 p.m. So the Aeroflow race for real on the Wednesday night, and then of course the roll drags 6 to 10 on Thursday night as well.
I would say that for Thursday night activities, definitely roll drags has to win over late night shopping, wouldn't you?
Yes, 100%.
I think that's where everyone should be. Don't worry about going to Westfields; they've got plenty. Come on down to Sydney Dragway. Check out some roll drags. Have a crack yourself. Again, plenty of options for the type of car that you want to run down here. Obviously, roll drags is going to give you a good option to be able to put down some horsepower, a little less stress on the driveline compared to launching from the start. If it's something you're concerned about with your combination, but at the same time, we are all drag racers, so running from a hit is what we're all about. So Wednesday night is still there for you if that's your flavour over the roll drag. I can see Pete Hamilton is coming through the staging lanes right now. He's about to roll through the tunnel. So we've got Victor and Pete coming up for the final of Super Sedan.
This, of course, will be our last run of the night.
Absolutely. Pete Hamilton in Aeroflow lane, 867 dial in. Victor Sadler-Giannis, 934 with the Torana. Both have been on point all day. Stout burnout from Pete in the wagon.
Yeah, both cars not too worried about the heat. Those tyres probably more than hot enough already.
Yep. Not too far behind Victor in the Torana.
All right, so an 867 for Pete. He'll be chasing down the Torana, dialed in with a 934 for Victor in the red Torana. Just waiting on Hamilton to move into stage. One of those cars already up on the RPM. Hamilton in there now. Tree will count down for Victor first. He's away with a 018 light, an 011 on the tree for Hamilton. 7,000's in the start line. Who will it be at the finish line, Pat? It's going to be Victor Sadler-Giannis.
Victor Sadler-Giannis.
Got there by 100th.
Wow.
Thought it was going to be closer than that. Hamilton went 69 on a 67.
69 on a 67,
and Sadler-Giannis went 3,000s over, 934 with a 3 on a 934.
Victor definitely saving the best for last in that final round. So congratulations to him. Really thought Pete was going to be the boogeyman today. He's had a lot of runs where he's been the chaser, and he's chased him down all the way through. But not to be on the last one. But what a great pass from everyone.
It's been a Fantastic day of racing here, Pat. I've thoroughly enjoyed your company up here in the box. I'd like to thank all of our racers for coming out and participating today, to all our officials for their hard work out in the heat. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here. I'd like to also thank all of our sponsors and supporters for the brackets and also the venue. Thank you to our participants on the live stream. It's always good to tune into the chat every now and then and see what you guys are chatting about. I hope you've enjoyed the action on the live streams. And Pat and I will be hosting the trophy presentations down at the Pit Stop Cafe Pergola in about 15 minutes' time. We'll award all of our winners and runners-up their trophies. Come on down, give your sponsors a thank you for their involvement in your race team. Grab your trophy, thank your crew, grab a photo at the same time, and we look forward to seeing you here back at Sydney Dragway next week with the Aeroflow Race for Real Wednesday night, and of course the Roll Drags on Thursday night of next week.
Definitely. Bushy, I couldn't have said it better myself, and thank you very much for the warm welcome. Second time commentating here. Hope to be back soon in the future. So thank you to Sydney Dragway for the opportunity, and I hope to see you all again real soon.